This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Good morning to you, wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another huge day in European cricket, and that's right, you are seeing correctly. It's blue skies here in Belgium for the first day of the men's Mdina Cup. That's after we saw women take centre stage over the last 2 days, with the Swiss holding out Belgium for a 4-0 clean sweep. Their first ever T20IW matches and their first ever wins, of course. Belgium still hoping for a win in that format soon, I'm sure, with a 0-11 record now. But as far as the men go, they are about to take the field against Malta here in match 1 of this T20I. Belgium versus Malta then. Malta winning the toss, electing to bat, and have a look at their lineup. You've got Priyan Pushparajan. He led the runs and the wickets in the recent bilateral with Estonia. Was on home turf. Prasath, very experienced player. Lala, a.k.a. Mehboob Ali, had a breakout series, didn't he? As he played his first T20 internationals. They've got the Tank at the top, the Tank and Rocky, their opening combination, and Darshak Tank and Rocky Dinish. For Belgium, though, the very classy Ali Raza listed open with them. He'll also have the gloves. Manib, again, just keeps getting better every year. Burhan Niaz has taken great strides over the last couple of years as well. They're led by Shiraz Sheikh, who's listed to bat in the number 4 position. But you look at the quality there. I mean, they're batting, bowling options. You know they'll be aggressive. I just think this is going to be a sensational series. Belgium on the chase here. Wasn't too long since we saw both of these countries. Actually, we had the night series in Belgium, which concluded only around about 3 weeks ago. And it was the Brussels Warriors that won that one. But it's the same ground, same conditions. I suppose getting played in the daytime rather than the night, although a fair bit of that night series was played in the afternoon sun. For Malta, of course, we had 2 European cricket series there this year, including the spring series in late April and early May, which then concluded with those T10s and T20s against Estonia with this Maltese national team. Another player I thought had a really good series for Malta was David Marks with his bowling. The marksman was pretty important. It's always a question of, okay, you can do it at domestic level, but can you do it at international level? I will say there's a bit of a gap if you look at the rankings between these two teams, with Malta at 44 and Belgium, I should say, at 44 and Malta at 73. But I don't know. Yeah, I think that's probably fair to me, about 60-40. Belgium, I think, would be disappointed if they were to drop a game to Malta. Remember, each one of these games is a fully fledged T20 international, so it carries ranking consequences, and points are attributed to each of them. Anyway, almost ready to get going. Not one, not two, but 3 matches. I know a few people already. Hello to Rob Thompson in the chat asking, did I have a late night? It's not so much that. It's just first thing in the morning. It takes a bit of time to warm up. Probably after doing going solo. I mean, it never was meant to, I suppose, have quite the week I was meant to have. Obviously, with Romania getting washed out. It's been a pretty interesting week in the ECN universe. But yeah, this is only cricket today and tomorrow, but there's plenty of it. So essentially, it's 12 hours of cricket. I see the XP ball's back, but I have retired as a competitor. That's the YouTube competition. Yeah, Kroom just noting I did stay last night just to make sure I picked up the extra points to take that #1 spot, but I'll retire on the top. Wayne's shot to an early lead, it looks like. We'll keep an eye on it as the day goes on. Again, no one really understands how that works. And that's kind of the charm of it. We know what we're doing here, though. We've got 2 teams that they certainly will be wanting to put their best foot forward here. So essentially, there's 2 opponents that you'll play twice. And each day essentially is the same fixtures. So you've got 2 games today, 2 games tomorrow. And then the top 2 teams will play in the Mdina Cup final on Sunday. Of course, Mdina is in Malta. And that's where this tournament gets its name, although it has moved over the last couple of years. It was in France last year. It's in Belgium this year. And also, yeah, really nice, I think, that they have incorporated the women's tournament as well. So again, that's a very good addition. And not often that some of these women's cricketers have had the opportunity to play T20 internationals. And of course, for Switzerland, it was actually their first opportunity. Even for Belgium, it was over a year since they had. All right, we're almost ready to go. Jules, thank you for your tip. I will definitely check that out. But I'm okay. Just you listen. It'll come back. Tapliel is going to get us going. So starting with spin, they have a couple of options that could fulfill this role. They've got Murad Ekrami as well in the side, Belgium. This is Dasha Patanka, the tank, facing up. Oh, Nishal, nice to see you. Supporting Belgium in the chat. Let us know where you're watching from, especially if we don't hear from you much. This one's okay. You can already see intensity's up a notch or 2. Another thing is, yeah, the weather. Expecting 25 degrees today, sunny and 18 right now. And don't you love that? You see Tuffley out. He's wheeling and dealing pretty well so far. Tank goes after it this time. It's had about enough. And where's the goalkeeping? Well, it's poor goalkeeping. It's good batting. And it'll be very close to the first Maximo of the Mdina Cup. Not quite. Patanka basically feeling the pressure already. What do you think of this? Right in the bottom corner. So we have our first goal of the morning. That's a thick edge hanging up in the air. Just creeps over the field, and they'll run away for 4. Almost a second goal. That's a bit of a lucky one for Tanker. Yeah, Tapliao. That's where I'm playing for 12 stars recently in the night series. This is the 12 stars home ground. He has 10 wickets in 6 T20 internationals. Oh, can't believe he's going to get out this way, Patanka. He's just missed a full toss, a big leading edge. And Ali Raza does the rest. So, I mean, the good luck and the bad luck all in one over for Darshit Patanka, and the tank misfires. Can you believe it? After getting those 2 boundaries, gets a big filthy full toss. Just mistimes it. Straight up in the air. Ali Raza was never going to miss that. Had a bit of a break for the Belgians first up. Malta lose Patanka for 8, and it's 8 for 1. Yeah, what a way to get out. Look at him. See how annoyed he was, and I can relate to that. Drops the bat straight away. Patanka says, cannot believe I've mistimed that. But that just shows you cricket is a game of fractions of seconds. He just turned the bat a fraction of a second early. Rocky Dinesh will face up, but he's joined at the crease by Priyan Pushparajan. Hasn't he had a season already? We're only just getting started. I mean, we're still in May. But yeah, he was brilliant in the ECL, playing for Royal Strikers. He was the leading run scorer. Scored a century in that T20I series versus Estonia. Let's see if he can do it in Belgian territory here. Iftikhar Tankel to bowl the second over. Remember, 6 over power play. He's up full ICC T20 internationals. It's good ball first up. Excellent delivery. It's kind of shaping in, seaming away. Geez, that's a good one to get first up. Pretty happy you don't nick that one. Tankel, we saw him playing for Bevram pretty recently. Still a youngster, still only 20 years of age. Good Yorker. It's been a good start. Yeah, Pushparajan. Again, a big moment for him to break into the T20I sphere. Spent a bit of time waiting to qualify. Of course, living in Malta. You have that 3-year qualification period. That's lifted up. And Rocky is up and away. Has that gone all the way? Man, went very close. It has gone all the way. Maximo! It's our first one of the Mdina Cup. And I wouldn't have bet it would have been Rocky that hits it. I mean, Rocky, we joke in ECS cricket that he's the master of the 52-metre 6. These boundaries are a bit bigger than that. But he still clears it. And what a very, very good way to get off the mark. And Rocky's had a brilliant couple of years as well. He tends to know his game a bit better now. Jeez, what a good shot. Tankel goes the distance. Really trying to be aggressive in the power play. I mean, we saw some pretty big scores, didn't we, in that Malta-Estonia series. It was in Malta. It's kind of a similar kind of ground, in a way. And Malta's probably a little bit truer in the outfield, but I mean, this is a very, very nice facility that they've developed here in Belgium. Oh, that's good bowling. Kind of committed to the front foot there to Danish. Yeah, that Malta-Estonia series. First game, 199 batting first. Second game, 202 batting first. Third game, 229 batting first. So 200 has been the norm for them of late. Rocky, bit of a missed time and gone at second wicket. Khalid Ahmadi, the smiling assassin, takes the catch. Man, you can see that aggression from Rocky. Just looking to drive this on the up, but Tankel, he's wheeling and he's dealing, and now he's got a T20 international wicket. Wasn't quite there to drive. Wasn't an easy drive. Probably was trying to get it over the top. Slight miss hit. And it wasn't to be. So a T20I debut for Tankel. He has a wicket in his very first over. Rocky knocked out for 6. And the score is 14 for 2. Thing about Rocky's not much of him, but he can strike the ball well. He just gets outgunned a little bit there. So 2 overs down, 14 for 2. Pushpa Rajan about to face his first ball. Hello to Scotty from the ECN Supporters Club Australia. Great to have you with us. Priyan. He's a real key to this innings, I think. Oh, misses the first one. That looked like it ragged a bit from Taplial. Left arm spinner. Eldos Matthews come out at the other end. He's not facing yet. Again, we have a wicket at the end of an over. Priyan would be happy to get off the mark. Over to Eldos. Also a very good player. These two teams also, they're pretty similar with their kits, aren't they, as well? The black and red kind of theme. In Portugal, they have a red kind of theme, I think, with their kit. We'll see it a little bit later on. Really solid push and run from Eldos, who gets off the mark. And pushing, getting those singles if they can't get a boundary. I wonder if they're a little bit gun shy after those first 2 wickets. I think that's the job of the openers, to go out there and be aggressive, and that does carry certain risks, of course. You are a chance of a little edge. The way that Taplial's bowling. He's bowling with velocity, putting a bit on the ball. Matthew plays across his front pad. Tight single, but they'll get there. Now they're going to get more, actually. Not handled on the backup. We've had a wicket last ball the first over. Wicket last ball the second over. We're about to see the last ball the third over. You can see there. Just had to change direction slightly in the backup. At least he gets a finger on it. His own would count. So, Taplial, another tight one from him. And at the end of 3 overs, the score is 20 for 2. Yeah, I hope everyone's enjoying this, and have a look at the blue sky. Something that we would have liked a bit more of probably this week in Europe. I'm just repeating, if you missed the news, at Romania, meant to have the ECS this week, but it will only start on Sunday and it will run until next Wednesday. It will overlap with the Hornchurch series now. Portugal, the third side, we'll see playing in the second and third matches, so it's pretty simple. With Belgium playing the first and third matches today, Malta will play the first and second, and Portugal play the second and third. And the good thing is, it's pretty simple because tomorrow it's exactly the same. And then we'll find out who the top 2 teams are play on a Sunday morning final. And it'll tie in nicely as we're finishing here in Belgium. Romania will be getting underway. Tankel gets a second. It'll be a very good test, I think, for Pushparajan to know where he's at. I mean, he handled himself in the T20s versus Estonia. Good shot there by Matthew. And the front foot gets it in the middle. That'll be a confidence booster for Eldos. This time opens the face a bit. He'll get a single. So, I suppose with Malta, they'll sense an opportunity here to take on two opponents that are ranked about 30 spots above them in the ICC rankings. The way the system's set up, if you can't beat a team above you, then it carries a fair bit of weight. And for teams that are ranked higher, beat a team below you, there's not as much to gain. There's a bit to lose. So a bit of pressure on Belgium and Portugal, I think, this week. Remember, every match carries equal weight as far as it being a T20I. Pushparajan walks at this, pushes it out. Takes it on down the ground. Pushparajan. That is a cracking shot. Maximo! His first. That was no half volley. That was a good length ball, and it was travelling from Iftika Tankel, and he just escorts it out of the ground. What a shot. I'll say that fairly short straight boundaries here. If you look by a T20I standard, but still that sailed over the top. It might have actually joined us up in the camera tower. Now cracks it through the covers. That'll run away, and despite the best efforts of the fielder, it'll be 4 runs. So Pushparajan is absolutely flying at the moment. I think the fielder hasn't communicated to the umpire that it's 4, but it is 4. It definitely is 4. Pushparajan, I saw the fielder signal it was 4. Mate, does this need a conference? I mean, surely the fielder's put his hand up there. We'll have a look at it one more time, maybe. But you can see, if we slow it down around about here, you see the ball has hit the rope. He would have seen that. I don't think there's any way you don't see that as a fielder, because it's right in front of your eyes. Maybe just a bit of a miscommunication issue there. I think the fielder said straight away that's 4. The umpire maybe wasn't quite certain what was happening, but anyway, it's all sorted now. 6 and a 4 for Priyan. Slightly slower one this time from Tankel, but Pushparajan looking good so far. Moves to 13 into the 4th over. Best one so far for Malta, with 12 coming off it, and the score is 32 for 2. Yeah, Scotty just saying that Maximo during the over, it wasn't a bad ball, but Pushy decided it was time to pull the trigger. Yeah, that was a very good shot of the morning so far. So it's quite funny. These two teams, they're probably the most volatile. As far as, I think sometimes they might struggle to bat out the overs because they are so aggressive. And he's got a question about how far the boundaries are. Might actually get an exact meterage though, but I know kind of more like 60 meters It's about an extra 10 metres compared to what we'd see in ECS cricket and what we saw in the night series here recently. Push Barrage in the air, gets a bit lucky. Goes in the gap. He shouldn't go for 4. He doesn't. Think about a third, but happy with 2. Bit of a false stroke there. Could have easily gone to hand. There's Shiraz Sheikh, the Belgian skipper, pulling it back into play. Oh, in the air. This could be trouble. Just creeps over Sherry Butt. It's into the wind as well. It's a bit of a breezy morning here in Belgium. They are bowling a third. I wonder if he's going to bowl a 4th. Cracking shot this time from Push Barrage and doesn't bother to run all the way along the carpet. This is a guy in form. Man, Push Barrage. I mean, if you remember in the ECL, even though it's a bit of a rain-affected ECL, even the group that he was in with Royal Strikers, he was destructive. Just kind of in the zone, and he seems to still be in that zone. In the air, again. Straight to the fielder. Geez, that would have been out. Half chance maybe, but it was a chance to get rid of the inform. Round Push Barajan. Very good clean pick up. The throw couldn't find the target. Oh, leading edge, hanging in the air. It's gone, nicely taken. Running in. That's the captain, Shiraz Sheikh, that takes the catch. Matthew just playing across something he should have played with a straight bat. And Taplial, he has a second wicket. Once again, it's the last ball of the over that does it. Not necessarily an easy catch with the sun in that position. He makes the early running here. And takes it at a fairly comfortable height, considering Matthew never really got going. Pushed a couple away, but doesn't hit a boundary. He's out for 5. And at the end of 5, it's 41 for 3. He straight away was in trouble there. Aldos Matthew. Wonder if they will send out Lala or not. Let's have a look at what's coming up, though. Of course, Romania postponed until a Sunday start. So you've just got us at the moment today and tomorrow. Then we start with Romania. Hornchurch starts the very next day. We have a mixture of men's and women's cricket there. Czechia starts next weekend. In fact, I'll be doing a fair bit of the T20 action there. There's women's and men's. There's ECI, T10, and also 2 divisions of ECS. That'll be really fun. In Finland for the first time since 2020. I'm looking forward to that. I'll be up there. And then we go to Bulgaria. Actually, Belgium is a week after that. So plenty of cricket coming up on ECN. Why don't you join us? Yeah, boundary size. Just eyeballing it. But also, I think you'll find the straight boundaries, like I said earlier, they're a little bit shorter just because of practicality. I think on the side, there'll be more that kind of 60 metres. But straight, I don't think it's always possible. And one thing I will say is that basically 60 metres, or technically 65 yards, which is a shade under, 59.43, that's the minimum boundary that is requested by the ICC for T20 International, men's T20 Internationals. But if there are if there's a good reason that you can't do that, you are able to apply for an exemption, which this ground must have, because I don't think these straight ones are, 60 metres. Here's the smiling assassin, Kali Damadi, coming on. Crashes into the pad. Varun Prasath comes out at number 6. Yeah, so you will see that in some, I suppose, developing cricket countries where there's not the size to have the minimum boundary. The ICC isn't saying, okay, you can't have international games. They're saying, okay, do your best, which I think is sensible. Maximum boundary allowed is 90 yards from the middle, which is 82 metres. That's a big hit. Reminds me of playing in Australia. So the smiling assassin, Kali Damadi, we saw him playing for Team Europe earlier in the year for the Western Shield. He's got a killer slower ball. He's bowling fairly early. Still bowling the power play, actually. Power play's out at the end of this over. Have a look at Amadi here. It's natural outswing kind of action. Haven't seen that slow ball just yet. Might just keep it up his sleeve for now. Maybe give him one here. I wouldn't overbowl him in the first half of the innings. I think he's got other options. I just think he's so useful when the batters are trying to accelerate through kind of those mid to late overs. Pushparajan work this down to third for a single. Prasath, though, I think he better be careful because he's got a little bit of a blind spot. Ball swing into him. Never really moves his feet. If Marty can get it right, I think it'll be tough for him to deal with. That one actually goes across. So maybe cross seamer. Very clever bowling, I think, from Amadi. Got that one to go just on its natural line. At the end of the 6-over power play, the score is 44 for 3. Pushparajan, 24 out of the 44 runs so far. Just one leg bias, so no wides or no balls in the first 6. Obviously, that's a bit of a difference with this series compared to what we saw over the last couple of days, where extras were a constant kind of factor in the game, weren't they? It's pretty disciplined stuff so far by Belgium. Tapliao is getting bowled out here. Oh, slow one this time. It's a clever bit of bowling, wasn't it? It's been kind of pace on more or less the whole time. Might be to do with the fact this is the only over he'll get that's outside the power play, so he's got a little bit more insurance. It just shows he's a very clever cricketer. Been saving that flighted one for 3 overs, really. Let's pace on to Prasath, but there's the first wide. Speak to the devil. Prasath, though, he does love that mid-wicket power zone, doesn't he? Just loves to slap, and he's got unnatural power. That's through. I wonder, there's a couple of pace on. I wonder if he tosses one up and tempts Varun. Well, Varun doesn't need too much tempting, and he goes up and over the top. Maximal! That's one way to get off the mark. Brings up the 50 for Malta as well. Wasn't really the flighted one either. He just puts that front foot down the pitch and slams it. It's a good sign for him when he's hitting straighter and kind of over mid-off. Because when he gets lazy, loses that front side and tries to heave everything away. That's an excellent shot from Varun Prasath. There's the slower one. It does miss time. It slightly drags it down to long on for one. We've got Unique in the chat saying ECN should plan a series with Bangladesh and Sri Lanka. It would be a good idea. Hey, we'd love to. I mean, we've had USA and Canada play on the network. So why not Bangladesh and Sri Lanka? I was talking about maybe a global cup, kind of a GCC yesterday, like get every country in the world involved. That'd be amazing. Did also say, though, if money wasn't a factor. I suppose in most aspects it is. Tapley out. Got a pretty good spell. 2 for 33. Last ball. Last chance to turn that 2 for into a 3 for. And he does toss it up. Varun takes the bait and he goes the journey. Maximal. Well, Prasath keeping that aggressive streak going. End of 7 overs. 60 for 3. Tapial will finish with 2 for 39 off his allotted 4 overs. Yeah, I was wondering on the loss of the third wicket whether they would send in Mebu Bali, a.k.a. Lala. But I think they feel it's a bit early for him to come out. And he lived a bit of a charmed life as well. Yeah, dropped early, ended up coming to the party with back-to-back half-centuries, start his T20I journey. Bouncer first up from the smiling assassin. I haven't seen the height of this one, actually. It's the thing, it's quite slippery. So maybe have gained a yard of pace. Hard because he was crouched. Umpire felt it was okay. Watch out for the slower ball here to follow up the bouncer. There it was, and it's hit straight. Bit of a big moment here. Oh, well, it's a very, very good catch. An excellent catch by Tankel. And it was the old 3-card trick, wasn't it, from Khalid Ahmadi, who went bounce a slower ball. Pushparajan went for the short boundary straight down the ground. 2 fielders came together, but Tankel is the man that holds on to it. And a huge moment in the 8th over. He takes it on slightly outside half of the bat. And well taken, right under the camera. Smile, please. It's Iftikhar. That will be smiling. As Pushparajan goes for 26 in the end, and it's 60 for 4. Probably 2 meters away from getting that the distance. And nice bird's eye view of Munib coming together with Tankel. Munib is a good player as well, isn't he? Look forward to seeing him with the bat in hand. Janjal Sudasanan comes out and do the keeping for Malta. Remember I covered when he played his first T20Is a couple of years ago in the Valletta Cup. They had the Valletta Cup and the first ever Mdina Cup that year, which is an auxiliary tournament. Now the Mdina Cup has been moving around despite carrying the name of Mdina, which is, of course, in Malta. Well, Sudasanan better be alert because he could get absolutely anything here from Khalid Ahmadi. This one's pace on the stumps. Mamadi's so dangerous. Showing he can be effective any time in the innings. We actually even saw him openings bowling at times for Europe earlier in the year. Another one that just angles across Prasath, and he hits it and hits it pretty well. Come back for two. Again, I think that Cully's setting him up for something. He's pushed them across him so far. I don't think he's really tried to swing the ball. So I think this is all part of a bit of a long game. I just think you can play a long game in T20 cricket. But I think he's setting him up for one that swings back. Maybe catch some LBW or bowled. Not straighter, but it's more the rolling cutter. Not the genuine swinger. And Marty's very crafty. What's the hand here? So he pulls that hand down the right-hand side of the ball. Sudasan loves an uppercut, and he's going to get four here. Another goal! Yeah, high scoring in more ways than one. Good shot, though. Chanjal. Not much of him, but he does pack a punch. Like a jump cut, almost 2 feet off the ground, and finds the boundary. End of the 8th over. Malta fighting. 68 for 4. Sabir Zakil is going to bowl. And I see he's looking a little bit more like himself. And his shoulder injury hopefully isn't so much of an issue. You know, he had surgery before, came back quite quickly after surgery, which again, probably maybe wasn't the smartest thing. But he just absolutely loves the game. And Sabir Zakil, just at bat 7 here. But he's a guy who, I mean, it doesn't matter where you bat him. They call him Insana. Short for insane. I'm standing for insane. And so you can guess why. He's just, he knows one speed, and that's very, very fast. Sabir Zakil. No goalkeeper that time. The first goal was my favourite. I think we should start scoring. Maybe we'll score left of the screen versus right. And I'll score them to whichever goal they go in. So we had an early goal in the bottom corner of the right. And that includes the goals down the bottom of the screen, by the way. So that was 1-0 or 0-1 first. And then that was the equaliser from Sudasan. It was the tank, Darship Tanki, scored a goal early. And actually got it past the keeper. So, or actually, that might be a better idea. Dave's saying, let's score it to Malta. So Malta 2, Belgium 0, but Belgium, they will get the right reply. Beautiful bit of timing, but finds the fielder. Very well done there by Sharaz Sheikh. They do hustle through for a single, though. Clean hands. Pitches up. Prasath misses out. I think Prasath, he's definitely tightened himself up a bit technically in the last 12 months. And there was a phase where I think You know, he has played a high level, but I think got into a few bad habits in the Malta domestic competition where the bowling's not always that testing. It was creeping in. You can't just snap your fingers and get it back. Slightly late on this pull shot, but get a single. He has made a conscious effort, I think, to stay a bit more still, to kind of try and hit the ball in more correct areas rather than heave everything away. There's Vinay Malhotra. Nice to see him. Good umpiring crew, actually, for this series. The Suns look pretty good so far. That'll be the end of the 9th over. Zakil keeps it reasonably tight, just goes for 4. And after 9 overs, Malta 72 for 4. Vinay Malhotra, as well as Abdul Rahman, and also Ramraj Venkatraman, the officials here for match 1. Interesting start. I mean, I think, okay, what are they going at? They're going at 9s. I feel about the 200 is where you'd want to be. Maybe, yeah, I'm trying to think what a par might be. I mean, you don't see 200 chase too often. Maybe more like 170, 180. Just think, again, if you're aggressive, you can lose wickets, and that can put pressure on the lower order and bring the scores down a bit. It's a wild one. As Tankel comes back, maybe bowled 2 overs up front, including picking up his first ever T20 international wicket. Yeah, hello to Finlay's Chickens in the chat. Now, how do you get the crown and the blue spanner? Yeah, of course, it's all part of our live chat feature here, YouTube feature. Well bowled, really well bowled. Zander tries to come forward, plays down the wrong line. Yeah, so some people have a crown. That's because they've decided to contribute just a small token donation a month to support the channel. We appreciate that, of course. This time he hits it. Lucky he does. Tight one. Thinking about an overthrow. They'll decide against it. Yeah, the other thing is that, yeah, the blue spanners, yeah, you're chosen by a higher power. That's true, the robot. I don't really know necessarily how that always works. But generally, if you stick around, if you make some good contributions to the chat, then after a period of time, you might be awarded a blue spanner, which means that you can just try and keep the chat clean and adhering to the rules. Rules are just really all about respect. Swivels on this one, does Prasath, and that'll be a boundary. Badly needed one for Malta. Breaks a run of 8 balls without a boundary since that jump cut from Sudasan. The front foot pull shot, wasn't it? When Prasath gets going, there's no stopping him. It's just one of those players, one of those handful of players in Europe that it just seems impossible to bowl to. Now slower ball this time. Oh, not quite. Great effort there from Munib down the ground. This is a bit of luck for Varun, really. End of the bat. Slightly pace off from Tankau. Munib did his best. Couldn't turn it into an opportunity. Sudasan knows his role here. Wants to kind of have hints of aggression, but mostly he's here to support Prasath, who's up and ticking. He's 22. 5 wickets at this stage doesn't look too promising for Malta. So Sudasan, interesting. He's batting 6 as well. Batting ahead of Mehboob Ali, who maybe they want to keep for the second half. Edged and gone. And it's once again that off-speed delivery. Tankau gets the better of Prasath, and this time it's Ali Raza that takes the catch behind the stump. So an inopportune moment to lose their burly left-hander. And Malta 80 for 5 after 10 overs. Love to see how he bowls this one, actually. Yeah, might have just been like a fairly fast back of the hander. But it was quite well disguised, I'm going to say, first up. And once again, about makes a start, can't go on with it. We saw Pushparajan go for 26 earlier. Then we see Prasath go for 22. 2 6s and a 4 in his innings. The players have a quick drink. And, well, I think this is the time you got to go with Lala. You got to go Mehboob Ali. I will say, after that, they've got Jasvinder. Srijay Patel, I mean, he can certainly bat. And then you get down to the bottom. When you sound to hear Mr. Maximo taking you through all the action in the Mdina Cup and enter stage right, I think you can see that is the figure of Mehboob Ali, known as Lala, affectionately. He's a guy that actually once held the record for the most Maximos in an ECN T10 innings. He scored 20 of them in his 140 in the ECS Malta. And this will be a very good test for him, I think. And one of the issues with Lala, like a lot of domestic players, is, you know, can you do it when the competition goes up? And he showed he could against Malta, against Estonia when Malta were playing on home turf. But I will say that the Belgian bowling is a cut above what Estonia were offering. I think you can see that already. Akrami's going to come on with his left arm spin. Fun fact, Akrami bowled the first ever ball in ECC cricket back in 2021. He bowled it to Awais Ahmed of Spain, and it was a single. That's a moment I'll remember forever, actually, because it was our first ever ball at the Cardamom Oval, and since then we've had plenty more. But yeah, both these sides have plenty of Cardamom Oval experience. In Belgium, they played probably the craziest match, one of the craziest matches anyway. The one that went to a golden ball against France in the rain. And Malta, well, they had a disappointing campaign last year in the ECC, but they'll be better, I think, this year. They'll be in the Challenger division, and you have to be one of the favourites. Sudasan faces up. Ooh, goes to bat cut. I remember who he's batting with, though. Remember, Ali had no interest in the run. Bit of a risky one. Cutting off the stumps there. Akrami, quite often you'll see him opening the bowling, but they had options. Taplial did that job, did it pretty well. And Mehboob comes on. Let's see how he handles himself. I say big hello to all my good friends in Malta who I'm sure are tuning in. Hello to you. Sorry I missed you last time. And that we had the ECS there, of course. Very busy schedule. Say hello to all my Belgian friends. And again, sorry I couldn't be there for the night series. Would have loved to. Allah keeps the first one out. Rami bang on target. Yeah, I was in Belgium for the ECS in 2022, and I know we'll have another one there in July. Unfortunately, I'm on holidays again. But I'll be watching with interest. Lala, right? Doesn't wait too long, and he's going to go the distance. Maximo! Yeah, that's the raw power that he's got. Classic Arnold Schwarzenegger, Danny DeVito twins at the moment. Not exactly the same body types, but certainly a bit of an odd couple out there at the moment for Malta. There they are. Cracking shot. Come back from Akrami, goes kind of pace on, slides it past the top edge. Gone. It'll be 6 and out for Lala. Stops his shot, tries to bunt it, tries to block it really. Akrami does the rest, and Malta in big trouble now. It's not a long stay at the crease from Ebu Bali. He's out for just that 6. And the score, 87 for 6. Just kind of pulled out of the shot, didn't he, really? Just watch him just check it. And just go, yeah. Not going to go through with it. Wasn't quite there. And Ekrami is very, very sharp return catch for the left-arm spinner. So it's la goodbye. And the score, 87 for 6. Check it out one more time. Very good catching position. Very good balance from Murid Ekrami there. Now you're going to get Srijay Patel out there. I mean, he's a guy for his club. He'll open the batting. He'll bat top 3. But it's a tough situation, isn't it? I've seen 5 bowlers used. No real weak spots in this Belgian bowling lineup. I think Belgium are pretty happy where they're at the moment. Sudasanan will face up. Kind of a fun fact, all of the wickets bar 1 have been off the last ball of an over. Pushparajan was out during the 8th, but every other wicket was the last ball of an over. Slash from Sudasanan. Gets a thick outside edge for 1, and we'll get to see Srijay Patel now. Gone. It's going to be another caught and bowled again. It's that deception from Khalid Ahmadi. If you get it slightly wrong, there can be disastrous consequences. Srijay's out for a golden duck, 88 for 7, and all the alarm bells are going off now in this multi-innings. I wonder if he holds this back a little bit, because for sure he's early into the shot. I know he's got 3 or 4 or 5 or more types of deliveries that he bowls. You can see there, just hands out in front slightly. Didn't let it come to him. Srijay a little bit anxious, no doubt, facing his first ball, and that's all he lasts as Ahmadi. Then another breakthrough. Check it out here. See the hand here when he bowls. Might have just, you know, I think it's more or less a stock ball, but he deliberately kind of cuts his hands almost under the ball. So it's only a slight change. Makes a big effort to kind of, it's hard to describe, to back spin the ball, to just take maybe 10% of the pace off. But Ahmadi, he's a bit of a genius, isn't he, with the ball? Jasvinder Singh comes out, number 9. There's got to be real concerns that Malta aren't going to bat out the 10 here. Again, you've got Ahmadi still with 10 balls left in the barrel. You know, Akrami's only just getting started at the other end. Jasvinder watches the first one go by. Jasvinder, he's played some amazing innings, actually. One of my favourites was in an eliminator versus Malta. Why do I keep saying Malta? In eliminator versus Romania in the ECC. It swings in, you can see once again Ahmadi getting the ball to dance. Yeah, but Jasvinder came out with a fair bit of time left, batting number 11, and just proceeded to smash a 6 first ball. And yeah, it was a really good game. Really good game, actually. That'll be another one. Heard a little nick as it went past. It's kind of an understated reaction if ever I'd heard one. I think it's no doubt for me that this takes a little bit of the bat on the way past. So Jasvinder will have to go without scoring as well. And it's all the 8s, 88 for 8 now. Definitely heard a noise as it went past. Does seem like it takes a little bit of that, almost the splice of the bat. High up on the bat anyway. Then he tries to sell it, saying, hey, what are you talking about? But you can see his head shot around straight away. So it'll be a 3-baller for Jaswinder. And Amadi, again, turning it on. 88 for 8. You can tell a lot by kind of genuine body language. And I think the Belgians, it's almost a sign of ascendancy, isn't it? That they're kind of just expecting they're going to roll through him here. Here's one guy, he's always going to give you everything he's got. Wasim Abbas, in mostly for his bowling, but he can crack the ball. He's got to deal with 1 ball from Khalid Amadi. He's got 3 for 10, last ball of the 12th. And he'll deal with it by flicking away, and he almost holds out. Brave kind of shot. I'll see what happened to those stumps. But anyway, that's the end of the over. It's 89 for 8. It has been a bit windy this week. We've seen the stumps blowing over at times. There's our first blowover of the day. Wasim, he only wants to bat fast. I know, I suppose more sensible thing is here to build and build. You've got 8 overs remaining, but he will think that attack is the best form of defence. Funny how things play out. When T20 cricket started, people would think it was unbelievable that a team could get bowled out early. But actually, it just depends how hard you're going, how many risks you're taking, how far you can push it. And these players are trying to push it these days. There's risks that come with that. Hankel's going to switch up to the top end. I don't think I would have made a change. I would have stuck with Akrami. I suppose I've got plenty of good options, Belgium. 113 expected. Tankel bowling out here. And Abbas takes it on again. It's going straight into the hands of the fielder. And that's the other side of the coin, isn't it? When you play that, attack is the best form of defence. Well, it also has consequences if you don't get it right. And Taplial, he sits back and he takes a fairly regulation catch. So 89 for 9. This innings has really fallen away. They've now lost 5 wickets for 9 runs in the last 14 balls. Disappointment for Wasim. That was the longer boundary as well, square of the wicket. And takes it on. I suppose it's good captaincy from Shah Sheikh. I would have been sticking with left arm spinner for sure. By luck or by design. False shot comes. And we'll see Marks. Marks, known for plenty of things. Having a very good kind of patch with the ball. Also, one of the few players to bat with a mongoose on the network, which I don't think you can even buy anymore. First one was a bit quick for him. Yeah, the Belgium, you can tell their body language is super, super confident here. And poor Sudasanan, he's been left holding the baby, so to speak. He's watched 6 partners depart. All right. He's saying, oh, it's up to me then, I guess. I don't know if I can trust too many runs from the other end. It's filthy kind of slog. He gets a French cut for 4. 4 to the total. Interesting that, yeah, not probably feeling that sooner or later this 10th wicket's going to fall. So there's not really no point defending. That's his strategy here. And another day you build, you hope that you can sneak the total up. But he feels, okay, we're on borrowed time here. Let's just try and make some runs happen while we can. Into the bat this time. Tight one. They get 1. That's all they'll get. Big swing and a miss from Marks. Maybe that's why Chanjal is feeling, you know what? I feel we ain't making the 20. So let's swing for the fences and hope for the best. Marksy just saying that's a slightly off-speed delivery from Tankel. Oh yeah, speaking about the mongoose, I think it was custom made for the marksman or for somebody. Don't think you can even buy them anymore. Oh well, gets a piece of this one. Actually, flew pretty quickly. That's Sherry Butt down there at long off. That'll be the end of the over. And it's 96 for 9. That's the other thing here. You don't see anything like farming of the strike or anything, even though Sudasanan came in at 6 and Marks is batting 11. They're basically saying that we're taking everyone we can. It's also the fact that Sudasanan, he's not really faced that many balls considering. Let's have a look at that. That collapse, yeah, 5 for 9. They've lost. They were 80 for 4, then 89 for 9. Khalid Amadi to bowl out. Searching for this 10th wicket. Won't get it here. Marks gets the bat on it. This is where that slower ball I think is even more dangerous to players just haven't seen it too much. From here, it'd be interesting to see what they do. Because potentially, you bowled out your top 3 bowlers that you've used. There's that slow ball almost pops back. You got Zakir with 3 overs to bowl and Ekrami with 3 overs to bowl. So potentially you can handle all the last 6 overs just with them. But I wonder if they might want to give someone else the bowl as well, depending. Burhan Niaz, see if he's bowling too much in the series. That's a pretty good shot. That could beat the fielder. It does. Excellent shot from Sudasan. He loves the cut. Does bring up the 100 for Malta. It looked for a while that we might not see that happen. It's not even that wide. Just leans back and breaks the wrists on it. There's that slower ball. Well played. This is a funny one. I think... Okay, we've got 2 balls at Marks. I think he's going bouncer, slower ball. That'd be my strategy. I mean, he's got plenty of good strategies you could use. Or you just might go at stump straight away. Worked for him earlier, Amadi. Right. Go slower ball first. And credit to Marksy. Glances it away. They want to get it next to one. Oh, no. Almost creates a run out. Oh, what if that's chaos? Chanjal probably smart. Well, it would have seemed smart. He sees it at the stumps and says, come on, let's go. Marksy heard the collision of ball on stump, but as it was, it bounced straight to the fielder at mid-wicket and almost caused a run out at the other end. Right, last ball for Amadi. What's he going to do to Sudasanan? His pace on. Tries to force the issue. Chanjal will get one and he'll retain the strike. So fighting 10th wicket partnership. So far it's worth 15. And at the end of the 14th over, it's 104 for 9. Well, Luke's asking, is the mongoose still allowed? Yeah, I think it is. It's completely legal. I think just didn't catch on because it turned out you kind of need more bat. I think, yeah, particularly with horizontal bat shots, not particularly easy. So a lot of bowlers see you batting with that, they dig it in. But I've always, actually, David Mark said I could try his out in the nets. I never got around to it in Malta. Maybe next time I'm there. Because I just think it would be cool. I know that Matthew Hayden used one for a while in the IPL. Maybe not the whole innings. All right, Ekrami comes back. He can bowl out from this end. 1 wicket will do it, though. Oof. He jumps, and probably wasn't a wise thing to do in case he did jump out of the way and hit the stumps. I don't think he was in. That's never a good idea. Just get hit. What's wrong? What's wrong with getting hit? I've seen so many batters get out like that, jumping out the way of the ball. Ball hits the stumps. And the thing is, when they're jumping, they could have been sliding their bat in. Eyes off the leg side. There's Marks. Almost the end. The eyes never lie. He glanced to that side of the ground and then basically tries to hit it there. Then he says, oh yeah, you got me. Who doesn't love a tail ender? Marks, he'd be the first to admit. He's a lower order batter. But he's still giving it his best. He scored more than some higher up already. Oh, gee, that one would hit the stumps as well, but the thick inside edge runs away. They'll get 2. And he runs these. 18 now for the last wicket. Frustrating for the Belgians as well. They thought they might be off the field by now when it was 89 for 9 at the start of the 13th over. Marks takes it on. Right, it's going to be curtains surely. And it will be. Ekrami with the 2 for. And that 10th wicket partnership comes to an end. And Malta all out in less than 15 overs, scoring 107. Nice catch out there by Ravi Taplial. Once again, thought he was outstanding. Belgium all business here. Malta is finding it a bit of a cut above what they found when they were taking on the Estonian bowling attack. No disrespect to Estonia, of course, but Belgium ranked a lot higher. I think we know a lot of their players as well. We've seen them. They're very comfortable with their skill set. And Malta, I think, I would have liked more out of Pushparajan, like more out of Prasath. Both got into the 20s. Couldn't go further than that. And Belgium, they're feeling pretty good about themselves now, I think, after rolling Malta, who did actually elect to bat in this first match. Rolling them for 107. Well, you're not seeing double, just 2 very similar looking teams. Kit-wise, we had an early goal, some poor goalkeeping there, and well, Patanka, he'll be so frustrated after hitting 2 boundaries. He missed full toss. We hit it, but he hit it straight up in the air, basically. Missed the middle of the bat. Then we saw Rocky just mistiming a drive, finding the fielder. Pushparajan, though, big raps on him, obviously, with the kind of form he's in. Cracked that straight 6, probably the shot of the day. This was 4. Where the fielder wasn't able to stop it in time. Shraz Sheikh, though, he was pretty good in the field. Ran in and took that one fairly easily. Prasath took out the long handle. That's what he likes to do. This is a huge moment, though, as Pushparajan got caught just a couple of metres short of the boundary. That was Tankel. That took the catch. That was a bit of a tough one to swallow. And then the slower ball from a very impressive Tankel. Got Prasath playing across the line. Ali Raza did the rest. Lala came out, does what Lala does. He smashes a 6, but then just kind of stomped his shot here. Ekrami with a very good caught and bowl to his left. Again, taking opportunities, not just creating opportunities. And with Lala out at the start of the second half of this innings, there was more trouble afoot as Srijo Patel is yet another caught and bowled. He's not finding the pace of the ball first up. A little scratch on this one, I think. Jaswinder went without scoring. And Abbas came out. You know what he likes to do? He likes to hit. And again, it backfired a little bit as he was out to second ball for a single. Marksy came out at number 11. Then I was really worried. Sudasanan, though, combined with David Marks for a plucky little 18-run partnership for the 10th wicket. At least got the Maltese side up and into triple figures. But not a lot more than that, as they end up getting bowled out for 107 with 32 balls left on the table. So Belgium, I think they'd be very, very confident of chasing this 108, but I suppose for Malta, they just got to say if one team can do it, the other team can do it. They've got to create and take chances of their own. 3 players in the 20s. 2 out in the 20s, though. Pushparajan 26 and Prasath 22 starts, but couldn't go on with it. Sudasanam with 23 off 17 balls was not out at the end. He lost 6 partners along the way. And yeah, just disappointing, I suppose. I mean, Patanka 2 boundaries and out. Dianish hit a 6 and out. Maybe Bali 6 and out. And it's just one of those innings for Malta where it didn't run their way. And quite clever use of the bowlers as well, I think, from the Belgian skipper, Shara Sheikh. 3 for 19, Amadi was brilliant, but Tankel 3 wickets of his own was also very, very impressive on his debut. Tapliao with 2 wickets for 39 and 2 for Ekrami as well. Sabazakil just required to bowl the 1 over in that first innings. So we'll take a break. Belgium, less than a run a ball required to score this 108 for victory. Malta, well, I'll just be hoping that they can make something happen in the power play, make some early inroads, maybe give themselves a chance. Remember, each team play 4 games. This is only the beginning, and if they do go down Malta, they won't want to go down too badly, given that there are 2 spots out of 3 if you want to make the final on Sunday morning. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo. I hope you're enjoying your Friday. Of course, Peacock Friday as well. The weather's a bit brighter. Hopefully you're bright and breezy and taking it easy. And hopefully you join us in a few minutes when we return to Belgium for the second innings of this Mdina Cup T20I Men's Series. This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Hello cricket lovers, welcome back to Belgium and our coverage of the Mdina Cup, opening day of the men's portion of the week, and right now we're watching Malta come out to defend a score that's probably a few less than they would have hoped. They were bowled out for 107 within 15 overs in the first half of this game. Belgium coming out to chase 108 for victory and to score the first points of the series. Vinny Sanderhu, Mr. Maximo with you. Hoping you are enjoying the coverage so far. Pretty rare. We've had a bit of a T20 flavour on the network. Of course, we're known so much for our T10 cricket that we absolutely love doing. It's been critical, if you listen to a lot of the community here in Europe, critical at kind of putting European cricket on the map and developing these kind of skills which do translate into T20 cricket, which is now the kind of the accepted international format to expand the game. Belgium, I just got a feeling they will approach this the way they approach most of their cricket, with aggression. And strategically, it probably makes more sense to be a bit careful, because the only way you're going to lose is probably if you get rolled. And yeah, I suppose there'd be one school of thinking that would say to be a bit careful, but I just don't think that's the way they play. I think play your natural game. Probably go out there, pretend you're batting first. Muneeb's a good player. He's coming out there to face the first ball. The left-hander. Don't know if it's that ball. That's for Malta. They are going to have to make some early breakthroughs. Have to create and take some opportunities. Probably do something quite special to make this game competitive. Ali Raza at the other end. And he's somebody that we've seen score a lot of runs on the network. Very tired behind the stumps as always. Wazim Abbas. Well, if you want to change the game, you do that by taking a bag in the power play and putting Belgium on the back foot. A 2% chance for Malta. So you're saying there's a chance. Shake, rattle and roll. Here we go. 108 for the host to get off to a winning start. Muneeb might be slightly different than some of the players around him in that he is, I suppose, a bit more of a T20 batter. His natural instincts are to be a bit more selective. Whereas I think you've got some other guys in there that just can't wait for the excuse to be aggressive. I think he likes to be a little bit more circumspect if the situation dictates it. Or not. Takes it on and gets 4. Yeah, Muneeb, I suppose in the end still is the power play. Mdina up in the circle. The short boundaries are straight here in Hofstadter. Not quite out of the screws. Well struck. Fearless stuff really from Muneeb. Belgium open their account. Abbas. Kind of a lion-hearted cricketer. He took a hat-trick in the Valletta Cup a couple of years ago when I was there in Malta. Very hot conditions that week. Hello to Mr. J. Grant. Great to see you. And he said it's raining in Scotland, so he's not preparing the... Oh, there's a slash. That will run away for 4 more. So Muneeb taking his chances, cashing in a couple of boundaries, neither off the middle of the bat. And Mr. J. Grant saying no wicket prep for him because it's raining in Scotland, so he's enjoying an ECN Friday. Well, glad you are. You basically have, well, this week, we had no cricket Monday, Tuesday because Romania washed out. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, only T20 cricket. Pretty rare. Maybe start of the season we had something like that. We had a couple of days of T20 cricket at the start of the year. I know Portugal played Belgium. Portugal played Spain, I should say, in Porto. Some T20s. Rate required. Started at about 5.5 and over. It's only gone down so far. Wild one from Wazim. Not really getting too much movement in the air. Wow, that's borderline for height. Hit away anyway. It'll pitch just inside and go for 4. It's been an interesting one for height. Remember, they are a little bit looser on these kind of deliveries. But I think this is exactly why I think we normally call this kind of ball. It's probably hip height. Let's have a look at it on the height. You know, to me, that feels like it should be a no ball. But they might feel, okay, it's hitting him in the waist, which is, yeah, it doesn't feel right. But anyway, Munib was ready for it anyway. If you got caught on that, you'd be filthy. If it's not a no ball, put it that way. But I suppose, letter of the law, it's got to be above waist, and waist is wherever you think it is. Munib will get one here, will retain the strike. Ali Raza will have to wait a bit more time than on striker's end. Into the first over, and Belgium off to a flying start. 14 without loss. And that 14 is already the second highest scoring over we've had in this match. Taplio went for 16, a couple of sixes in the 7th over. For Malta, they have the back-to-back start, so again they'll have a bit of time to recover. They're taking on Portugal in the next game. Now Portugal are a very interesting looking team. I mentioned there's 2 ways to qualify for international cricket. One is to be a citizen of the country. That doesn't mean you necessarily were born in the country or have lived in the country or live in the country. It just means that you hold citizenship, which is basically that you can hold a passport. And sometimes that's done through your parents. Sometimes, yeah, you can kind of earn citizenship, maybe through living there for a while or through marriage or something like that. Every country's different. Here's Marks. Munib pulls across this one. Should get 2 here. We'll get it fairly easily. Yeah, the other way to qualify is to have lived continuously for 3 years in the country. So these are the ICC criteria. I think it's been good. It used to be something like a 7-year residency period. But now, I mean, with so many more countries playing international cricket, which, again, has been a real positive. I'm not so sure. I mean, there's 1 or 2 that probably play their cricket in Portugal. Everyone else is a passport holder or they qualified in residency, but might have, for example, in Nippo's case, moved to the UK. Once you qualify, you qualify. That's lifted up and well timed. Oh, very good catch down there. Ekrami. He's got a similar shirt. That will be a Maximo. Just timed away. It's not a short boundary that way either. And 6 to the total. Have a look at it here. It's got a low grip, actually. It gives him good kind of blade control. Munib knew straight away that was flying it. Good catch. That's Johnny Grimmer down there. Nice to see Johnny just appear. Johnny would be having a good time. I know that. Maybe not the best time at the moment with this Malta side. A long way behind. Slower ball. Pretty well bowled that from David Marks. Yeah, so that's the other thing with your qualification. So let's say you live in a country for 3 years and you qualify and you play. Once you play, you then can live somewhere else. As long as you don't play for any other country, you are still eligible to play for that country. So Taranjit Singh's a good example. He qualified, has played for Romania a fair bit. His work's now taken him to Poland. But he can still play for Romania. That's just, I mean, these are rules. These aren't rules we make up. These are ICC rules that are essentially followed. But yeah, that Portugal side, it's an interesting looking one. All right, straight up in the air. Raza finally gets to face. Should be gone first ball, and he will be. Sudasanan takes the catch. Raza had a kind of a FOMO type of innings. Had to watch the first 10 balls when he finally got on strike. He just tries to hit across something he should have played with a straighter bat. And Sudasanan, good wicket keeping from him. He takes responsibility and takes the catch. He loses the front side. No, straight away he's in trouble. Starts walking off Ali Raza. Sudasanan goes, thank you very much. Mark's fired up. We need 10 wickets to win. There's one of them. Ali Raza gone first ball, 23 for 1. It's just more or less a kind of stop ball, wasn't it? No trickery from Marks on that occasion. Just put it in a good area. Here comes Burhan Niaz. He's a player I like to see every single time, because he's worked very hard in his cricket. He's travelled a lot for his cricket now. Well, I mean, they've got Carlos Nunes in there. He captains Twickenham. They're a team we have seen in the ECS last year, actually. Captains their first 11. But you got Jalpesh Vijay, plays for Hornchurch. He qualifies the Portuguese passport. Shortish one from Mark's first up. That'll be the end of the over. Something for the Maltese to celebrate. There's still a lot of hard work to do to make this a contest. It's 23 for 1 after 2. Eshan Gomsh, UK-based. Juan Henry, UK-based. Nippo, UK-based. Machado, UK-based. Francois Stoneman, Faf Stoneman, this guy actually lives in Portugal, but has been playing his cricket in the Netherlands to develop his cricket in the last couple of years. Jeremy Martins, Ireland-based. Nunes, Noratum, UK-based. There's a bit of a pattern there, isn't there? A couple of new names for Portugal as well. Natim Hassam and Chad Potkita in the lineup. We'll see them in the second and third matches today, of course. Each team playing 2 matches per day. Long day. It's basically a 12-hour day of cricket. Here's Lala coming on. First one doesn't really move. Oh, this ball they've got seems to not be swinging the way that the first one did. Now, maybe they're not quite getting it right. Throws his hands at this one, Muneeb. And it will run away for another boundary. Despite the best efforts of the fielders, 3 fielders in pursuit. Belgium continuing to eat into this target. Lala, so he's going to switch around the wicket straight away to try and cramp Muneeb for room. Kind of does, but Muneeb knocks it down the ground, decides to take the single. Burhan Niaz get the strike back. Yeah, Burhan was even playing cricket in Australia. It's really great, actually. Been a few players now that when I'm chatting to them, I said, yeah, look, I'm planning to go play in the European off-season. And quite often that's in Australia, sometimes New Zealand, sometimes South Africa. And just to see them go learn, have those experiences, come back to the European game, I think it's really, really positive for the European game. Bit of a wild one. I don't think they bowled a wide in the power play, Belgium. And you see Malta finding a bit tough to get their rhythm. Maybe expecting the ball to do something else. Maybe move straighten down the line a little bit. That one just lost down the leg side. Let's get a bit of natural in-swing shape with this ball at the moment. And Niaz, he's also a pretty good bowler. It seems to have just kind of developed into more of a bat, specialist bat over the last couple of years. Good seam position there from Mehboob that time. You could see it just fading in to the batter. Again, comes into the batter dugout. Muneeb creating that left-hand, right-hand combination. Always difficult for bowlers to keep adjusting. Not a good ball. This time he's all over it. He'll go maximal. Muneeb into the 30s. He's the first batter to reach 30 today. It's very good footwork. You see, just a little bit of a shuffle. It's subtle, but it's important. That back foot had a little skip across, and it really opened up that leg side, that fine leg area. Going at kind of 260 pace at the moment. Really flying. I suppose the issue with going at this kind of pace is can you sustain that over 20 overs and not run out of wickets? It won't be an issue here. We'll have to stop him at 108. Chases one. That's well wide of the line. It'll have to be re-bowled. First away, T20I for Mehboob Ali. That will take us to the end of the over. So, 3 over power play. Belgium off to the races despite losing Ali Raza. First ball, Muneeb steers them to 38 for 1 after 3. (14, 9 and 15). So we've got 2 of the best 3 overs of the game that have happened in that 3 over power play. We're only halfway through this power play, of course. So now Niaz ready to face up again. Marks coming back for a second over. Yeah, bit of cricket round the grounds as well with Austria taking on Switzerland. That's not one that we are able to cover. Generally, we don't cover T20Is. Burhan cracks this one nicely, finds the fielder though. It's not because we don't want to, it's just it's very difficult. Our core cricket, I suppose the European cricket series that heads around Europe to kind of like 24 locations. So that keeps us very busy. Occasionally, if there's planning and there's a request, we can try and cover some other series. So yeah, this was planned well in advance to cover the Mdina Cup. And also, quite often, the T20s that we'll cover will be around our main tour. So, for example, we have the European Cricket Series in Czechia, and in Czechia, they've decided, okay, we're going to have some T20s leading into that, and then it's a bit more economical. We're already going to be there to set up. Everything will be set up, and then we can also show those T20 internationals. So, yeah, I suppose these teams are the lucky ones. They get the coverage. Yeah, but Austria, Switzerland, that'll be a pretty interesting game coming up. I know Austria hosted Slovenia a little while ago as well. Again, left-hander throwing the bowler for a bit of a loop. And those games today actually being played at Velden in Austria. I know at the moment the Sabine Cricket Ground unavailable to host international matches until further notice. Nice little flick away here from Manib. Still plenty of batting to come for Belgium as well. You've got Shiraz Sheikh, Mikel, Sherry Bart. Zakir listed at 7. Niaz. He's taking his time. Down the ground. Again, quick decision to come through for the single. Manib dominating this innings, 34 out of 42. Got to get him out the way soon, otherwise this isn't going to go anywhere near the distance. I think Belgium, they would have set themselves probably chase this in 10 to 12 overs. It's a good slower ball that Marks has. Gets a bit of a false shot. Still they get through for a single. It'll take us to the end of the 4th over, so 43 for 1. You can see we only actually got to the 15th over in the first innings. And Belgium flying at the moment, going at around about 11s. Yeah, but I'll definitely be keeping an eye on that score. The Austrian side, like I said, they put away Slovenia in a couple of T20s. It was just a couple of weeks ago. Mebib does get another over. That's one kind of tramline, thick edge, almost carries. There's a couple of times I think Mebib's done this deliberately, trying to get maybe a little nick on a reach or that kind of hanging edge that might carry to the field or down deep third. It's not really a controlled shot at all. Pretty good Yorker this time. He has good enough to dig it out though. Just a little bit of a holding pattern in this game at the moment. Not to desperately need this breakthrough. Munib waiting to face up. Well, it's a slightly different pace of the game, isn't there, in these T20s? I know there's some time element, but it won't really be relevant here. It's going to be called a wide, maybe a bit of a harsh one. I think they will tend to call balls that go over the tram line. They'll shake of the head. I'm not so sure that's a wide. It's umpire's discretion, I suppose. Seen more in than out. Push and run from Munib. Going off half century here. Moves to 37. Brings Burhan Niaz back on strike. And yeah, Burhan, I mean, born in Antwerp in Belgium. He's a really good example of somebody, and he's not alone, by the way. He might not necessarily look what you think of as when you think of a Belgian person, but he's Belgian. He's as Belgian as anyone else that's born there. I know he also travelled, well, has been travelling to Australia to play for Waruna, actually, in Western Australia, which is actually where I come from originally, WA. Segundi ball, really, and it's going to go the journey. Probably should have gone for 6. Instead, it will go for 4. First boundary for Niaz. There's Mabawali having a bit of a rough outing here first up. It's short, and the line didn't help either. Still to have a goal, though, in this innings. 50's up, though, for Belgium. Yeah, Waruna is about an hour or so, maybe an hour, yeah, probably an hour south of Perth. Good hard cricket down there. And I know a lot of them will be watching today. Good evening, everyone. Takes us on leg side, but misses out, hits the body. Also, Burhan, we have seen playing for VOC Rotterdam, former ECL champions of Europe. Played for Antwerp recently as well. Munib in the air, mishit, and gone. Pushparajan takes the catch. So once again, it's the last ball of an over that creates a wicket, and Mebu finally gets his man. He's been trying for ages to get Munib to reach at one and mishit it outside the off stump. This time it does go to hand, and Belgium lose a second wicket on the stroke of the 5th over, 52 for 2. Pretty easy catch for Pushparajan, who spotted the opportunity straight away. So Munib, biggest score of the game so far. He'll go for 37. Still with the power play on. He would have backed himself to get it over the mid-off there, but just didn't quite get the contact. Flew away. Priyan did the rest. New batter coming out there, Omid Kell. Wasn't he good during the night series? There's Niaz on screen. A final note about him. I remember a couple of years ago he was also picked to play in the Pakistan Junior League for Mardan Warriors. Again, that's another great experience that he takes away. For a European-born cricketer to have those kind of opportunities, I think that's wonderful. When he comes back and he's become a real leading member of this batting lineup now. I like him in that number 3 position. I mean, Cal probably be thankful he gets an opportunity here. Niaz chips, almost finds the fielder. Throw comes whistling in. Hamid Kell. Saw him for the Brussels Warriors recently. They were the victorious side in the night series. But how about his numbers in the night series? He averaged 62.66 and was striking at 310. Kind of tells you all you need to know. He scored 450s in the series. Remember, he played for Ghent back in the 22 European Cricket Series when we were there at Mechelen. Kel plays the first one back. Yeah, Nishal Shrestha in the chat saying, yeah, confirming. Burhan grew up in Antwerp, learned cricket around the grounds of Belgium, across the grounds of Belgium. Cracked. Absolutely cracked. And he scored a lot of runs on this ground during the night series. Oh, there's some of the crew. You can see the blue crew over there. Paolo having to get out of his seat. He won't enjoy that. But that made a real ping off the bat of Omid Kel. Those 4 runs, the first of his series. Didn't bother running. Why would you? Watch out, everybody. Marks. I reckon he goes slower ball here. He just dug one in, got absolutely smashed. Into his 3rd over. There it is. Slower ball, especially to a batter that hasn't seen too much of you yet. Thinking of 2 here, but happy with 1 in the end. No need to push for a risky second at this stage. Hello to Monty Luce and congratulations on the appointment. His wife's just been appointed to a ministry. Oh, tell us more. Slow ball again. Niaz knocks it out. Good confident run there. Kel backs up and gets through. Certainly something, I suppose, because the men are proportionately faster than women between the wickets. They don't have to stress as much about the running between the wickets, but still it's important you do it correctly. Back up, get the bat in the correct hand, ethically steal those 2 meters by the time the ball reaches your partner and then call confidently. Nolan Mustafa pretty confident that Belgium will get the win from here. I think they're confident as well. It takes us to the end of the 6-over power play, and Belgium are 59 for 2. $37 from Mdina was good knock. A bit disappointed he got out when he did. I felt there was a 50 on offer. So Lala's getting a 3rd over here. I would have thought maybe it could have been the time to make a change. You want to make sure you get some overs into all the bowlers that you're expecting to have to bowl in the next game against Portugal. So they're sticking with the same bowlers so far. That's the thing. It's just been a bit off. If he If he looked like he's in control of where the ball was going a bit more, then maybe you would give him a third. I suppose you could also say, he's taken a wicket. No one else has. So let's see if we can get another one. A bit of bat in that, maybe. Wait for the signal on the umpire. Did actually come back a fair bit. Yeah, no signal, so that'll be a run. Be a bit careful, kind of playing on the move here. It'd been an interesting decision had there not been any bat in it. And Mikel plays it nicely off the back foot, finds the fielder. 47 required. The only way you could possibly lose if you have a big collapse, get bowled out. 2 wickets down. Malta, man, you've always got to feel like there's a chance. It's 1 wicket at a time. Create 8 wickets, create a win from thin air. Full toss, searching for that York, and that'll run away for 4. Nice shot by Mikel. I think you're seeing a slightly different side of him in this innings as well. In the T10 format, the domestic level, it's crash, it's bash, it's trying to even hit the good balls out of the ground. But here, he's just been a little bit more nuanced. Don't you think it's interesting that now we see T20 as the longer format? There's another discussion. 20 years ago when it came in, how can you have a cricket game in 20 overs? But with the amount of T10 cricket we've had now, I mean, I love variety. I appreciate the chance to call a T20. Not something I get to do that often. Because you can really dig deeper, a little bit deeper into the strategy. And we've seen a bit more of kind of longer style tactics from bowlers. So T10's great. You have to think so quick, and it hones your decision-making skills at best. It's kind of on steroids. Another in-swinger from Mebu. Let's have the radar on some of the time with that in-swinger. Oh, Monty saying, as of Monday, his wife Monica is Deputy Housing Minister of Colombia. A temporary appointment, but could possibly become permanent. Wow. Congratulations. If I ever need anywhere to stay, I might call in a favour. I've always wanted to travel there, actually. Oh, see, that's the one that doesn't swing. See, I thought this bounces on the pitch. The umpire says it bounces partially off the pitch. And again, Mebu, he won't say anything, but he thinks it did bounce on the pitch. Let's have a look. Yeah, I mean, it's got to bounce wholly on the pitch. That's why I don't really like the no ball off the pitch rule anyway. So it'll be a free hit for Niaz. He was very quick to say to the umpire, hey, let's bounce off the pitch. Freebie. He misses it anyway. No harm, no foul. Maybe 1 for 31 off his 3, and after 7, it's 67 for 2. Big day coming up here, of course, with this just the first of 3 matches. Abbas bowled the first over, and they switched it up to Mehboob. Still think you'd like to see maybe Priyam Pushparajan have one. He actually was the leading wicket taker as well in that recent bilateral with Estonia. Varun Prasad is going to get a bowl. It's interesting, there's a couple of bowlers in this Malta lineup that used to bowl seam up, but now you see them bowling spin, bowling finger spin. I just think it's more effective, and probably right. It's easier on the body. Prasad's one of them. Again, being left-handed bowler, it's also a pretty useful skill to have. He's got two right-handers to bowl at here as well. It's giving a bit of flexibility as well. Has that the control of a finger spinner, but the ability to take the ball away from the right-hander. Hola, Thomas. Buenos dias. Nice to see you in the chat as well, watching from Madrid. Omid again pushes. We'll get a single. Yeah, Thomas watching from Madrid. We've got Dave watching from France. We've got people all around the place. Inside Europe and outside Europe as well. It's a big, big family in the ECN community. Worked away to square. They'll get a single. I think you're seeing here, these two are just prepared to take what comes to them. They're not necessarily throwing themselves, taking unnecessary risks. Ball chases the umpire. Genuine edge that time. I'll hustle through. It's good running, actually. Yeah, Prasath, I would have felt, hey, maybe I should have had a slip. You don't often see it, even in this format, especially with the game the way it is at the moment. So fourth bowler to be used, Prasath. Other bowling options. Well, the obvious ones, Priyan Pushparajan, of course. Wow, in the air, doesn't quite carry. Oh, gee, that was an interesting one. Bat never made the line. Did he crash into the bowler there? And if that had hit the stumps, would it have been out? Let's have a look. It's a plugger. Yeah, it would have been out. It wasn't the bowler. It just looked like a genuine bat plug. So I suppose quarter opportunity missed. You are going to win from this position. That's the sort of thing you probably got to have go your way. It'll be the end of the 8th over. And it's 72 for 2. Can see actually not too much difference between where these two teams were at this stage. And we were talking that stage, you know, is that we saw some 200s in the last series. We saw multiplay. It's similar kind of ground in a way, dimensions-wise. Here it's kind of opposite. The square boundaries are long and the straight boundaries are short. Malta's the opposite, but still they've got some short boundaries, some longer. And the other factor, I suppose, is, you know, if wickets fall, I think suddenly at 200 evaporates pretty quickly. In fact, they barely made 100 in that first innings, Malta. $80 for 4. Pretty much the halfway mark. So 80 in the first half, only 28 in the second. Says it all. The second didn't go the journey. It's that classic thing. You can't make runs if you're out. So you've got to find that balance between aggression and caution. Mark's bowling out here in the 9th. He's bowled pretty well. Can switch down to the bottom end here. In the air, bit of a tough one. There's Patanka down there, does the fielding. Affectionately known to our viewers as The Tank. Oh, watch out. Whispering Reds in the chat. Conrad Greenshields, nice to see you. Conrad. I know a few of the viewers have been asking me, how come you're not in the Portugal squad? I know it's a tough squad to break into now. Takes it on slow ball. Kel picks it. He hits it. And he almost gets 6. He'll have to settle for 4. Still takes Belgium 4 closer to the total. Picked that slow ball and picked actually the movement was in to the right-hander as well. Well time, but straight to point. Won't get a run there. Yeah, so Conrad, I think his idea was he was meant to retire from international cricket. I know he's brought back a bit earlier in the year. But yeah, I think Conrad, spectating in this tournament, I'd be very interested to hear your thoughts. Conrad, I'll question you actually. What do you think of this Portugal squad, and how do you think they'll go? We'll see them play in the second and third matches today, and the second and third matches tomorrow as well, and Malta and Belgium respectively. Right, it's gone very wrong. It's a clear no ball, slipped out. Won't be caught even if it was caught, but because of the slight misfield, they can take the opportunity to take a second and a free hit coming. It's a good shot, actually. It wasn't really a menacing delivery from Marks. Definitely slipped out. Last ball from Marks. He won't be able to take a wicket. It's free hit. And it has been hit very, very well. Niaz breaks the shackles. Maximo! Not the finish for David that he would have liked, as his last ball effectively goes for 9. Finishes 1 for 37. And the score continues to climb. 88 for 2 after 9. Just 20 runs required now. That was a biggie. Seemed to be getting away with the over. 7 off the first 5 balls there, Marks, but then the accidental beamer got hit for a couple, and then the free hit got hit for 6. So 9 off the last ball, 16 off the over, 88 on the board. We'll see Priyan Pushparajan at least getting an over here. Might be the only over he gets, depending on how things go. Conrad mentioning that they just hosted the MCC in Portugal. I saw that, actually. And Conrad saying couldn't be a part of it. Unfortunately, had to stay behind for work. Well, that's the life of European cricketer, Conrad. Yeah, curious to hear your thoughts, and maybe a couple of players we haven't seen so much and what we might expect for them. I'm going to go to Prasad, so I'm going to stick with him, actually. Bowler bad first over. I just thought maybe it would be an opportunity to try out Pushparajan, but maybe they're planning to bring him on next over. Tossed up a bit, but Niaz knocks it down the ground for 1. No goals in this second half. This is the look at the program. So Portugal will play in matches 2 and 3. And actually, this is essentially the same fixtures we'll see tomorrow. So Belgium playing Malta in match 1. Malta have to play back-to-back. So to Portugal in a way. The Belgians will get the middle game off. It's probably pros and cons to either playing back-to-back or having the longer day, essentially, that Belgium have. Imagine that they may stay at the ground, they may go off together, go off for a bit of lunch. I always think it's maybe not the worst thing to have a little bit of a break, get away. Change of angle here, like going over the wicket, looping it outside off. Yeah, I just saw some of the Portuguese players. Maybe we can get them on the camera that are arriving at the ground. Still a fair bit of time till that next game. About an hour and 3/4. It's not a bad strategy, I think, for Prasad. Kind of exaggerate the angle across with the turn. That'll be the end of 10 overs, so probably time for a bit of a drink. Just 16 runs required from here on in. Belgium 92 for 2. There we go. Here's some of the Belgians arriving. all kinds of contraptions they have these days. The old rubber band between the legs. I mean, that's something you used to see in the old three-legged race. That's something I'd like to see in the warm-up. But yeah, Portugal, they do come in as the highest ranked side, but pretty much dead heat with Belgium. Portugal 43, Belgium 44, Malta 73. So it's kind of showing up a little bit, I suppose, in the game here. But I mean, Malta, I suppose one of their issues, they are, I think, relying on a couple of players that can really pull off a big innings. Push Barrage is one of them. And I think you got to realize he's only just started playing T20I cricket, only just qualified. So they'll be hoping with him qualified, they can make a bit of a run up through the 60s, maybe even higher. Yeah, Conrad saying he's gutted not to be there, but he's saying, yeah, I'm right, life of a European cricketer, and the work does get in the way sometimes. The squad that is there for Portugal is strong, and thinks we're in for a treat. I also think it's quite an interesting clash of styles with the Belgian ball. Even though we're not really seeing the Belgian ball with these two, I think it's a bit more of a traditional T20, if there is such a thing as traditional T20 approach. But Portugal with a lot of UK-based cricketers, a couple of new faces that I haven't seen before. I'm looking forward to seeing them. Nateem Hassam's come in, Chad Potkita as well. He's got a South African background. Interesting to see what that team looks like. I don't get the teams released until half an hour before the game for T20Is, such as the procedure. And the toss will happen half an hour before. That just makes me hungry. I want to go to Chile's Zaventem. It looks good. How long have I got? Anyway, 11th over, 20 to win. Jaswinder gets bowl. Gets hit for one, first up. Yes, push putt. Slower ball and actually gets the miss hit. And that's gone. It's just a concentration error, really, from Omid Kell. This really wasn't even a very well located slower ball from Jaswinder Singh, but he will take the wicket. Wasim Abbas with the catch. For a guy that has a cracking pull shot, he'll be bitterly disappointed to go in that fashion, Omid. It probably won't make too much of a difference as far as the result goes. It's never arrived, and it couldn't even work out where he was trying to hit it. It's kind of ball, you either need to cut it or you need to pull it. It did neither. Just skewed it up in the air. But again, it's a game of fractions of a second, isn't it? Jaswinder Singh breaks through with a consolation wicket. Belgium, 15 runs away from the win. 93 for 3. It's almost like, I think when he saw it, he thought it was too easy. Just took his eye off the ball slightly and mistimed it. Conrad, very excited to see the Portuguese. Gives a 2-word all caps message. Let's see if that survives. Hope you're well though, Conrad. I'd love to have you on the commentary, actually, if you were off work. Maybe one day when you retire. Again. Whispering Red, as he was christened when he was on commentary with me in Portugal. Bit of a renaissance of Conrad, though. Some big scores in ECS cricket. Did pretty well in the kind of friendlies against Spain earlier in the year as well in Porto. Speaking of around the grounds, though, Women's World Cup qualifiers concluding yesterday. Did have some consequences from my commentary roster with Tina Goff's Germany getting through to the next round of qualifying. Through for a single here. They had to work for it. Shaz Sheikh comes out. The Belgian skipper at number 5. Yeah, the Women's World Cup qualifiers. What about Italy on home soil? Perfect 5-0. It was a bit of a drama yesterday with Isle of Man beating Jersey. Pardon me, Sweden beating Jersey before Germany beat Isle of Man. Yeah, and that cost Jersey any chance to qualify. Of course, then they would have been relying on the Germans to lose, so they didn't ultimately. But I saw a few photos of the celebrations. Looked like everyone was having a great time. Even had a couple of phone calls over there. A few friendly discussions about the best place to field out on that boundary. Spirited. Trash shake. Quite a clever bit of batting here. This is one you have to get that front leg out the way, otherwise you risk playing across it and getting your pad blown off, but he does just clear it, gets the bat down on it. End of the over. 96 for 3 after 11. Turned out to be a pretty nice day, which is what you want to see after it's been a bit of a rough week in European cricket. I mean, rough year really, but I suppose there are times it's going to happen. Not too much can be done about it. Prasath continues with his left arm over. Sheik pushes, gets the one, hands it back to Niaz. Yeah, Monty Lou saying Malta hadn't had a good game, but there's enough talent there. Well, there's certainly talent in the lineup. I just think there's no easy games, and even within games, there's no easy contests. You're not going to get weak bowlers bowling at you. You're not going to get weak batters, really. Team in the 60s. Now you're taking on a team in the 40s. And really, this game isn't too much longer for this world, as Niaz plays a classical cover drive. Beautiful balance all the way along the carpet. Isn't worried by the angle. Just watches it onto the middle of the bat. Drills it into the gap. Yeah, so you're seeing the difference, I think, between taking on a team in the 40s and the 60s. If you want to think of... Yeah, it's probably a good way to think about these rankings. You've got 100 countries in the rankings. You know, what does a team in the 20s look like? What does a team in the 30s look like? You dig into that a bit deeper. I mean, you've got Netherlands who are kind of in the teens. You got kind of your 10 or so top tier. Then you got 11 to 20, which is your kind of your top associates. Again, this is a bit of work for the fielder. Has to go to ground, so they'll get 2. It's 3 to win now. Yeah, so I'll try and pick out a team in each set of 10. So in the 20s, you've got teams like Uganda and you've got teams like Jersey. In the 30s, you've got teams like Spain and Italy. In the 40s, you've got teams like, or like here, Portugal, Belgium, Austria, another one, France. In the 50s, you've got teams like Romania, Czechia, even Finland in there, Sweden. In the 60s, you've got Estonia, Hungary, actually 70 Hungary, but you've got Estonia in the 60s. And then 70s, Malta, Gibraltar. And in the 80s, then you've got kind of Cyprus, Croatia. 90s, you've got Bulgaria, Turkey. So it gives you an idea of kind of the kind of caliber you're going to get in each I call it like a decade, if you want to call it a decade. All right, 2 to win. Niaz wants to finish it off, but he's going to be finished off just short of the target. Patanka takes the catch. Jasvinder with a cheeky little twofer here towards the end. The score is 106 for 4. Nice catch down there. And again, going for that short boundary. And comes up just short. So disappointing for Niaz not to see it out, but still, yeah, just made sure that there were going to be no dramas in that chase. Sherry Butt might be in for a short time. Happy to see the first one out. Still, Sherry, very good player. Gets a little bit of a stare from Jasvinder. This will tie the scores. I've looked it up. The correct word for a group of 10 is a decile. A decile. And each one of those deciles have a slightly different feel, don't they? So you've got a team in the 70s playing a team in the 40s. Any score wins it here. Sheik tries to heave across the line. Just keeping this game alive. Jasvinder. Well, these figures 2 for 5. Any score wins it though for Belgium. The game will continue as... Funny, sometimes he's so close. I think they're just enjoying having a bit of practice out there. But the scores are tied, 107 for 4 after the over. Let's have a look at what's coming up, though. With Malta versus Portugal, we're pretty much an hour and a half from the first ball, which means we're an hour away from the toss and the teams being released. Malta, well, it's going to be a long way back if they lose this one to then break in. They're going to have to play very well tomorrow, so I want to do it now. I suppose they're better for the run. Portugal, their first game of the series, 11:45 a.m. GMT, which is 1:45 p.m. in Central Europe. And that would be 5:15 in India. Pushparajan will get a bowl here, but it might be a real short one. It will be a short one because that is going to run away. It will make it to the boundary. I think they will get the boundary for that. I think they hadn't quite touched for the first run. So Priam will just get the one ball, and it's a pretty comprehensive win in the end with 41 balls to spare. Belgium chased down the target of 108. And they win this T20 International by 6 wickets. And for Malta, they'll know they just weren't able to sustain that innings. They're in a decent position, actually, runs-wise. They scored 80 in the first half, but weren't able to keep anyone there for any length of time. And then Belgium kind of methodically picked them off after a pretty bright start. Some positives. I think Sudasanan had a pretty good game behind the stumps and also was plucky with the bat. He was the only Malta batter not to be dismissed. Also, I think Mark's bowled pretty well. Jaswinder with those 2 wickets at the end, although the game was as good as gone by then, 2 for 5. But it's going to be back to the drawing board for Malta. They will have an hour and a half until the start of the next game. Well, they knew it wasn't enough runs, Malta, but they were just trying to get some early breakthroughs. Muneeb had other ideas, though, as he cracked boundaries through the power play. That one's well caught by a teammate, Akrami. Gets the applause of Johnny Grimmer. Ali Raza had to wait 10 balls to face, and when he did, he hit one straight up in the air. Disappointment for him, but he didn't waste any time. There's still batting to come. Niaz came out, played a good hand, didn't he? We saw Muneeb eventually fall for 37 off just 20, but by then they'd really eaten into the target. Omid Kell came out, played a couple of authoritative shots. That was my favourite, actually. Cracked that pull shot. Showed he had gears, actually, Omid Kell. Finished with 21 off 20. I'd be disappointed to get out this fashion, though. He picked the slow ball, just hit it straight up in the air. And you can see Malta, plenty of emotions flying around. Well, have to just kind of be professional, get on with it, playing back-to-back games. Late in the piece, Niaz went trying to get the winning runs. That didn't matter for too much in the end, as Sheikh and Sherry Butt would see Belgium over the line. See them to the first win of the series. We'll see the Belgians later on tonight, taking on Portugal. But first, we'll see Malta to take on Portugal, starting in around about 90 minutes. Join us just before that. 111 for 4 then in the end. They win with more or less 7 overs to spare. 37 for Muneeb, 34 for Niaz, and Omid Kell with 21. Sheikh and Sherry Butt were there at the end, but I don't think there were ever too many doubts in that second innings of who would be winning that game. Bowling-wise, you can see Jaswinder with 2 for 5, steals the figures. Singles for Marks and Mehboob Ali. Again, wasn't quite the consistency I think either of those bowlers would have liked. Prasad was promising, I thought, with the ball as well. We'll take a break then, back in around about an hour and 25 minutes. Just repeating, in about an hour, we'll have the toss result. It'll go up on the screen. You can also check our website, EuropeanCricket.com. If you haven't already, make sure you like this video and tell your family, tell your friends about ECN. Great to see a few new faces in the chat as well. Let's keep the discussion going as we'll keep the cricket going. Still 2 T20 internationals to go in this opening day. Many sound to here, Mr. Maximo for ECN, and join you after the lunch break for more ECN Mdina Cup.
so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to Belgium for the second match of this men's Mdina Cup. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with you on a pretty nice-looking Friday. You can see a bit of blue sky, which I think is a nice addition after we haven't had too much of it over the first couple of days, where we saw the Belgian side taking on the Swiss side in the Women's Mdina Cup, the Swiss taking the win 4-0. So we've already seen Malta take on Belgium earlier on in the day, Belgium getting the win there in the first men's match. And now we're going to see Portugal for the first time, as they have brought what looks like a pretty strong squad into match number 2. Now, I do have some toss news for you here, with Portugal winning the toss and electing to bowl in match 2. Now, a fair few familiar names there, and also a couple of names I haven't seen before. Batting 3 and 4, you got Chad Potgieter and Natim Hassam in there. Potgieter with South African background, I believe. Hassam plays cricket in the UK. Carlos Nunes leads the side, also leads Twickenham's first 11 in the UK competition in the ECS last year as well. Twickenham, though we didn't see Carlos then. We have seen him before on the network. Hardeep Singh in there as a Portuguese-based player. Faf Stoneman as well. He lives in Portugal, has been playing in the Netherlands. Nippo in there, left-arm spinner. Watch out for him. For Malta, well, they have brought in a couple of changes here. Imran Amir in there, as well as Jamshed Kunan Churakal. So almost ready for a start here. Malta, well, they went down pretty comprehensively in the first game to the Belgians. They weren't able to bat out the 20 in the end. Only did him about 15 overs, actually, after they were in a reasonably strong position early in their innings. And Portugal, fairly heavy favourites here. There's the Portuguese side in the huddle, just spending their final moments before they go out there. I've got to say, I'm a big fan of the uniforms as well. For all teams in this series, yeah, Portugal with their kind of mix of the more dark red and the green, of course, which it does feature in their national colours. This should be an absolute banger of a game. Malta, though, I think they are relying on a couple of players in particular. I think Pushpa Rajan, most notably, he's expected to lead the way, I suppose. He's been in very, very good form. Plenty of sunshine here at the moment. Checking the current temperature. It is 23 degrees, heading for 25. Couldn't hope for a better atmosphere for a cricket match. Field dimensions here. Straight boundaries are shorter than the square boundaries. It's kind of a reverse Malta in a way. At the Master Cricket Ground, it's the straight boundaries that are long in T20 cricket, and there's really no room to move on the square boundaries. And here's a change at the top. No Patanka in the side. So he's been left out. Also, Wazim Abbas has a rest in this game. I just wonder if he might be a little bit sore. And he bowled the one over, which surprised me. Jamshid Kunan Churakal comes in for him. Imran Amir comes in. So a hard-hitting bat and an off-spinning option coming in for Darshit Patanka, who hit 2 boundaries early, then found a way to get out. back in game one. Exciting moment, I'm sure, as well, for those players that we haven't had the opportunity to play much or any T20I cricket. All right, we're good to go. Shake, rattle, and roll. Match 2. It's going to be Upen Shantu to bowl. Yeah, I've got to say, he impressed me a lot in the time I saw him. He was involved earlier in the year. We started the season with a kind of a friendly series, if you like. That was in Porto, somewhere I would love to go, actually. Rocky Dinish gets another chance at the top of the order. It's a very good piece of fielding. Makes him work for it. In Portugal, the majority of their side are playing, I suppose, outside of Portugal. And I mean the big majority. That one would have been really tight if it had hit. It's a different condition, I suppose, than what they'd play on normally. They'd probably mostly be playing on turf, exclusively on turf, having to adjust the artificial surface. Well, maybe Bali's been sent out the top of the order. Now, there was a definite strategy in the first game to not have him bat in the first half of the innings, if at all possible. So they've flipped it now. They've said, right, go out there, see if you can get something going in the power play, which is always the question with Mehboob, is can he do it when the bowling goes up a notch? He had a big 6 and soon after got out in the first game. And you can see his strategy. It's no secret. He's going to go after the bowling. Another miss. Warm welcome back to all of our viewers, of course. I know that we had a bit of an extended break there, didn't we? But hello to Steve McVeigh. Good to see you in. Supporting Portugal, no doubt. Maybe does get a pat on this. There's Sean Gomes in at cover. Takes it clean as a whistle. That'll be the end of the first over. There's one without loss after one. He drilled this, didn't he? Bang. Short hop to Sean. Does very well. Sean, he's another guy we've seen playing for Team Europe before. Very, very fun left-handed batter to watch. But Shantu only goes for the single, one without loss after one. Hello, Luke, as well. Good to see you. And the Lily Panda. Great to see some Panda power in the chat. I know that Lily's going to hold on as long as she can. Hello to Thomas. Welcome back to you as well. Where are your allegiances in this? Thomas, do you have kind of an Iberian bond? As a Spanish person, you're going for Portugal? Geographical kind of bond? Hello to Kroom as well. Welcome back. Golden Mustafa as well. Paul Kempen and many more. Juan Henry to bowl over number 2. On to Rocky. Rocky takes it on off the front foot and partially stopped it. It will get away for a single. Good areas first up. Juan actually had the honour of leading Portugal a little bit earlier in the season. We saw Portugal taking on Norway in some T10 and T20I cricket. Short arm jab this time from Lala. That will go. That's a very powerful strike. Maximal. First one. Had the length to work with there. But you can see it was only like a love tap. It was perfectly timed. See what he comes back with here, Henry. Lala takes it on again, this time up and over the offside. Just gets it over the head of Daval Narotam. They do get back for a couple. And Lala, certainly better than the first over. That's the thing with Lala. Sometimes he's determined to play a certain kind of shot. He likes to kind of muscle off the front foot. Unless it's really short. We saw him pull that first ball from Henry pretty nicely for 6. And there again, you can see he doesn't really stay in line with it. He still clears that front leg and almost tickles one through to Carlos Nunez behind the stumps. It's kind of what I would call prefabricated footwork. You see that pretty much every ball, that's where that front foot goes from Lala. And much the same, although this time he's able to carve it up and over. Cover point for another 6. Maximo! Lala on in the second over. What a difference an over makes. And they probably feel that the power play might be the best time to bat Lala. With only 2 outfielders, get 6 overs of it. Henry, looks like you're waiting for a mistake here. Last ball the over. Or not. Good movement there for Juan. Hello to all of our fans around the world, and particularly, let's have a warm welcome to all our Portugal viewers who might be tuning in for the first time today with Portugal entering the tournament. Saw Conrad has been in there already. I know Portugal's a side we followed quite a lot over the years. Bat pad actually. Would have gone to the man under the helmet, but instead it will be the end of the second over. 16 coming off that and a 17 without loss after 2. Yeah, Kroom saying, would you call Lala a pinch hitter? I mean, he'd probably feel he's more than that. Because, I mean, here's his role principally to bat. He bowls a bit as well. Quick look at the table. It's early days, but of course Belgium with the 1 win. Top of the table. If you can't get a second win, I think you're not missing out on the final. Remember, 2 out of 3 will play in the final. Shantu. Open face offered by Rocky. Almost nicks it through to the keeper, Nunez. Yeah, I mean, as far as him not being in overly long, Malta would... I mean, they will accept if he gets out in the first 6 overs because they've got Pushparaj and they've got Prasath, even Amir coming in, for example. Notice Matthew listed at 6. Should have Son and 7. He batted well earlier. That'll be the first wicket. Again, it's a bit of a technical thing there with Rocky. Offers the open face this time. Tickles one through. Carlos Nunez does the rest. And we have our first wicket of match 2. Shantu, the left armour, with the breakthrough. Just helps it on its way. Good keeping, good footwork. Made it look easy. I suppose it was pretty easy. As Rocky falls for 2. And it's 17 for 1. That's the thing. Gets a good bowl like Shantu. If you're not offering the full face of the bat, can run yourself into trouble. He ends up running it straight through to Carlos. Rocky with a bit of an early knockout in this one. Good bowling though. It's that natural angle. I was almost daring him to say, yeah, go on. Try and run it down. Best case, you're getting 1 there. In worst case, it'll be the end of you. This is a big contest coming up. Priyan Pushparajan comes out in the 3rd over. Not even halfway through the power play. Most runs, most wickets for Priyan in the last T20 series for Malta. That was at home against Estonia, including his first ever T20I 100. Facing Shantu. Plays with soft hands. Lala set a bit of a task, and this would have been out. Had a stump to aim at. Lala says sorry, maybe for not running faster. Let's have a look at it on the replay. He liked the idea of running faster, but let's just say the legs had a bit of a load to carry. And he just missed the end of that, which would have shown that he was short of his ground comfortably. Lala gets the strike back. Well, this time he's going to heave it, and he's going to find a bit of a gap. We'll run away for 4. So Mahbub, again, taking no backward step, taking a few steps, though. That was the old fake footwork outside the off stump, comes back. Basically, he ends up in a similar position than he started, trying to mess with the bowler a bit. I don't think Shant will mind that so much. He doesn't like the result. Feels he's a good chance. Digs it in. He caught a wide. I can see from side on. This is what I mean about Lala committing forward before the ball's bowled. This is a ball you're never going to play forward to, but he's got the habit. That front foot is always big step. And I don't know where that would have gone if he'd hit it, probably straight over the keeper. But it's just one of those things that bowlers will know. Hey, you're committing to a certain plan. I can now devise a strategy against that. Slower ball this time from Shantu. Yeah, Luke's saying bit of extra bounce. Had a hand in the Rocky dismissal. That's true as well. Pushparajan faces up. Last ball to third. Tries to go over the top and does. Only just. But it'll be a boundary to Priyan, his first. Plenty of action early in this one at the end of the third over. It's 28 for 1. Priyan got out earlier, chasing the straight short boundary. Fell just short. Shantu. Still, for him, it will be a successful over. Very Belgian looking residential area in the background. Hopefully it makes you feel like you're right on the ground in Belgium. This is a look at what's happened today. Belgium beat Malta by 6 wickets. Plenty of time to spare in the first game. These two teams play for the first time. Big, thick edge. Lala is going to be gone. It's a wicket for Henry. Gets his man in the end. Again, pretty risky to keep heaving across the ball. And I think you've got to give credit to the captain there. Nunez had his third right in the right position. Pretty fine. It ends up being the second wicket. So both openers back in the shed in the first 19 balls. Yeah, good reward for Henry. Again, if you look at the line of this ball, it's at least 2 stumps outside off. And that's the thing with Lala, can he find a way to succeed against bowlers that aren't just going to bowl trash at him all the time? And I think we saw that in the Estonian series, that he was able to thrive, though he did often give a chance early. And I think there's a big difference between the bowling attack. I talked about it earlier, a team in the 60s versus a team in the 40s. It's quite a different caliber of bowling attack. And I think Portugal and Belgium, for that matter, have aspirations of climbing up into the 30s as well. They're 43 and 44 respectively at the moment. Prasath, the new batter. Back cut first up, finds the fielder. Stoneman fires at the stumps. Portugal looking on early in the piece. Mentioned Prasath, he seems to have kind of shaken a few bad habits that were creeping into his batting at one point. Well, he's missing a lot of balls that seem to go between him and the leg stump, which don't happen very often to top bats. Down the ground, Prasath still won't quite get off the mark. Chad Potkeeter was the man that took the catch down there at deep third. Pretty bad timing that the camera was just having a minor issue fix. So I don't think we caught it on the camera. But well done to Chad. Gets on the stats board. Meanwhile, so's Prasath. I think that's not a goal, but it will be a 6. Let's have a look at it on the replay. I think at least Malta won the football game 2-0 earlier against Belgium. Where does this one go? Yeah, just off to the side of the goal. Ends up close to the back of the net. We've been having a bit of an impromptu football game. Still 0-0 in the football, but 6 runs to Prasath, who's off the mark at the 3rd attempt. Henry tries a different angle. I don't mind that angle to Prasath. Historically, that is where he sometimes has got himself in a bit of a tangle, whereas he kind of quite likes the ball coming across him. Push for Argent. As push doesn't get a run here. Henry. Well, 6-1 in the over, but don't forget that big wicket of Mabu Bali. And so at the end of 4 overs, it's 35 for 2. Malta started strongly, then fell in a bit of a heap in that first game. These are the two, I think, that need to get something going. These are the two. They are capable of lifting Malta to a competitive score. But if they get out, got Amir, who again is a good hitter on his day, but again, at this level, you wonder about how effective he could be for a longer period. Imran Amir coming into the side, listed at 5. Eldros Matthews, good player as well, sure. But again, I don't quite have the pedigree of these two at the crease right now. Shantu's back. Cramps up. Prasath first up. See, with Prasath, he's not the kind of guy that really clears his front leg. He stays quite side on. Slightly different technique. Keep an eye on him here. Goes down the ground. Just gets it away from the fielder. That'll be 4. And Shantu pitching up, asking the right question. We still are in the power play. Only 2 outfielders allowed. But if you watch, keep an eye on Prasath's footwork. His natural kind of trigger is a bit of a front foot movement, but it's not clearing the front leg. It's kind of straight down the pitch. So that's why occasionally he does get cramped up. Gets in a bit of a tangle when the ball's in, and he needs to get that front leg out the way. His front foot here. This time, he's going to stand, he's going to cut, gets away from Stoneman. Won't be too happy he doesn't handle it the first time, but only a single conceded. Maybe see that on the replay again, maybe from the main camera. But just have a look. He's got a little, look at the front foot. It starts quite open, but see that little step. I often say Prasath doesn't have a lot of footwork. It's nothing that pronounced, but that's just a little trigger. And that's, I think, why sometimes he struggles with this angle. It's coming into him. Push for Argent. Gets a full toss. Bounces it off the fielder for a single. Oh, he goes the lean back. And he's going to be gone. What a good catch. That is. And it's one Henry that will take it. It really did cramp him once again. This time he kind of goes with it. He guides it down to deep third. Check it out in the replay. Thanks to 2 circles. Just keeps following him. He doesn't bail out. He decides to try and maneuver it And what a fantastic catch. Hung up in the air. Actually comes from out of the circle. Comes from the circle, out of the circle, does John Henry. Hold on to a real stinger of a catch. Running back with the flight. Prasath out for 12 and the partnership broken before it really has a chance to hatch. 41 for 3. Clever bowling again, though, from Shantu. Malta, unfortunately for them, it's looking like a pretty miserable day with the bat so far. It's 13 wickets that they have lost in, well, I think not even 20 overs batted. Question about why is Michael Das not playing? I'm not so sure that Michael has qualified for T20I cricket yet. Remember that you can play T10I on your way. If you're on the way to qualifying for T20I, it's a nice way to get you introduced. Sudasanan comes out at 5, comes out a spot higher, comes out ahead of Imran Amir, comes out ahead of Eldos Matthew. And again, look at the feet here. Just a little jump away. Goes very close to nicking off first ball. Gets that little technical thing. I think can get found out against high quality bowling attacks. That'll be the end of the over. So 5 overs down, 3 wickets fall in the first 5. 41 for 3. Great to have you with us, as it is me, Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, taking through this Mdina Cup, which will continue today, tomorrow, and of course, Sunday. We'll have the final. These two batted together for a while before. You know, I like Sudasan and I like his hustle. He's a pretty solid keeper. He's a guy that's come into the national setup over the last couple of years. John Henry getting a third over. So the bowling, though, is 3 and 3. Got a feeling it might not bowl out Shantu just yet. Takes it on and gets it. It's a good shot from Pushparajan. Yeah, he's a fearless kind of bat. He takes on this, doesn't do it by halves, and it sails over that leg side boundary. Maximo. Badly needed, to say the least. We have time to get in position, but just saw it. Got it more or less out of the middle. There's our blue crew over there. All right, Pushparajan though. Next ball. He's going to be gone. So it's a 4th wicket now, 6 and out situation. Gomes with the catch and Henry with another critical breakthrough. As both those playmakers are gone in quick succession. And Malta 47 for 4. Check it out in the replay. It was kind of a nothing shot, wasn't it? Tried to take it on the up. It's a disappointing finish for Pushparajan. Still had a lot of time to bat. But he goes within the power play and it's 4 lost now. 47 for 4. And it's a slow, sad walk off for Priyant. He misses out twice. I know he got in the 20s before, but he's somebody that they're relying on to score a few more than that. No Maltese batter has reached 30 today. It hasn't been an issue that they've been running out of time either. Eldos Matthew comes out. He's a recognised bat. You can easily see him batting up at 3. Patron. Maybe a bit expensive for his liking, but I think he's there to take wickets and to take key wickets. He's got 2 of them so far, so the opening bowler's doing the job for Portugal. I think that's off the leg. Yeah. Umpire, is he going to crack? Nope. This will be an interesting one. I think everyone knows, and the fielding's like, look how slow we got this. Flicks the back thigh. Umpire went on a bit of a wander, and then the secondary round of appeals came. I don't know if we can get that from the main camera again and try and almost freeze when it goes past the batter, and you'll see just flicks the pad. See it, and he's just touching it. It's a good decision. We'll say it's a really good decision. Beats the inside edge. That's the deflection. You can see it comes off the leg after. That's one time it's actually handy to have the camera behind. You get a better look. Oh, jeez. Henry wheeling and dealing. I wonder if it's worth bowling one of these two out. I mean, I do like the idea of having them up your sleeve because if there is a rearguard action, you've still got two confident bowlers to bring back. But I think with Henry, especially if he's winning this one-on-one battle with Eldos Matthew, and say you can't get him out here, if Matthew's on strike, I would be tempted to bowl him again just to see if you can crack him. Get that 5th wicket. Matthew handles the 3rd one. Best of the lot. Another attempted run out, but it will be the end of the 6-over power play. They go at 8s, but they lose 4. Malta, 48 for 4 after 6. I think he was safely home. Sudasan is pretty fast between the wickets. And no one reaching 20 yet. Mehboob came out swinging. Went down swinging. Potkita with a catch down at 3rd. Similar area that one Henry took one off Shantu. Pushparajan popped out to the infield. And early on we saw Rocky guide one behind. So they had the 4 wickets so far. Matthew faces up. They do bowl out Shantu. So, I mean, they've got plenty of good options still to come. Both pace and spin options. Portugal. Quick look at what's coming up, of course. We're in Belgium. This is the only cricket on ECN at the moment. Not the way it was planned, but Romania was meant to start on Monday. Now it'll start on Sunday with that 4-day European cricket series. We head to Hornchurch. So 2 series starting in consecutive days right now. Oh, I have to go to the VAR. Is that a goal? We know it's a boundary. It brings up the 50 for Malta. You slow this one down when it goes past the football post. Let's see if it's inside. Is it in the corner? Oh, it is. Oh, go rock and roll that. It is a goal. Confirmed. Goal. Malta on the board. Their 3rd goal of the day. They might not be winning the cricket. They're winning the football so far. Great camera work as well. Angelus pushing the buttons as well. Doing a wonderful job. Matthew will take the 4 runs. 127 expected. Again, that looks a little bit light on in these conditions. I think with Pushparajan, I know some people saying, what's his plan in T20? But you got to remember, he did score a century, a T20I century, recently against Malta. It was earlier this month. Pulled off the hit by Matthew. Hey, look who's popped into the chat. It's Tina Goff. Hi, Tina. Hopefully you're well. Are you traveling back home or traveling somewhere? And congratulations. We talked about it earlier. Tina's side, Germany, getting through to the next phase of the World Cup qualifiers, along with Italy, who are undefeated. And congratulations to both those sides. Commiserations to the others. I think it's nice to see at least every team got at least one win during that round of World Cup qualifiers in Italy. This one jumps on Janjal. Got out kind of driving on the up earlier. Yeah, let us know where you are in the world, Tina, and everyone else for that matter. Finlay's Chickens, where are you watching from? Just curious. If in doubt, swing harder. Sudasan doubles down. It is a kind of go for broke approach so far from Malta. They're 53 for 4 after 7. Yeah, hello to Ryan Hassan as well, saying congratulations to Tina as well. Ryan, where are you watching from? Steve McVeigh, I think I know where you're watching from, but tell me. Hello to Zishan as well, who's popped in. Good to see you, as always. I'm just kind of emphasising the need for Malta to try and build a partnership. The partnerships haven't been there so far. Gonna go the double bowl out with Henry coming back. So I suppose here as a batter, oh geez, that would have been out as well. Slow to get going there. Eldos Matthew gets in the end. I suppose as a batter now, you can be a little bit careful there, Henry, because you know that, okay, they're going to have make a double switch. And yes, there's going to be good bowlers coming on next as well. But, you know, they'll be finding their feet, whereas you're already established at the crease. You've already got some sort of advantage over the new bowler. Good looking shot that time from Chanjal. More technical. We'll fit it out there by Gomes. Ah, that's right, Tina. She's in Salerno for a wedding. That's right. I remember you weren't going straight home. That's very convenient, isn't it? And then, of course, she'll be in Hornchurch day one with Nish. Been in touch with Nish today. He's excited. Rare wild one from Grant Henry. I'll see you and raise you, Tina, because unfortunately I'm going to miss some of the European Cricket Series in Czechia. Whereas I'm going to a wedding in Venice. So aren't we living the life? Tina saying it was very kind of her colleague to arrange a wedding around the World Cup qualifiers. We've only had one ECN wedding, and that was Stefan and Meta Guch, who we saw both in action during our Estonian tour, which concluded last Sunday. Will we ever get another one? Maybe one day. Not exactly a hotbed of scandal, I will say, the ECN workplace. Everyone's far too busy. Stoneman hurls this in again, making them work for every run at the moment. Henry is basically getting bowled out to try and break this partnership. Let's see who they go to next. I got a feeling they might go to spin and we'll see Nippo. He's a very clever left arm, orthodox spinner. I suppose we'll find out shortly. A little bit of an up and under guide job there. Teases the infielder. Wow. Takes off for a 2 that wasn't really ever there. Luckily, Matthews there to send him back, and it will take us to the end of the 8th over. It's 58 for 4. So both the openers bowled out now. Upan Shantu, 4 overs, no maiden, 2 for 23. And Henry, 4 overs, no maiden, 2 for 34. So, I mean, the run rate isn't too bad. Still probably think they'd like that run rate more towards the 9 or 10. But it's those 4 wickets you can see they fell in the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. And key wickets as well. Oh, Steve's watching from the county ground in Derby. Is that right, Steve? I heard the weather in Portugal is actually pretty good. If you are watching from Portugal, tell us exactly. They do go to Faf Stoneman here as the first change option. Over number 9. Oh, again, what's going on with the running here? Oh, very close. I hope he's all right here. Nunez, I think that's taken a hop, and it might have taken him in the head. Gee, I have to check this one out in the replay. Exactly what happened. Again, kamikaze running. I don't know if we can slow that down and see. Did he knock it into his own head? It doesn't hit the edge of the pitch, I don't think. Oh, did it just hit him flush? Yikes. Does it come off the arm first? Yeah, it's what I thought. It's arm to sunglasses. Hats off. Yikes. Okay, well, let's hope that he's all right. He's a key player here. Hopefully he hasn't done any damage. There's no blood or anything like that. And Carlos, pretty experienced campaigner. I mentioned he leads the Twickenham First 11 at a very high-level competition in the UK. Something tells me he's a pretty tough nut and he's just going to get on with it. Be time for the old concussion test, though. Self-inflicted. Wasn't the best throw, though. And that whistled in. All right, Carlos could see. We'll continue. Cracks this, just misses the point fielder. Oh, again, running. Chanjal's got a bit of a death wish. I know he's fast, but thrown balls faster. Look at him fly into his crease. Bit of Wesley Snipes in Major League about the running. I love this dive, though. I don't even got it at the end. He flies in. Don't think the dive would have helped him if it was on target. Oh, dodgy one from Chanjal. Keeper's up now to Faf Stoneman. And maybe just trying to put a bit of the claustrophobia into the batter. There's are risks to coming up to the medium pace. Probably a bit quicker than medium pace, to be fair, Faf Stoneman. Little edges that might be easy catches, might get away for 4, it might not be held. But also, you know, a bit of a chance for stumping. Also, just kind of, it's an extra thing that's weighing on the batter's mind. Having to kind of bat in a shoebox. Again, that gets past, not held cleanly, but still in a reasonable position. Don't think the back foot hasn't really gone anywhere. Gets across. There's a little something on this. Leg by. Signalled, and that will be the end of the over. So 3, and that leg by off the over from Stoneman. Decent start for him. And the score is 62 for 4. You can see the strike rates here, 5 off 9, 8 off 13. Thing is, you need to try and recover at pace, don't you? I think Malta have crossed that line a couple of times between aggressive and irresponsible in the first 9 overs. Hashu comes on for his first bowl of the series. He's got a bit about him as well. Bit of 1 for the over here first up. Dinks it in short. Bowled him. Just blasted straight through Matthew. Hashu bringing the heat. Those stumps might need some attention after that. They might need to be brought back to life because they are flattened. And it is the 5th wicket, breaks the partnership 62 for 5. You want a confidence builder? Doesn't get much better than that. I worry about those stumps because they almost didn't survive the women's series. If you look up comprehensive in the dictionary, they might show you that dismissal. Rahul with his tail up in Malta, 62 for 5. Imran Amir comes in. This will be a good test for him. Well, it's not the stumps that need help, it's the bail. I think they'll go to drinks here because we're on the 10th over anyway. So, yeah, bail smasher. Maybe they couldn't find the bail that flew so far. I think everyone loves to see stumps flying. And yeah, Conrad saying, Hashu is quick. Trust him. I believe you. I've seen him before. That was just one of those rare moments. Completely beaten all ends up for speed. Hashu, wicket just second ball. Feel like they probably will go. Depending how it goes, I think you'd probably bowl Stoneman one more, then go to Nippo, and then Hashu can just bowl out here, and then Stoneman can come from this far end to bowl the last couple, if you just want to use the 5 bowlers. Yeah, what do you think about that? That dismissal, though. I know that at the moment there's Spain, Denmark, in Denmark as well. Fantastic. Kind of unofficial ODIs, if you like. Amir. Good luck. First ball of the series for him. Credit to him. Gets bad on it. Amir's a guy, he wouldn't be out of place at the top of the order playing that kind of la-la role. Seen him make some big scores at the domestic level before. Shoot. Like ice creams, won't want to stop at 1. Yeah, credit to him. Gets a fair bit about him. That will fly away. So counter-attack coming. 4 runs. It'll guide away. Bit of a risky shot. Needs to go to the fielder. Needs to go to the keeper. He gets it between both of them. And Imran is off the mark. Yorker. Amir's kind of found the pace now, hasn't he? Something that Matthew didn't have the chance to do. Getting castled second ball. Last ball, the 10th. Just starting to back himself into a bit of a corner. Does keep it out, though. What a good over from Hashu. 1 for 5. Malta, again, running out of resources halfway through this first inning. 67 for 5. Quick look at the Premier Division. And unfortunately for Malta, they got relegated from this division last year, but they'll want to be back. For Portugal, they're in Group C, and one thing I will say, there's no easy groups anywhere. So Portugal will take on Scotland, Jersey, Finland, Sweden, and Switzerland. But I will say, I mean, look at this Portuguese side. They quite impressed me last year. Also, no Jeremy Martins in this side at the moment. You throw him in. Amir with a little bit of a difference of opinion, ends up flashing a thumbs up. Ironic that the man that's 3 times slower was pushing for the quick single. Chanjal said no thank you. Didn't seem like an obvious single to me. I think Chanjal probably was right to send him back and send him back just in time. And this time Chanjal's a bit more ready for the one, but it's not there either. Yeah, Faf. I still call him a kind of a Portuguese-based player, although he does leave now in the summer to play domestically in the Netherlands. It's a good standard of competition. Sudasanan again looking for that single. I think with 2 right-handers, I think the smart play here, Paul Stoneman, this over. Yeah, get your 4 overs out of Nippo. Amir guides this one behind point. Pretty good shot, actually. I think he does pretty well to make a stop there. Has to get all twister and a family function about it to make sure he's not touching the rope and the ball at the same time. Check it out here on the replay. Makes a good initial stop. Gets his teammate to clean up. Have a look at this, though. So that's fine. Don't know what he fields it with. His knee. And then basically has to avoid the ball from there on in. But yeah, effective. Bowled him. Faf Stoneman breaks through. One that nips back. Takes a bit of the inside edge of Amir. It's not quite sure what happened. But once again, the stumps are knocked over. Oh, Faf, he's here. He's there. He's everywhere. And Malta, yeah, having a rough day with the bat. Another wicket falls. Maybe we can see this one from front on, because I do think it comes back off the surface. Amir gets bowled, plays on for 7 at 69 for 6. I just think this is genuinely a good area, and it hits the seam and does a bit. Now, how slow can we get this? Have a look at the bounce. A little left to right here. Yeah, left to right. And then, actually, maybe it didn't hit anything inside. I thought it came back so much it must have. But I just think it was just a genuine nip back through the gate. Excellent bowling from Stoneman. 11 overs down, 69 for 6. And poor Malta. The more things change, the more they stay the same at the moment for them. It's starting to look like a contest between 2 teams that have 30 ranking positions between them. Jasvinder Singh comes out at number 8. I think it's Hushu who's going to bowl next over. He's got a bit of the fear factor about him. I wouldn't fancy going out there as lower order batter and having to take him on straight away. It's one thing to bat out 20 overs, but how many can they actually make if they do? Chanjal, the old back away and guide down. Fielder's in good position there. All right. Where the rubber hits the road then. Jasminda comes out to face the music. Looks like he'd blow away in a small breeze. He's going to have the wind coming at him. Rahul Kumar Hashu. I'll say Jasminda bowled very well before. Took a couple of wickets. Hashu with the breeze at his back. You can see there. Hashu gets it past Jasminda. Jasminda's certainly making a pretty clear indication what he thinks. Must be seeing him well. Push and run this time. He does have an interesting load up, Hashu. I mean, to me, it seems mostly okay, but this is one of those things at this level as well as different sort of procedures. Something I'm sure Hashu would be aware of is making sure that the action. Nicked and gone. It's another one. And Sudarsana will go. 71 for 7 now, Malta. Again, the Rahul Kumar Express is pulling out of the station. Wild shot, really. And Janjal gets a thick edge. Nunes does the rest. Malta fading away here in match 2. Janjal, I'm sure we'll see with the gloves in the second innings, but right now he's out for 6. He wasn't able to strike a boundary either during his time at the crease. You can always tell with the head, can't you? It's a wild kind of a swing. Malta, we'll say, after today, if they do go down here, very tough for them to make the final, but still, there's an opportunity for them. They will get 2 more games to try and pick up a win or 2, which could do their rankings a lot of good. Remember, they are playing 2 teams here that are 30 ranking spots above them. Here's Kudan Chirakal. Oh, he's going to go for it straight away. Up in the air. And gone. Well, Gomes with a good catch out there. Hashu's on a hat trick. It was a pretty good shot, actually. That's the thing. Got long boundary square of the wicket. Kind of the opposite to Malta, as you said earlier. This kind of instinctive strike, wasn't it? Never tried to keep it down, but showed too much of the ball to Shan. Takes a nice catch sliding in. So, Hashu has a 3rd wicket now. 3 for 7 off 11 balls bowled. He's got 1 more ball in the over, and it's a hat-trick ball coming up. We'll say Srijay Patel, who's going to come out at number 10. He's probably the best number 10 I've seen for a while. He's a guy that could bat. Even in this team, I think he could bat up the top of the order if they wanted. I'm a little bit surprised to see him so low down. There's a bit of an evenness among quite a few of the Maltese bats, though. At first, he's going to have to face a hat-trick ball. Could it be a hat-trick here in the Mdina Cup? Oh, pretty good ball. Well handled. You see with Patel, though, he handled it easy as you like. So he might be batting about 9 spots too low based on what we've seen to the Maltese batting today. Anyway, it will be the end of the 12th over. The score, 71 for 8. When the wickets fall, the runs generally dry up, especially against good bowling attacks. I'm going to go stick with Stoneman. I think maybe they would have thought about pulling him after his 2nd over. But the fact he did just take a wicket probably sways you. So it's, okay, have 1 more. We can save you 1 for the end. Might not be an end the way things are going. Jasmine to sing out there with Srijay Patel now for Malta. Hundreds never looked further away. 86 expected. Even that's a stretch at the moment. Great take this actually from Carlos. This goes for the 1 mitt. Now some asking about Jagat Purna, but he's not qualified yet. Hasn't done the 3 years to play T20 international cricket. Get through for a single. I wouldn't mind seeing this from side on. That bat, did it plug? Did it drop? Was it in? Interesting one. Let's have a look. Did he even take the stumps? Maybe he didn't. But if he had taken the stumps, would this have been out? Look. Yeah. I think if he'd taken the stumps, I think that foot was still in the air and the bat never made it. Tough take. It's a finger stinger for Carlos down the leg side. The viewers complaining as well. The moustache from Faf Stoneman is unnecessarily, I suppose, an eyesore. Genuine edge this time. That's going to fly away. And I don't know if we count that as a goal. Hits the back of a goal, so I'm going to say it's no goal. But it will be 4 runs. Patel off the mark. I remember when Faf was with Oeris when they qualified for the ECL in 2023, the whole team had some pretty dirty mows. So obviously he's bringing back a little bit of the old nostalgia. Wanted the run there, but sent back pretty quickly. I know there's a lot of comments about, you know, having to adjust between T10 and T20, but I think you also got to give credit to the Portuguese bowling attack, and it's not easy. They're building a lot of pressure. The fielding generally has been good. Slight fumble there from Shantu. Again, it's never a run there. Shrija, I like the hustle, but you couldn't have hit it more at the fielder. And the only good thing about it was that Jasvinder realised straight away there's never a run there. Beaten for pace there. It's a hittable ball, really. Full toss on the pads. Fortunately for Patel, he misses out into the 13th over, 78 for 8. 7 overs to go, or nearest offer. Beautiful afternoon for cricket, though, right now. Any marks to come from Malta, who, remember, in the earlier game, were only able to manage 107. Now we are going to get some nippo. Better late than never. We'll be hoping to put this innings to sleep. Right on the money first up. Jasminda. Hangs up in the air. Chance. Missed. Up his shot. Went to Noritam. Hovering there. Short cover. Quick decision to throw. Came up firing. Saw a back cut this time from Jasminda. That's a bit of a task for Shantu. Come back for two more. Slides on this time. Fraction short this time. And we'll get through for one. So, Nippo, key here. Draw them forward. Don't let them sit back and play from the crease. I think you can toss one up the eye line. Might be able to buy a wicket. This is Fuller. Patel squeezes it out for one. Nippo only gives away 4 in his first over of the tournament. And the score is 82 for 8. Stoneman to come back and bowl out here in over number 15. Again, Patel looking for a single, never going to get it. Like the angles here in this infield, make it really hard to get off the rack. Bowled from Faf Stoneman. So really, I'll be hoping for a bang bang bush. Portugal. And they've listed Sean Gomes to open up with Davakumar Noritam. Oh, well. Patel takes it on and he's going to get it. I think might have even gone over the goals. How about that for a shot? Maximal. Not bad for number 10. Malta. Bit of a fun one for the number files in the audience. They're 88 for 8 for the second time today. It went sails over the bar. Yeah, Sri J's no tail ender. All right, that one actually pretty high. It's going to get put away anyway. An interesting replay, actually. In fact, has been called a no ball. It looks like an attempted change up from Faf Stoneman. And he's not so tall, is he? So anything above. Yeah, I mean, I like that call. I know you can argue where's the waist, but I think it's the right call. Free hit then. Slices away. Only the single. A bit of a rearguard action between these two for the 9th wicket. Put on 23 so far. Stoneman. Old Burt Reynolds look. Never saw Burt Reynolds feel like that though. Slightly off line that time from Stoneman. A bit of pad on this round the corner. It'll take us to the end of 15. Malta playing from behind, 95 for 8. Really heading for something similar to what we saw before. Nippo, I think, needs to read the room. Needs to slow it down a bit. Maybe force a false shot here. Or lure a false shot from Jasvinder. Does want to go in. I'm sure about that. Won't be able to resist. That could be one, it is. So, a bit of extra bounce. Does Jasvinder. Tries to cut. Tidy piece of work from Nunez up to the stumps as well. And that will be the 9th wicket down. Nunez knew straight away. There's a bit of an edge, I think, that Jasvinder did too. And Malta finding it tough going. Jasvinder out for 5. Stuck around for a while. Partnership was worth 24 for the 9th wicket, but as it falls, it's 95 for 9. Here's the marksman. Coming out at number 11. So Nippo with his first wicket of the series. Oh, what's Marx's approach? We shoot from the hip. He forces away with back foot. Marx actually batted right earlier. Involved in a little bit of a late order scramble. Now Srijay goes after this one, admonishes himself straight away. Push and run from Srijay. I think they will take pretty much every run here. Well, it's a bad throw. Better throw. Could have been curtains for Patel. Shan fails to pick an end. I bet Hashu's chomping at the bit. Might not get the chance, though, because that one is up and is out of the ground. Maximal! Well hit by Srijay Patel. Like I said, his guy might be batting 9 spots too low. to be honest, it's not that different from the shot he missed the ball before. I was going to say Hashu's probably pretty keen to get the ball back in his hand and see if he can just blast through this last pair. Patel's 23 at number 10 is now the highest score of any batter in this innings. Takes it on again, and he gets it again. Maximo. Wow, Srijay. He's giving it the old ECS special here at the moment. And that's the longer boundary on the ground as well. That'll be the end of the over. 110 for 9. So they've outdone themselves from earlier. Yes, Srijay plays the cricket for Mudda Day. They've had some pretty memorable games on the network, including one where they forced a golden ball with only 7 players on the field. Don't ask. Srijay actually scored his highest score on ECN cricket this year with a 90 not out for Mudda Day versus the power hitters. So, I mean, look, there's a guy with a 90 on the network in T10 cricket, and he's batting number 10. That's what I mean. He's certainly very capable. Highest score, though, of 9 going into this game in T20I cricket. As to be fair, I only had played this year, only played 4 matches. Four overs remaining then. You see that Portuguese fans getting a bit frustrated at the late order antics of Malta. I mean, look, let's say they do stay together. Let's say, what's their best case here? Let's say they go 2 a ball by some sort of miracle, even though they're 9 out. Okay, so you go plus 48, 158. It's something to bowl at. It looked like might not happen a moment ago. All right. Hashu does come back. Made a late decision to switch him to that bottom end. So he's got 2 overs up his sleeve. I've got a good question from Monty. How many runs for a last wicket partnership to qualify as annoying? You be the judge. They put on 24 for the 9th wicket. They've already put on 16 for this 10th wicket. So there's 40 runs from when they were 8 down. Yeah, I think the delay there was that Faf was trying to bowl again, but I was just having to check my notes because I had him as bowling 4 overs, and yeah, he did bowl out. 4 overs, 1 for 24. I think that's even happened at a fairly high level. It might have been in a women's ODI where somebody bowled over their 10 overs and no one noticed for a couple of balls. She actually bowled them. Then you had kind of like a constitutional crisis. Do you count the balls? I think in the end they did count the balls and they made a switch mid over. Well, Timber get away for a run. All right, Marks. 2 off 2. Now gets the pleasure of facing Rahul Kumar Hashu. After the old 2-man, 2-umpire stump fix. And I worried about these stumps if they were going to use the same ones as yesterday. We saw, we see Millie Holmes cartwheeling the off stump. And you got issues. And there was even a debate yesterday. What happens if a stump gets broken here and you don't have any replacements? What do you do? Start a discussion of kind of unprecedented events that aren't really covered. Yeah, we got four. We've got the old 4-person setup. Trying to surgically get the stumps right. And I suppose while we've got this slight delay, it's a nice opportunity to ask you to put your comments, put your questions in the chat. Let us know where you're watching from. Yes, to answer Monty's question, how many runs for a last wicket partnership to qualify is annoying? I'd say I'm irritated at 10 and I'm annoyed at 20. And right now it's at 18. Probably more annoyed that they can't find some stumps that can take a cricket ball. Could be a bit of an issue as we're only 1.5 matches into a 7-match series. Good to go. I'll swing from Mark. So that gets bad on it. It's going to fly. No real foot movement there from David. I'm sure he'll have all his teammates watching on from Malta as well. Popular character. Oh, wow. What a top edge this is. It's going to go to fine leg and go for 4. He tries to dab it, and it's like the ball dabs him, actually. Watch this one. It ends up going to the left of the keeper. Like a freakish deflection. But, hey, the 10th wicket partnership does get into what I was calling annoying territory. Oh, full toss nearly knocks out the stumps. Want to hit a 4th one. Hashu. 3 for 14. I'm trying to push for 4. Oh, Marksy takes it on up in the air. It's a good miscue in the end. Well, a dodgy second. They'll get there, though. So, yeah, Malta. Big borrowing, stealing what they can. It will be the end of the over. Turns out to be a pretty productive one given the circumstances. 9 runs coming off the 17th. 119 for 9. I'll be interested to see how Portugal go about this target. Somewhere in the 120s or 130s, I imagine. 130s if Malta are lucky. Bit of a resurgence. See 8 down after 12, but they've survived to about another 5 overs since then, just losing 1 more wicket. It means they've only got 1 to give. So they've gone to a 6 bowler, and they're going to go to Hardeep. Probably not a bad time to get him involved either. Nippo was all right, but got whacked for back-to-back 6s at the end of his last over. So Hardeep, a player we know pretty well, goes by Hardeep Singh Kutan in this series. Patel on 30. Oh, fumble from Nippo, a bit disappointing, given he was there precisely to save that run. But Shrije, he's batted very well. Not often you see a scorecard like this. He's the only batter to make 20, and he's made over 30 now. Marks, number 11. Swashbuckles one. Half a chance of that. That'll be it. A fantastic bit of fielding. New stumps, please. Patel will have to be stuck on that 31 now for life because it was a brilliant direct hit. Shrije just overcommitting. Question was asked to the fielder who went bang, and Malta bowled out for 120 this time. They make it into the 18th over. Only made it into the 15th earlier, so that's 20 wickets lost today for Malta. You have more than they might have thought, but less what they wanted. Check this one out. What a throw. Never had a chance, and it's Noritam that has made no mistake. So Hardeep has his spell cut pretty short, but he won't mind. As Portugal walk off, pretty satisfied with their efforts, I think, all things considered. And maybe would have felt they would have liked to have cleaned up the tail a bit earlier, maybe kept them into something in the 90s. But I think in the end, as the stumps will be fixed over the next 15 to 20 minutes, looking forward for 31. And Malta finish on 120 exactly. So run a ball pace. If you consider the whole 20 overs, Portugal will be firm favourites to pick up the win in their first match of the series here in match 2. 31, Shrije Patel leads the scoring all the way from number 10. You could easily open him. He looked at least a bit more confident, had his moments like everyone. 19 for Mebu Bali, but couldn't survive too long as he was asked to open the batting. Pushparaj and Prasath once again make starts, but can't go on with it. They're out for 12 apiece. Bowling-wise, pretty professional effort, really. Just the kind of 6 wides and a no ball in over 17 overs bowled. Hashu impressed with his raw pace, 3 for 16. 2 for Shantu and Henry opening the bowling. They're the ones that started it off, really made those early in road. Stoneman with a wicket, Hippo with a wicket, and Hardeep came on, but only had to bowl the 2 balls as the direct hit from Noritam finished this innings off. We'll take a break then. We'll be back in around about 12 minutes time or so with the second innings. Portugal chasing 121 for their first win in the series. Many Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Hope you're enjoying your ECN Friday. We'll see you after the break. Live from Belgium, you're watching the ECN Mdina Cup.
Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Hello and welcome back to Belgium as we get set for the second innings of match 2. Looks like they've almost finished fixing up the stumps after a violent direct hit from Noritam. Finished the first innings with a bit of time to spare. 17.2 overs bowled in the first innings of the 20. Malta making 120 all out. Portugal 121 to win, so they'll be batting for the first time in the series. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. We've gone on a bit of a T20 swing this week with the ECS Romania postponed until Sunday. So it looks like Dhaval Kumar Noritam is out there to open up. Zimran Amir in the foreground is into the side this time around. They're just sorting which end they're going to bowl from first, and I think we'll be this end closest to the camera. Sean Gomes out there as well. So you get classic left-hand, right-hand combination. Maybe Bali looks like he will be the first bowler. And for Malta, I'd love to snatch a win here, but they're going to have to rely on probably Portugal batting below their level and Malta having a heater in the field. So on to win, Portuguese on the chase here in match 2. First one swings down the left, getting earlier, left to right. We'll say slightly drier here in the afternoon. The wind is slightly left to right as well as kind of slightly top to bottom of the screen as well. So he's bowling slightly into it here, Lala. That's a pretty good shot from Noritam. First up, just carves it over point. 4 runs and we're away. Bit of width. Noritam. We saw him hitting his straps on occasion in Porto earlier in the year. And he's a guy that can finish this pretty quickly. I'll field it down there. Belgians, of course, in action first game, and they'll be in action last game of the day. Comes hustles through for a run, face up for the first time. It'll be interesting to see Lala to the left-hander. We saw him get out Manoob eventually from Belgium, left-handed opener. Drew him wide, tried to get him playing away from his body. I think the best tip I would have for Portugal is just go out there, pretend you're batting first. Don't worry too much about the target. I think you could just have that same game plan. You don't have to be overly conservative. It's a below par total. I think there's no doubt about that. Sean faces up for the first time. Getting a fair bit out of his crease there. Trying to neutralise any movement, perhaps. If he does get in the pad, it's long distance between the impact and the stumps. Kanan Chirako there, doing the fielding into the side. Fortunately for him, no good with the bat. Played what looked like quite a decent drive over the offside, but found the fielder. Gomes himself actually took that catch, and it was a golden duck for Jamshid. Good movement there from Lala, but the shot's equal to it. In fact, that could go all the way. It's well stopped, actually. That's the kind of effort you want to see from Malta, who have been below par with the bat today. Having said that, we need to realise, they're at team 73 in the world, taking on teams 43 and 44. So I think you have to be understanding with respect to that. Excellent bit of work from Priyan Pushparajan. Driven on the up, Norotam. Have to settle for the single this time. As Patel, he's been pushed back. He was the last to go. He was run out, but not before. He scored 31 and 31 very valuable runs for Malta, batting number 10. I think we might see him batting a bit higher off the back of that effort. Where are the runs going to come from? Pushparajan's an obvious one. Prasad's an obvious one. Do you put Patanka back in? He looked good, but they just missed a full toss earlier on in the day. Patanka's probably in my team. Drawn wide. Umpire happy enough with it. So that's the end of the first over, and it's 10 without loss. It's a bit of a grey zone what's a wide and what's not, actually, in T20 cricket. This one seemed to go over the line for me. The umpire's happy enough. So, 1 over down. Imagine we'll see marks from the top end now. No Wazim Abbas in the lineup either for Malta. I bowled only 1 over earlier in the day. We didn't see him bowl a second, and that tells me there's probably something wrong with him physically. He's been left out of the side this game, so I imagine that's an injury concern for Wazim. Does make it even tougher to defend this 120. Just trying to get the field right here at the moment. Gives me a chance to say hello to everyone in the comment section as well. Luke says he thinks Portugal win with 5 overs to spare. I think could be even more than that if they get going. Hello to Thomas as well. All right, we're up in the air. And an opportunity. And taken. Srijay Patel having a very good game. Norotam goes to the skies, tries to take on the power play. But the marksman hits his mark with the first wicket of the second innings. The dangerous Navakumar Norotam out for just 8. And the score is 10 for 1. You can see he had plenty of time to think about that, Srijay. But he's a solid cricketer. He's taken some amazing catches on the network as well. So he holds his nerve. Norotam fails. Does have a 4 in his 8. He's the first to go. It's 10 for 1. Hello to Howard. Nice to see you. Saying he's just looked at a satellite photo of this ground. Seen some little stands must have been moved to make a larger playing area. Well, it's pretty recent that they've redeveloped it. Howard, where are you watching from, by the way, Howard? Let us know in the chat. So, yeah, we saw it unveiled for the first time on ECN just at the end of April when we had the 2-week night series here. Chad Potkita will fill the number 3 position. And I'm excited to see him. He's into the side. Again, qualifying on citizenship. And I'm sure he's very excited to get into the thick of it. And Chad gets off the mark straight away. He's making his debut here. But he's a guy, I think, he's played a lot of club cricket at a good level. He gets a fair bit of runway to work with here. Gomes out there, so you got your left-hand, right-hand combination still in order. Mark sees another guy's natural movement is normally into the right-hander, away from the left-hander. Gomes is a pretty tidy player. I remember at the first ever ECC, Portugal were in an awful position, 0-6 out of their 8 group matches, taking on the table-topping Netherlands in their 7th match on a Thursday morning. Gomes just lit it up. They end up winning that one in an upset. You wouldn't have put dirty money on them that morning. And then they ended up winning the next game, getting it through, and actually then winning the eliminated 3 versus 4 as well. What a run that was. Bit of tennis ball-like bounce there from Marks. Chad just decided not to flirt at it. Only bad things were going to happen. Can afford to take a ball or two or even more to try to get set in this format with this kind of target. Takes it on down the ground and finds the gap. First boundary for Potkita. Pretty well struck one at that. Like a well-used bat, that one. There's only a cherries on it. Let's see. Gomes saw it straight away. That was into the gap. And there was no need to run. 4 to the total. You know that Marks has a good slower ball. Wonder if he wants to use it in this spot here. Oh, he sticks with the pace on. Bit of an appeal from Sudasana, but didn't get a lot of support. Lisa, which with the umpires end of the second over in the score, 16 for 1. Just flirting with danger there, Potkita. Portugal hoping to get on the board. That actually makes it pretty tough for Malta. They'd have to, imagine, win both games tomorrow. But then the other thing is it's not just about qualifying for the final. Each one of these is a standalone T20I, which carries equal weight as far as points and rankings are concerned. And for Malta, the fact they are playing 2 teams that are 30 spots higher than them does mean there's an opportunity for them to move if they can pull off a win or two during this Mdina Cup. Lala's back. Oh, Gomes goes after what he probably should have left alone. He'll get away with it. That's what Lala kind of did to Munib earlier. Got him to play a long way away from his body. Hello to Jeremy Martins. Nice to see you, Jeremy. Maybe you can tell everyone why you're not in the side. Imagine if available, you'd be one of the first selected. And Jeremy playing cricket in Ireland, I imagine that's got something to do with it, and his club commitments. Howard watching from Lancashire. Oh, nice to see you, Howard. Hope you're enjoying the sunshine. More on target. I know Jeremy's alluded to the fact that Chad certainly isn't leaving too much room on the inside of that shirt. That's good back foot defence there. Chad does look like the kind of guy who'd be pretty hard to push over. Oh, wow. Wow, wow, wow. That's very close to me losing his leg stump here. Just did too much from Membu Bali. This is the kind of one that if he's hit on the pad, you'd be pretty sure it's hitting the stumps. But there's that hint it might go down the leg side, and that's the one really. Look at that length here. Yorker kind of length. Chad on the move. Every team can use a Chad. Comes back nicely as well. Yeah, Luke mentioning, and it's worth a mention on here as well. 12 Stars Hofstad at the host club worked really hard in this facility and did really well hosting the night series. We're happy to be back again to cover this Mdina Cup. Women's and men's, of course. And miss hit results in another single. Good early decision. Actually gets through between the creases pretty quickly. Wow, goes and fetches it, does Gomes, and he's going to get the result. What a shot that is. Went and got it from a long way outside. The off stump, Maximo, to close out the third over, 24 for 1. Bit of premeditation in that stroke from Sean, I think. Nala won't be too impressed. End of 3. And really, there's not much you can do as a bowler. I think he's wanting to get Sean reaching outside his eye line. He got it. It wasn't the result he wanted, though. Remember Bali. Hello to Jacob as well, watching from Estonia. Nice to see you. Couple of teeth missing at the end of that innings. Never made it to a 19th over. Malta have lost 20 wickets in the day. Yeah, they lost 20 for 247, 227, pardon me. Marks comes back. Well, a bit of a dodgy one here. The throw was offline, though. I might see this from the main camera if it would have been out. Did go straight away, Gomes, so that might have just saved him. Probably home, even if that had hit the stumps. Nice pick up and throw from Jasvinder. Slower ball actually kind of does. Gomes. Got a great question here from Monty Luce asking why is it named the Mdina Cup? Well, traditionally, and by the way, I say traditionally, but it's only a tradition that's been alive for the last few years. They play the Valletta Cup in Malta, and Valletta is an area in Malta. In fact, it's the capital. And then it would have been 2023 where there was kind of some teams could make it for some of it and some couldn't make it for some of it. So they actually decided to have two tournaments. Some teams were involved in both. So the Mdina Cup preceded the Valletta Cup back in 2023. Hockheater takes it up and he's going to get the result. Short straight boundaries here. Here goes Maximo. Too short from Marks. Flat bat smat. And the Chad has put it over the fence. Bang. And you straight away. Gomes just enjoyed watching it from the non-strikers end. Won't be a goal because they went over the goals. So, yeah, Mdina Cup then, for logistical reasons, they couldn't hold it in Malta last year. So it actually got hosted by France. France, Belgium, and Malta. And then kind of continuing in that tradition, if you want to call it that. Kind of the new tradition. They kept the Mdina Cup name, even when it was in France. This year, it's being hosted by Belgium. Malta involved once again, as you can see. Slower ball. Slight mistime. Hockheater gets a single. So, for the first time this year as well, Mdina Cup has a women's portion as well, where we saw Belgium and Switzerland playing over the first couple of days. So, yeah, that explains why it's called Mdina Cup. And where will it be next year? Too early to say. Got a feeling it might head back to Malta, though. Also, different countries been involved at different times, which I think's fantastic as well. I know the early days, Czechia were there, Hungary were there. Slower ball, pulled away. Finds the fielder though. Get back for a couple. Yeah, so who else? Luxembourg, been there before. France, obviously. Romania even been involved. So yeah, Mdina is the old capital of Malta. Very good, Adion. Good question from Jacob as well that I just spotted. What's happened to Romania? Has Romania been Madrided? Well, good news is, Jacob, Romania isn't off, although it just has been pushed back a bit to allow the ground to recover. A bit of sunshine over the next few days. Slower ball, comes waits for it. Get the single, retain the strike, moves to 13, and Portugal 36 for 1 after 4. So Romania was meant to start on Monday. So what's that, 4 days ago now? But due to torrential rain there, the ground literally underwater. So there was no play day 1, no play day 2. They hoped for play on day 3. It just couldn't happen. More rain came. So then the decision was made that Romania will start on Sunday. So when it was meant to finish on Sunday, actually Sunday will be day 1. It's been restructured. It's now a 4-team tournament rather than a 6-team tournament. And it will run Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. So a 4-day Romanian tournament. Still a European Cricket Series, starting on Sunday. And Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday actually means you'll have 2 European Cricket Series at the same time, because Hornchurch, there's no change to that start date. They're ready to go. So Hornchurch starts on Monday. Good news for all the cricket lovers in Romania. I know they were really disappointed. They put in a lot of work to host that European Cricket Series, and now they'll still be able to. That's good news. Mahbub Ali comes back for a 3rd over. Oh, well, that one was hit at the fielder. Might have another look at this one. Got through. Jaswinder Singh down towards the end of the bat. It was pretty close to being the first wicket. Let's have a look at it. When it heads towards the fielder. It just seemed to york him, didn't it? Not sure if it could go down as a genuine chance or not. Played off the back foot, and this one gets through as well. So frustration for Malta right now. The run's starting to come. There's Wasim Abbas, who is out of this game, we think with a slight injury. Yeah, Hadian, thanks for the nuances there between Mdina in the Arabic way versus where you see it in Malta. That gets through as well. That's going to be a goal. I think that's the equaliser as well. Ken, it looks to me it's a pretty clear back of the netter. So Malta gets scored on for the first time in today in the football portion of the competition. Eased away. Does this go in? No doubt. Surely. Straight in. Yeah. In fact, goes in the back of both nets. 1-1. Don't know if we'll do extra time though, if it is still 1-1 at the end. Here's a crew. I think they're all ready to go in Hornchurch. I know they're putting an artificial pitch in especially for this European Cricket Series. Bit of a wild one. Will be called a wide. Good movement though from Mahbub. Too much movement actually. Plays it late this time. Combs a very intelligent cricketer. Yeah, Jacob saying he thinks underwater cricket sounds like the next ECN innovation. I've racked my brain thinking about how can you play even when it's wet. I mean, short of plastic balls, plastic bats. It's really not much you can do. I mean, the hard ball's a bit of a hazard. It's a hazard anyway. Pocketa settling in nicely as well. Yeah, Malta does have plenty of islands. There's the main Maltese island, but yeah, the Gozo to the north, also Camino. I didn't know that Camino still has a resident. I mean, people travel there. I think, yeah, maybe they just don't live there, except for this one resident in their 80s. Yeah, there's a few little islands around there as well. Beautiful place, Malta. We've been there twice this year already. I was there earlier in the year. It's just hard to throw something at Gomes that he can't handle. Mabu will get through another over. He's bowled 3 for 32. The 50's up for Portugal as well, cruising at the moment at the end of 5. 50 for 1. Camino. Oh, you movie buffs. That's where they filmed The Blue Lagoon. Very famous and controversial movie, I think in 1980, starring Brooke Shields. Quick look at the upcoming events. Maybe we can come back to it. Upcoming events with Romania starting on Sunday and then Hornchurch starting on Monday. Come on, let's bring it back. Give everyone a look. Here we go. Now, there we go. So, yeah, Romania starting on Sunday. It goes to Wednesday, so the 1st to the 4th. England, Hornchurch starts on the 2nd, so 3-day overlap with Romania, but then England, of course, goes a lot longer. This is Monday to Friday men's, Saturday women's in Hornchurch. Czechia actually starts on Sunday the 8th, so only just over a week away from Czechia starting. It starts with a week of T20 internationals and an ECI going into 2 divisions of European Cricket Series. Again, only the second time we've done that. The first time, funnily enough, was in Portugal. Mark's getting bowled out here in the 3rd. Probably worth just throwing Jasvinder in. I mean, he took 2 for pretty much nothing in the first game. Why not give him a try? I have confidence. Takes it on straight over the umpire's hat, and that's going to run away. Powerful strike. Pushparajan was pretty straight, but not straight enough. Ends up in the bushes. 4 runs. Bit of an awkward one. Those short boundaries are the straight boundaries, because this ground has an exemption to be less than the 60 metres, because, again, you just don't have the room to have him any bigger straight. So I think the Chad has gained a few followers already. Hello to Ramesh Satheesan. Yeah, it's saying sunny in Bucharest from tomorrow. We're hoping for better weather there, Ramesh. And Viking Bay with an interesting bit of trivia as well. Slower ball, hit straight. Almost a dead straight fielder now. Pushparajan keeps it to 1. Yes, I didn't know this, but Kent used to play a match on Goodwin Sands, a sandbank in the middle of the English Channel. It would finish when the water got to ankle height. I've seen some frightening signage, actually, in some tidally affected areas. And one of them is, basically, you've come out so far that you need to leave now, otherwise the tide's going to come and sweep you away. And that is a frightening thought. I know we were just in Jersey earlier this month, and that's an island that apparently doubles in size when the tide goes out. Amazing. Rare miss from Gomes. Gets done with a bit of extra bounce there. from David Marks. Nice ball to power play. Gomes gets after it. A lot of bottom hand in that shot, though. Love to settle for one. We'll retain the strike. He's 27. Pocket on 20 in the score. He's 57 for one after 6. So almost halfway there, Portugal at the end of the power play. Yeah, so Ramesh also in the chat. Good to see you, by the way. He's saying at least also there's another ECS plan for August in Romania. So hopefully that one goes to plan. ECN's all about innovation, though, and again, it's a tough thing to see days of cricket get missed, but it's inevitable. It will happen at times. We'll do everything we can to get it on. But I mean, well done to all the extra crew. So, for example, Phil and Rico, they're there for an extra 3 days. They've got 3 days, I suppose, without any cricket, but I think they're going around trying to explore a bit more of the country. Not something we get to do very often on the European Cricket Tour these days because hours are so long. When you take today's basically 9 to 9. That doesn't give you too much time away from the ground. So I suppose that's a small positive. But also, yeah, the fact that all the crew have agreed to stay an extra 3 days, adjusted their schedules, goes for 2 circles as well. The players as well had to adjust their schedules. Right, we called for it. Here's the roll of the dice with Jasvinder. That's that first one to swing. Swings quite a lot. Down the leg side, Jasvinder looks surprised that it went that much. And pretty good keeping from Sudarsana. Look at this go. Really bends. And Jasvinder 2 for 5 off 2 overs in a losing cause earlier on. We'll say the game was pretty much dead and buried by the time he came on to bowl. Here, it's coming on a bit earlier. See if he can make something happen. And flick away. Gomes wants to. Touch and go. And they'll get there. It's a very good piece of running. Very good judgment from Gomes. It's a very good example of what to do. We see plenty of examples of what not to do. He just got on his bike straight away. Maybe we can see the main camera here. Look how hard he put in the big ones. And he straight away, he hadn't hit it so hard and he could come back for a second run. Yeah. Well, Adian's already answered the question from Luke. What's the main island of Malta called? It's simply called Malta, or main island of Malta. Also, Monty Luce already looking forward to the Belgium-Portugal clash. I was going to say under lights, but I don't think they'll really need the lights. They might come on towards the end. We are scheduled to finish about half an hour before sunset, so it should be all right. Oh, gets in a real tangle here. I think pretty much off the glove or the handle of the bat in the end. Gomes really had no idea where that was going. Could have easily looped up to the keeper or even that fielder, Amir. Oh, does that carry? Yeah, well, this will be an interesting one. I'd like to see this one nice and slow. It looked to me like it might have bounced before it got in. We'll have to almost freeze it as the ball goes into the gloves. I mean, Sudasanan's claimed it. Definitely a big edge. What have we got here? Oh, I don't know if you can try and freeze as it comes in. We have to go even slower. It's one of those ones. I had my doubts. There are sometimes it can kind of bounce off the glove into the glove. It either bounces off the end of the fingers and in, or it bounces on the ground and in. And it's very hard to tell. It takes a little hop into the middle of the gloves. But, in the end, I think it's got the benefit of the doubt. So I think that's the right decision. I'm not saying it 100% bounces on the ground. Definitely takes a bounce, but there is a way that can bounce kind of off the ends of your fingers and into your gloves. Pochita, though, he's going to go to the skies again. This time he will be caught. And, well, you can see Srijay is pretty impressed with himself. Says, well, maybe a bit of natural justice there because it's a bit ambiguous. Caught behind the ball before. But Pochita will have to go in his first innings for Portugal, out for 20. And would you know it, Jaswinder Singh, he's got the golden arm today. Srijay says, yeah. West Indian style finger wiggle to finish the dismissal off. Still, the Chad, he'll get to sit down after striking 2 4s and a 6, and his 20 keeps his team moving in the right direction. 61 for 2. Yeah, I'm not going to say conclusively it didn't carry because we're looking at a two-dimensional image. You can see the ball takes a bounce, but I also know that it can bounce off your fingertips essentially and then go in. And so Sudarsana, he probably was as good a judge as anyone. He felt that he did get his fingers under the ball. But anyway, I think they make the right decision in the end. I'll just give the keeper the benefit of the doubt. I don't want to Greg Dyer him. Look that one up. Tell you what, there's been a fun chat thread breaking out. Assam gets a hit for the first time, UK based. Qualifies to play for Portugal. So give us your lazy player names. Lazy place names. So, for example, Malta's just called Malta. Okay, there's probably a reason behind that. But apparently in Tasmania is a good one. Apparently, there's a boat harbour just called Boat Harbour. And what else have you got? Yeah, Anchorage in Alaska. It's the biggest anchorage in Alaska, so it's just called Anchorage. Give us your lazy naming of places. Any examples you can find. 62 for 2 here after 7. Jaswinder. Bit of a purple patch for him, showing it wasn't a fluke earlier on. I've got to say, a fair bit of chat about the court behind, and fair enough too. It was my instinct, and I saw what you saw, even saw it live. But I also know that the camera's a long way away, and that bounce, you can't tell how far in front of the gloves it is or not from that camera. And I've spent more time than any other human on the planet watching live cricket footage, especially with our cameras. So I know. Let's just say it wasn't a clear catch. Hello to Rico 4. Good to see you. And I was wondering what Rico might be up to. Said, yeah, Jaswinder was very good on home soil against Estonia. That's true. Good niggly bowler. That's a good word for him, actually. You saw him getting the ball to move around a fair bit. Created the wicket almost, or had 2 potential wickets in the over. Hey, Rico, tell us, what are you doing with your 3 days off? What's everyone getting up to there? You can be stir crazy. I mean, I heard the weather's good, which means, yeah, at least not kind of trapped in the hotel. You can probably get out and about and explore a little bit. Here's Prasath. Left arm spin. Prasath works a single first up. No, Phil told me he was searching for a few Romanian delicacies. I'm upset I won't be in Romania this time, but again, can't be everywhere at once. It's a very busy part of the year for us. I mean, obviously got our major tournaments in February, March, and then September, October, and then December. But through the summer months. It's quite a lot of time that we're trying to show T20s if we can. Multi-placing. Lucky one here for Gomes. It goes on the sweep, edges behind. Short boundary down here, but it won't go all the way. We'll come back for two. I like this. Monty Lou saying Grand Rapids. Grand Canyon? There's a lot of places with new. I couldn't think of a new name. New Zealand, New York, New Jersey. Take your pick. When I was in London Airport, about to catch the flight to Jersey, trying to say everyone was going to Jersey, all the Americans, they were amazed there was actually a place just called Jersey. Steps across, good footwork there from Gomes. He'll get 4. Remember, we're 1-1 in the football game as well. Can Portugal come up with a late winner here? Running out of time. Yeah, all the Americans just assumed I was going to New Jersey, but no, I was off to Jersey for our first ever European Cricket Series there, the Liberation Series. Steele with a very good one, saying there's over 63 places in England just called Newtown because they were new. Full toss, can put it wherever he wants. Taps it away. He wants to. Comes just lightning fast. Forces them even to go to the other end and just methodically picking these runs off at the moment, Portugal. Yeah, Steele, that's a brilliant one. I assume you're watching from England. Let us know where. In Newtown, that's a good one. That'll be the end of the 8th, and Portugal cruising at the moment. Can Malta get anything happening? It's 72 for 2 after 8. So 180 pace at the moment, well above where they need to be. Kuala Lumpur means muddy estuary because it's located on, yeah, you can guess. There are 2 towns in France called Here. That's very good. I mean, I don't mind things getting named after kind of describing where they are. I mean, that's kind of the definition. Sometimes they're named after people or events. Yeah, New Holland. Yeah, originally New Holland, Australia. True. And New York actually used to be called New Amsterdam once upon a time. Yeah, give us your... I love these lazy place names. There's got to be others out there. Caswinder's back and Gomes works him away for a single first ball. Not bothered by pace, is he? Gomes at the moment. He's batting more or less metre out of his crease and feeling like he's still got plenty of time. Well, it takes it on, and really could have been out at the bowler's end, but would have had to been an amazing direct hit. You can see that. That's Hassan, maybe not playing a lot of the shortest form. Just saying, you serious? You're running? That cost him some metres as Sudasanan. So it's created an opportunity by the fumble, but he wasn't able to cash it in. Rico's got a good one. Goes straight. That's short boundary as well as Gomes gives our camera operator a bit of company. Maximo gets some 6 closer. Well struck. A very technical shot as well. Second time he's cleared the ropes. So the bite comes back to bite Malta. There's the lefty. Gomes gets the strike and gets the ball up and out of the ground. Yeah, Rico's got a good one. That town called God. It's more an interesting one than a lazy one. But was there a God in France? There's definitely a God in Hungary. When you think about the God in Hungary, it's on the way to the ground in Sodliget. Gomes will help himself to another couple. Up to 48 now. It's been a pretty composed innings. Rico loves the town of Lund in Sweden. I think some of our South Asian viewers will enjoy that one too. And no, we couldn't change the team name. It means something else in some other languages. Adion's got a good one. It's a place in Arizona. Pretty basic name. Pretty good on those Yorker kind of length balls. Gomes moved to 49 here. So there's apparently a town in Arizona. It's just called Town. Very good. Well done. I knew if I put a challenge out there, the viewers would respond. Last ball of the ninth. And it's flicked away. Just gets a bit too straight there. Hassam will have his first boundary. Almost the equaliser as well. Just goes past the goalpost. This game seems to be drifting to an inevitable conclusion as Jaswinder goes for 15 in that over. One of them was a bye. But after 9, Portugal are 87 for 2. Not panning out the 20s, a bit of a sin, isn't it? This form of the game, and Malta haven't been able to do it in either of their matches today. I mean, maybe it's a saving grace. They'll get to go back. They'll have a bit more time to prepare, maybe take their mind off it for a while, but then go back and analyse. And I think just talk about their approach with the bat, about their decision-making, and what their actual strategy is. Again, Malta, a bit of a free shot for them in this series as well when you consider they're 73 in the world, taking on 43 and 44. An opportunity if they can put a good game together. South sneaks this first one across. There's a place in Tasmania also called Nowhere Else. Okay. Really out of ideas there, says Monty. So we'll get called a wide. He's trying to say, hey, but he stepped across. Again, wides are a bit fuzzy in this form of the game. If you do bring it in your reach, then the line kind of moves with you. That one, I think he won't get the call. Just took off a bit on Gomes, who's on 49 here. That'll be 50 for Shan. Making sure there's no real blips on the way to this target. Brings up his half century in 31 balls. 2 Maximos, 3 fours in his innings. Nice to see him back on ECN as well. Certainly provides a very solid option top of the order. Creates a left-hand, right-hand combination as well with the righties around him. Assam looking pretty composed as well. Gomes will get another one here. Got a few different ones. I know there's quite a few naughty ones. I'm talking about lazy town names, not naughty ones. I know that England's got plenty of them. I think we looked them up once, didn't we, Rico? We almost lost it. You can I think there's like it's even like a running race, I think, that you go around to all of them. I'm not going to risk saying any of them, though. This one gets away. Once again, that's Kudanchirako in that position. It will be the end of the 10th over. It's 92 for 2 after 10, with Portugal needing 29 in the second half of this innings, and barring an unimaginable collapse, it does seem like they're heading for their first win of this Mdina Cup and resigning Malta to an 0-2 record. Reminder, you can get in touch with us on social media. Players will have a bit of a drink. Gives me a chance to get into the chat again. What else do we got? Adigan saying there's a place in California called Likely. And Likely, California got its name because 8 other names were rejected by the Postal Service, who were in charge of naming towns at the time, because other towns in California had beaten them to the name. So they just called it Likely. It's funny that's what they went for in the end. You think, and little Alan saying that there's a town in Durham in England called Pity Me. Pity Me, is that right? Yeah, so add in just the Likely one, saying, so after they had all these names rejected, they said, they held a town meeting where someone asked the question, is there any name that's not in use somewhere else in this state? To which another person replied, not likely. So they tried Likely. I mean, that's a great story. In fact, that's not lazy. That's genius. And it worked. Likely, California. And also, Wayne said there's a place in Queensland called Banana. Well, that is pretty obvious. I think Conrad had one as well. Might have been just Welcome in South Africa. And there's a town in Ohio, Monty said, called Knock'em Stiff. You can tell us. Malta, tough day for them though. And things have gone up again. I'd be disappointed with how it's worked out. Bit of a pattern in both the games they've played though, simply just crossing the line from aggressive to undisciplined with the batting and picking the wrong moments, maybe the wrong balls to go after. And both the games have been well under with the bat, despite some rallies by the bottom order. Pushparajan looks like he's going to come on for the first time. You saw him very briefly in the first game. Came on, bowled one ball, in fact. I got hit to the boundary. Yeah, but Malta, I think it's one of those things where you get out of the tournament state of mind and just treat each game tomorrow as an independent event, and you try and win it. If you win either one of them, you'd actually say that their ranking could go up and could go up pretty significantly. See where you're at. Pushparajan, a bit like Prasath, has gone from bowling seam up to bowling finger spin. Bit easier on the body as well. But he's pretty brisk when he's bowling. Turn for two, he'll get it. Hassam. It's a good ovation from his teammates. Nice opportunity for him as well. Bat kind of fairly pressure free. As seen with Pushparajan, like a lot of converted kind of faster bowlers to slower bowlers, doesn't generally give a lot of flight. Doesn't feel that comfortable. So he's more sliding it through. And probably playing a bit more like a medium pacer still. Played from the crease, just a single. I think with the spinners, the key is, I mean, normally I'm saying try and get batters to come forward. They make more errors. I suppose one of the issues on this ground is that the straight boundaries are the shortest boundaries. So maybe you do want to encourage them to try and hit sideways, but even then, really, you're going to bleed with singles anyway. In a tough spot here, Malta. Maybe a slightly better matchup against Pushparajan with Gomes, the lefty, coming on strike for the first time. Gant drags it down and Gomes puts it away. Pushparajan kicks the ground in frustration. Oh, and have we got another goal? I think we have. Well, that could be the winner. in what you would say was injury time. Gomes. Let's check it out. Oh, yeah. That's heading in. Just in. Oh, bottom corner. It's a good finish from Sean. And Portugal up 2-1. Rubbing salt into the wounds of all the Maltese fans. It's kind of a situation where both teams are away teams here, actually. End of the over. Still going 9 and over pace. It's 99 for 2. So there we go. Stop the voting. Portugal win the cricket and the football here, I think, in match 2. That means that they'll go up. Maybe not quite as high as Belgium on net run rate, but it will be Belgium and Portugal with a win apiece heading into the final match of the day. It'll decide who goes top of the table overnight. Hassam, again, he's pushing. Won't get the second, though. That's one of those things, though. If you push for the first one, if there is any fumble, then you can come back for 2. But if you just jog the first one, you probably can't. It's good little basics there. Fully. Gomes just pats out to the leg side sweeper. Okay, coming back to the chat. Apparently, in Banana, Queensland, there's a statue of a cow. Okay. You Queenslanders. Hassam plays this through the backward point area. Again, just a single. Okay, what am I looking at here? So there's a place in New Mexico in the US called Truth or Consequences, named after a game show. The show in question offered back in the 50s to broadcast from any town that renamed themselves after the show. What? Yeah, it's pretty hard to get a wicket that when the stumps lying on the ground. Is this must have been to the sun and it knocked him over? It wasn't a wind issue, was it? No, they're going to get an overthrow as well. Yikes. Does he knock him? Oh, yeah. Well, sums it up for Malta today, really. And then as everyone was just kind of jaw on the floor when the stumps had gone, they just jog a second run. Not the biggest scandal in 50s quiz shows in America, though, I'm sure. Under 20 required now. Okay, so apparently the town that then got renamed to Truth or Consequences was called Hot Springs. Pretty cool name. But I want to know, if you're going to keep digging, how did Truth or Consequences work at the quiz show or the game show? I want to know. Single conceded here. Hassam just cruising at run a ball pace. Goalkeeping from Lala. End of the 12th, and it's 106 for 2. 15 required to win. Wayne said there's a statue of a cane toad somewhere in Serena. Yeah, I'm surprised that they get their own statue because they are an introduced pest, like the bane of the agricultural community in not just Queensland, but Australia. Again, with that stumps going down issue, not sure if the ball would have hit stumps or not. I suppose we'll never know. Reminds me of an incident in Malta, actually, a few years ago. Pushparaj gets second over. But the stumps blew down as the ball, just after the ball was bowled. potentially saved the batter from being bowled. It's pretty rare that our ECS stumps blow over. They're pretty solid base, but can happen in extreme wind. Tough time for Malta now. I think they know the game's gone. Try and keep their heads high. Takes on the reverse. Hassam. He's actually shot the Gomes. Plays very well. We haven't seen him go to it in this game. I always love a full toss if you're going the reverse. Takes that variable of the bounce out of it. Pretty professional effort this from Portugal. Pretty complete with the ball in the field. Now with the bat. Just gets outside the line here, I think. One of the keys with the sweep. Take that big step with your front pad and try and use it as kind of a second line of defense. Let's have a look where it hits him. I'm going to see some straight on, see where the ball hits the leg. I think it was just outside. Now back to live. Might have to give you a replay of that ball as well. That's the last ball of the 13th over. So 108 for 2 after 13. Okay, so Adion's given me more on truth or consequences. Saying it was a quiz show with a ridiculously short time to answer the question, less than 1 second. Almost no one ever did it. People watched basically to see what silly punishment they'd get. It was hosted by Bob Barker. Well, he's very famous. Passed away very recently, Bob Barker. Also had a cameo in Happy Gilmore, one of my favourite movies. Okay. Then shouldn't it be called, I don't know, correct or consequences? Why is it truth or consequences? I suppose you have to give a truthful answer. 13 to win then. Prasath to bowl out here from the top end. Thank you, Adion. Very informative. Saying the punishments took the form of silly, embarrassing games that the players could complete to win the prize originally offered for the question. Okay. Like that speed from Prasath, even though it's not going to work out too well. It'll get knocked to a teammate. And the result's going to be 4 runs. So this game's on borrowed time now. But I like it's slightly uncontrolled shot. Hassam kind of throws his hands at it, gets it in the air. Okay, does get enough of it in the end. And Malta have the same lineup tomorrow. They play Belgium, then Portugal in that order. So literally, the games are the same tomorrow, starting with Belgium versus Malta. Then these two play. Then Belgium versus Portugal. Matches 4, 5, 6, same times and everything. Getting pretty well bowled. Hassam equal to it. 7 to win. Yeah, the LBW, for me, the thing that saves Gomes, if you look at the impact, don't think it's quite in line with off stump. He gets that pad out and strikes him just outside the line. Pretty good looking sweep shot this one as well. Struck powerfully. And I think it's another goal. Again, we're going to have to go to the replay where this is kind of a sealer, if you like, for Portugal. More ways than one. That far post. What's our angle like here? Not a great angle for me here. I'm going to say that's in. Yeah, that's a goal. 3-1. Gomes just ruthlessly batting his way to 67 now. And I'm not sure I'll get the chance to hit the winning run because that'll be the end of the over. Score's tied 120 for 2 after 14 overs. Hey, maybe we can look at what's coming up though, because of course we have the next game coming up. Belgium take on Portugal, and we are about an hour and 15 minutes away from the first ball of that one. The toss will happen in around about 45 minutes. The first ball should be bowled at 3:45 GMT, which is 5:45 PM in Central Europe, and it's 9:15 in India. Stay tuned. The two teams with a win to go head-to-head in a very spicy clash to finish day one here of the Mdina Cup T20I men's. I'll be back to take you through that one as well. Any score wins it though, Hassam? Will bring up the win. So very, very comprehensive win for Portugal. Again, a few new names in there. Some fairly established names now, but they did the business really in all three aspects of the game. They outplay the Maltese. Malta back to the drawing board for them. Again, lower ranked than the other two teams in the tournament. They'll feel that a lot of their $35 to spare. You thought they'd do it in 15? Yeah. And for Malta, they just lose the tail, bringing respect to the... But then they get 13.1 earlier in 41 overs. Away with 65 fours and nice little of the action as in his 20. Bowlers once again back, put in a shift. Cat went off the field actually towards the end for 25. Jasmine today as well. Wicket, but efforts of bowlers had enough runs to bowl. We'll be back in 10 minutes. You'll see about 40 toss with Belgium to fight for ascendancy. We return. Many sound to him for the European break. Hopefully back with us. Be a perfect two teams. Belgium versus 3 when we return. ECN.
Get ready, we are slow water and yeah, just you. Summer, we are slowly and yeah, let's live our dream. Summertime, so divine. Say to me, time, get ready, slow water. Let's summertime, divine. Say to me, get ready, slow water and let's live. So get ready, we are slow water and yeah, just you and I. Summertime, so divine. Yeah, say, live our dream. More time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Hello, welcome back. Great to have your company on a sunny afternoon in Belgium as we get ready for the start of match number 3. Last game of opening day here in the men's Mdina Cup. So far, we've seen Belgium get the chocolates against Malta, and then Portugal doing the very same in match 2. And now those two teams will do battle in match 3. Some toss news: Belgium winning the toss and electing to bat. So it'll be Portugal in the field first up. Both these two had very similar wins as well over Malta, where they were able to take regular wickets in the first innings and then chase down in their 14th and 15th over respectively. So yeah, very, very similar days for these two teams so far. Based on what we've seen so far, they would be hot favourites to meet in the final on Sunday. But every single one of these games are official T20 internationals and carry ranking points. They carry consequences as far as those rankings and ranking positions. These two are also very, very close together on the ICC table. Let's have a look at the two teams. And just one change with Portugal bringing in Sherman Vaz at the expense of Mohamed Siraj Nippo. So, yeah, obviously, Nippo we saw in the last game get a bowl eventually, but he's fallen out of favour. Vaz brought into the 11. Belgium unchanged from the team that got the win earlier in the day. Plenty of players to watch from both teams. Ali Raza went for a golden duck earlier. He'll want to go big. No doubt about that. Didn't see too much of Sherry Butt with the bat either. For Portugal, though, Noritam, he missed out at the top. Gomes with a half century in their successful chase. But yeah, plenty of interesting matchups, I'm sure, that we'll see. Also, I love the twin left arm spinners with Taplial and Ekrami in the Belgian side. Really not too much between them. 52% Belgium, maybe the home ground advantage, but hey, both these teams were pretty clinical in the way that they swept the Maltese aside. Malta, they'll be disappointed, of course. They'll go back and reflect on the first day. They do have 2 more matches tomorrow. Whether it's enough to break into the final, I'm not sure, but I think for them, it's all about just trying to play better. It's one thing if you come up against opposition that are a cut above, but I suppose the issue with Malta is the way they kind of capitulated with the bat. Something that they'll no doubt be looking at tonight. So, welcome back to everyone in the chat. I can see that Woz is with us. I can see that Johnny Heaston's with us, saying it's just been lovely watching cricket. And Johnny will say, now we see who's best. Well, I suppose we'll see who wins the first day. The program tomorrow is identical to today as well. So, and these two teams will meet in 24 hours' time and then potentially for a third time in the final. Should there be similar results than we saw today? Nice to see a mutual respect between the players as well. It's always good to see that, even though it is a fully fledged international. Munib had it pretty well before. Wasn't afraid to go after it in the power play. Interesting with batting first. You set the pace, but you don't quite know what that pace is. So far, we've seen 2 first innings that have been underwhelming. How much is enough? A question the top 1% are always asking. Here we go with Shantu to get us going. Munib out there with Ali Raza. Raza missed out at first ball in the previous Belgian match, although it was the 11th ball of the innings. Let's get it straight up in the air. Hello, Steve McVeigh. Good to see you with us as well. Fairly windy conditions still. You can see a lot of things blowing around. Munib on the pull. Finds Sean Gomes batted very well before, as noted already. Also, Portugal caught well. It made a big difference. Swing and a miss, but just misses the mark. Portugal, got to say, I like the kits. I like that they're a bit different than, for example, Spain, which when they had the previous red and white. I've got to say, these are my favourite so far, I think. And I like the use of the green, which just differentiates Portugal from countries with a similar colour scheme. Late chop down from Manib. Hasn't been able to get out of jail as yet. Shantu bowled pretty well earlier, didn't he, as well? He draws him into a false shot. That one angled in. To be fair, it did leave the left-hander, but that's all about the build-up of pressure as well. Good shape. And he tries to open up the leg side. Nothing but fresh air. Similar. Can't be trying to hit that in the leg side. He knows it. Manib is going to go and wander and talk to himself, I think. Very good start this from Shantu. Just the one wide in the over. I've been a bit about in that regardless. Don't think it was going to hit. That'll be the end of the first over. Very good one from Shantu. Only concedes the single, and Belgium won without loss after one. They've flipped the percentages. Even more so now. Portugal going from 48% to 53% in the over. Make that 54 just on maybe the purpose with which the Portuguese fielders were striding to their positions. Of course, bowling both ends as being a fully fledged T20 international. Shantu very good. Hello to Kroom as well. And yeah, just mentioning that typically balls on the line will get called wides in T20 cricket. That line will move if the batter moves prior to delivery. Sherman Vaz brought in for this game. So he bowled Nippo in the first game. He's been brought in to be a different finger spinning option. Here he is bowling over number 2. Raza wastes no time. He'll go up and over the top. He has his first runs of the day. Oh, almost gets a little goal there. That's Johnny G doing the fielding down there. But a Maximo. You've heard of the 6 and out. That's the out and 6 for Raza. The only 2 balls he's faced in the day so far. They have been about 6 hours apart as well. Long time between drinks, so to speak. Chases one, probably was a wide, potentially. One Henry. Normally he was opening the bowling before. They've decided to go spin early here. Interesting. Maybe feeling that the Belgians want pace on the ball. But Raza showing he's not afraid to get on with it. A good discussion about the use of the term the line belongs to the umpire, as if the umpire wants to call wides. Umpires do like doing things. I think that makes them feel like they're a part of the game. It may be more correct. The line belongs to the batter. True. I suppose that's more accurate. Also, apologies. I know we had a few slight technical issues towards the end of the last game. I think it's to do with apparently the computer overheating. It's a good sign that something's overheating after what's been a pretty cool time in Europe. Even here in Belgium over the last few days. Got him. Soft dismissal really for Munib. Chews up and over and then just gets done here. Maybe a little bit of turn, but pretty innocuous ball from Vas, and he gets a return catch. Portugal up and about. And Belgium lose the dangerous Munib without scoring. It's 8-1. Just kind of feeling for the ball, wasn't he? And Sherman. He's into the side. Makes an immediate impact. The Shermanator terminates. Munib gone for a 7-ball globe, and it's 8-1. He'll be very annoyed at himself there, no doubt. It's kind of feeling for the ball. Wasn't really going anywhere. Even if he hit it, it's one at best. Instead, he finds Vaz wasn't going to miss out. And he wastes no time at all, and he smashes the first ball over the fence. Well, there you go. That's a very brave shot first up from the talented right-hander. I wonder how situational it was as well to bring the off-spinner on, given that Munib left-handed is so dangerous. I suppose with Malta, they had two right-handed openers. There may be a bit of a horses for courses there as well. And Carlos gives the batter a bit of a hug. This has been played in good spirit. You're happy to see it. Probably saying, hey, that's a great shot. Why don't you try it again? He does try something similar again, and that has gone all the way as well. Now, don't think it quite makes the goal. We'll have to check that out. Did it hit the post? Wasn't sure. Maximo anyway. Let's check it out. Again, brave batting. Oh, definitely wasn't a goal. It will be the end of the over. So, yeah, the out and 6 reappearing. Rohan, 2 balls, 2 sixes. End of the second over in Belgium, 20-1. That's the Belgian ball philosophy. I will say it's tempered a little bit in the T20 format. When you look at players, they've got Munib at the top. Ali Raza is still very much a very aggressive player. I've got to say, Omid Kel impressed me. He showed he had gears, I think. I've never really seen him play in the T10 format, but I thought he batted really well. Shantu. Gets one past Ali Raza. Hasn't really been able to get going yet. Got Rocky Dinesh earlier with a similar kind of ball. Just loses this one down the leg side. And Finley's Chickens, I can't remember if I asked you this before, but where are you watching from? Let us know. Plenty of cricket going on around the world, as we all know. Raza takes it on, hits it pretty well. 1 bounce 4. Off the field fielding's been pretty good today as well, I've got to say. Uncle seems to have been in the action. It's a bit straight. So there is a fielder out there, but he's pretty much dead square. It's more towards mid-wicket. Both teams fighting for the ball. Short takes it on. Fielder is out there. Will take the catch. Disappointing for Raza. He knew he was there. Couldn't have picked him out any better. And Shantu breaks through with a short ball. Raza falls for 0 and 11 on day 1. Belgium have lost both openers within the first 2.5 overs. It's 25 for 2. Alert out there on the boundary. Had to run from just in front to just behind. Yeah, Portugal again just creating and taking chances. Easy handoff to the umpire. Ali, nice power play, but maybe just had to be a bit more aware of that fielder. It is the long boundary out there as well. Remember, the straight ones are the short ones. The sideways are the longer ones here. Just the dimensions of the surface. Here in Hofstadter. Sherman Vaz, his second catch. Probably down there to have a bit of a rest. Not that he needed a big rest, just rolling out off spin, but there's a player I just mentioned, Omid Kell, coming out at number 4. I mean, still plenty of batting to come. We haven't seen Traz Sheik yet. Sherry Bart, Saber Zakil. Testing period here for Omid. Ooh, hangs the bat out almost. Chop on there from Omid, but he's off the mark. There's John Henry. Shantu seems in a good rhythm at the moment, doesn't he? That natural left armer's gift, I suppose. Some will hold their line, go across the righty. Some will straighten down the line. Solid strike by Niaz, but, oh, gee. Almost creates a run out. Pick up and fire. Omen had overcommitted. If that was direct hit, he was history. Have a look here. He realizes now there's not a run there. Kind of went on the strength of the hit, but nowhere near being back in time. Now it takes on a pull. It's angling across him, and Shantu. Brilliant over from him. Does give up the 4, comes back straight away with a wicket, and only 6 offered in total. Up the end of the 3rd over, it's 26 for 2. Pretty pleasant conditions, as you can see. If you were following the Women's Mdina Cup, you would have known it was a bit grayer than this. Now that second over, 19 runs, but a wicket. And pretty handy wicket of Munib as well. And yeah, I think it was kind of horses for courses there. They had Vass in to bolt the left hand. Now we've got 2 righties. We'll go to Juan Henry. And probably smart captaincy from Carlos Nunes. Yeah, weather in Belgium right now, 25 degrees and plenty of sunshine. First one from Juan just misses the mark. Romanian weather, though, looking up. Expecting 25 on Sunday, 28, 30 and 31 for the 4 days of the ECS. Rescheduled ECS there. Throws the hands at this one, Omid. And he'll get the boundary. It's a fraction short. Oh, now we need a goal review here. I think that goes around the post. But we will have to go to the VAR. No goals yet here in match 3. Oh, no, it sneaks in. It is a goal. Again, long way away, but Belgium, 1-0. Been some really good kind of bottom quarter finishes today from the bats. Say, Belgium lost to Malta in the football game in match 1. Portugal beat Malta. That'd be a good way to split the teams if they were tied on points. Why go to net run rate when you can go back to goal difference? Goals scored. Niaz pushes, the fielder's left. No, his left-hander actually. Gomes picks it up. Adion saying Belgium are impressing him today. The bowling's tight, the fielding's on point. They're batting matches. I don't see Portugal or Malta taking a single match from the tournament. Well, Belgium, they're batting right now. Probably say Portugal are the team if you just go on this 3.5 overs, they're winning the start. Do you think you can see there's kind of a clear difference between the standard of these two teams and the standard of Malta? That's not say getting away from Malta. They've got some very good talent now. I know they didn't fire today. Oh, Kel runs out of patience up in the air. Very lucky to get away with that. It wasn't really there to go after. Yeah, I've been really impressed with his decision-making today. That was one that he really makes a bit of a mental error, mental lapse there. But the luck's on his side and he survives. Back to Niaz. They just take a long single there. Niaz looks in good touch. Batted well earlier. I mentioned he's played some cricket down in Australia over the last couple of years. That's invaluable experience for him. A certain hardness about the cricket there. I think most people would know. End of the 4th over. It's 34 for 2. And Burhan also, mentioned earlier, it's played in the Pakistan Junior League. Selected to play, based on his performances, basically in Belgium. He's Belgian born, learnt all his cricket in Belgium. He's one guy, we talk about European native-born cricketers. I mean, look no further than Burhan Niaz. Shantu, wheeling and dealing, his 3rd over. Omid opens the face, he'll get 1. So, we've already seen 3 bowlers for Portugal. Also, you imagine it's a matter of time till Rahul Kumar Hashu gets an opportunity. Stoneman, I thought, bowled pretty well as well. The 5 they'd be counting on. Also, they got Hardeep for some overs along the way if they require that. Takes on the pull again, just away from the fielder. In fact, it'll run away for 4. That wasn't too far from Vas out there. Now it's almost going the same way. There's Ali Raza earlier. Had to get it in front of square, and he did just enough. And I think the fielder does the right thing there. Tries to find the drop zone, tries to get it on the full. In the end, he can't. And sneaks away for the boundary. But maybe a fortunate moment there for Burhan. I think there's been a definite chat from the Portuguese, just looking at the dimensions of this ground. They would have seen the first game as well. One thing that's very obvious is that the straight boundaries are short and the sideways boundaries are 10 metres longer. So perhaps asking batters to play those horizontal bat shots, especially the paces, hoping for a miss hit. Niaz takes on a quick single. Oh, I think he's just home. It's been an interesting replay. Remember, there's no technology used in T20 internationals unless you're in a top 10 kind of country. Bat's just down. Very good piece of fielding, though. Bit of a plonk as well. Probably not the way to do it either. But gets away with it. David Swan enjoying the early goal. I'll keep a separate table maybe for the football tournament going on between these teams. Another opportunity, and that time is going to be cashed in. Well, I'm eyes on the bowlers then thinking that's the way it was going, but it's going to be Burhan who's run out. And, well, Portugal, they've been dynamite with the direct hits, and the stumps get blown up. Sensational fielding from the top drawer for the Portuguese, and really, he was a long way gone in the end. Let's check it out. Burhan, he does run straight away, but it's lightning work. We can even show that a bit slower, but he never really extends, does he, Burhan? What a wonderful piece of fielding. It's Hashu that picks it up and drills the stumps. Burhan, promising innings nipped in the bud. Again, it's just basics, isn't it? What sort of a bat slide does he get? I mean, yeah, it's a bit fast to see that from side on, but I'd love to see exactly how far out he was there. And just, you just love to see the desperation, love to get a dive in. You know your wicket's in jeopardy. Maybe he wasn't expecting the throw at his end. I got to be honest, I wasn't. But Hashu picks it up and slings it, shoots from the hip. That's your potential HCL software play of the day. It's a huge wide. Bounces over. New batter, Shraz Sheikh. Fielding, I know you talk about it a lot, but Portugal have managed to just keep hitting the stumps, even when they haven't had to. Good ball. Very good ball. It'll be the end of the fifth over, 41 for 3. Portugal hunting for more wickets, no doubt, and perhaps a bit of a rebuild required for Belgium. We are in Belgium, of course, for this Mdina Cup, including the 2-day women's series just completed yesterday, and then 3 days of men's action, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Sunday also we start in Romania. Should say restart, but we never really got going at all. No balls bowled there so far. A 4-day ECS. What a shot from Kel. Well, that was pure as you like. Wonderful piece of ball striking. A special kind of sound. Little kind of mini skip step. And launched at 6 runs. Next one misses the mark from Henry. Coming back for a second over here. Yeah, Kel seems to have a little bit less patience in this innings. Maybe just with some of the little decisions he's made. But when you hit him like that, everything looks sweet, doesn't it? Going to pattern the first innings today. Admittedly, first to a Malta, who lost pretty badly, but no runs and wickets coming in the first half of the innings, but then the weight of the wickets just kind of taking its toll. In fact, we didn't see Malta bat out the 20 in either of the first 2 matches. Guides this one away. In fact, it'll go all the way. And yes, it's another goal. High scoring. Oh, well. Belgium might have been struggling a little bit to preserve wickets, but the goals are flowing. And this one, bang, straight in the middle of both of the backs of the nets. 2-0. Put it on the board. Naomi Kel. Is there anything you cannot do? 50's up, by the way, for Belgium. Oh, plays away from the body. Almost gets a nick on one. Come back from Juan Henry. I didn't enjoy the 6 as well earlier in the over. I think it was absolutely crushed. Yeah, it certainly was. Would back yourself to take on those straight boundaries, you know. Only if it's there. Well, he actually gets this on the full, nicks it away for 4. I think that's also part of the reason with the charge. He's trying to make more lengths drivable. And in the end, a bit of a mixture of luck and skill here. Sees the ball sneak away for 4. See, nicks on the full, bounces and kind of shoots on Nunez. Couldn't make the stop to his right. Was way too fine for the 3rd. down there on the boundary. So it's the end of the 6th over. 56 for 3. That run rate's more than acceptable. But the issue, those 3 early wickets, will it come back to bite them? And the question is, do you bowl out your big left armour? And the answer is yes. Shantu is going to get a 4th. I suppose you've got the assurance that the other bowler's been bowling pretty well. So you might as well spend him here, try and get another wicket. And it will work. It will work beautifully for Nunes. Decides to go for broke with his big left arm opener and a little tickle from Sheikh. He'll have to go without scoring. Disappointing kind of a shot from the Belgian skipper. Playing away from the body, just trying to run it down to deep third. Not the first one to go this way today either. Off the bowling of Upen Shantu. Regulation catch behind the stumps. And it's 56 for 4. And that's that natural left armer's advantage against the right hand. I see here just a bit of extra bounce as well. He flirts with it. I mean, again, best case, he's getting one there. Worst case, he's walking back. And it is the latter. Shantu 2 for 14 now. Sherry Butt comes in. 5 balls to endure from Shantu. That's a good one first up. Gets on the front foot. Gets done by the angle. Just seems in rhythm today, doesn't he, Shantu? Almost another one. Straighter this time. Well, another throw whistles in. And I hope it's all right here, actually. And a bit of body on the line. I'm going to go check him out. I don't know if I've got this on the camera or not, but the throw came in, it whistled, and kind of slight Tortuga on the backup fielder. He's worn it. No one likes to see that. So, yeah, Portugal will just be held down for a second. Well, it gets a high five for his trouble anyway. Faf Stoneman. Yeah, you can see it. It's got him. It's a real kind of a leg buster, I think, for Gomes. He's going to get the magic spray treatment. Of course, put his body on the line, just making sure it wasn't going to get past him. It's a bit of the old friendly fire, isn't it? Stoneman threw a full force kind of throw, searching for the run out. I'm not sure if it would have been out or not. Gomes might be just sitting down for a little while. He wants to stay out there. I definitely would just, he's not going to bowl. Let's give him 2-3 overs. Well, I mean, he is alive. Don't be fooled by those pictures. But, well, we've talked about football. That's a very football-like stance. I don't know if you got that replay again when Shantu first runs toward him and he's motionless about now. Maybe thought about poking with a stick. Didn't want the immediate attention from his big left armour. Well, it could have been worse, Sean. Could have been your face. And we all know that you like to look after your looks. All right. Let's continue. Kel rides the bounce this time. We'll say that's exactly what subfielders are for as well. Get him on. Go it. Maybe he just wants to stay out there, take his mind off the fact that he's cracked he's had his leg cracked pretty hard with the ball. Gets tied up here. Grabs a little something on the way down the leg side of the keeper. So remember, we're out of the power play now as well, into the 7th over. So 5 outfielders are allowed from this point forwards. It's unless they run out of time, in which case maybe they'll only be allowed 4 towards the end of the innings. Well, last ball from Shantu will go the journey. And a good finish to the 7th over for Belgium. A Maximo off the bat of Sherry Butt, but still Shantu with a brilliant contribution of 2 for 22 off his 4 overs. And at the end of the 7th over, it's 64 for 4. Again, bit of a risky one. We've already seen one catch out in that position. We've seen an almost catch as well. But Sherry gets enough of it. 5 extras in the first 7 overs, so not too bad on that account. Looks like I'm going to stick with Henry here. Didn't bowl the first over. Remember, they went to Sherman Vaz. Managed to get Munib. Since then, he's taken a back seat. He's over number 8. Oh, a little edge. Would have gone to second slip. Instead, it's going to go to the boundary. I wonder if you're tempted. I mean, there's value in that 5th wicket, isn't it? It's an uncontrolled kind of a shot. I suppose he also knows there's no slip, so maybe he wouldn't play it if he was in. You'd be tempted. You don't often see slips in T20 cricket. Maybe at the very start, when the ball's moving around a bit. Going to walk this time, plays it with soft hands. Belgium started 52% favourites. They faded a bit, but still very competitive, 45% here. Very much in the Goldilocks zone between the 40 and 60. Genuine cut shot this time from Sherry Button. Well fielded down there. There's the Chad. Pot hitter. Does the fielding. Portugal. Last time we saw them on ECN play T20I cricket was against Norway. 3-match home series. Had to battle back. Got done, actually, in the first game against Norway. Came back, squared the series. And then won the decider against the Norwegians. Was it the SCG, Santoname Cricket Ground? Oh, he's bowled him. Oh, very good piece of bowling from Henry, and Kelsluck runs out. Again, wasn't really in line with this. Kind of skipped a little bit away to leg. That definitely seems back. It cleans up the top of middle stump. So Henry has something to show for his work. The dangerous Ahmed Kel heading back. Let's check this one out. Definitely the seam back there. We might be able to see that from the main camera as well. We can really slow it down. You'll see it deflects right to left on your screen, back in towards the batter. It's the top of the stump there. You can certainly see it. Maybe we can slow it down even more, give the viewers a good look at one of the reasons that Omid Kel is walking back for 28. Just have a look. The moves off the straight. So about here, bounces. You can see it. Goes from a kind of off stump or just outside off stump line. Excellent pictures from our crew there at 2 circles. Henry picked up 2 wickets in the first game he played. Now he's got 1, and it's a pretty good one to get as well. Omid out for 28. Well, this is always fun. to see this man batting. Saber Zakhil, known as Insana because of his, I suppose, let's just say, fearless approach to batting. I remember he had an amazing ECC 21 and was putting all sorts of bowlers out of the ground all the time. But then I know he's had some injury issues. It's nice seeing him back bowling again. It's something that was off the table. Had pretty much a whole shoulder rebuild. Saber, but he's a lovely guy. Yeah, certainly one guy always is really clear how much he loves the game. Plays with a smile on his face. But he is, and I say this with all respect, pretty crazy out there with bat in hand. And he tends, when he's a bit nervous early, he tends to just swing harder. Let's see if he gets away with a start. Got one ball to deal with here in the 8th over from Juan Henry. There's a little kind of flirt. But Saber survives. Henry with a wicket in his 3rd over. And after 8, Belgium 70 for 5. Hello to David Swan, and a question in the chat. Who's commentating in Hornchurch? I'd love to go to Hornchurch. I've actually been there before. I was their guest in 2023, and I hosted their charity and sponsors day down there. Even played a bit of fun cricket, 8-over cricket, on a very fun day. But unfortunately, I'm not able to make the trip to Hornchurch, as the schedule is the way it is. But Tina will be there, and Nish will be making a comeback. I say comeback, he actually commentated in Greece fairly recently. Tina was playing in that tournament for Germany. So, yeah, Tina and Nish will be the principal commentators. Still hoping to get Charlie on to fill in some days when they can't. So we'll come back to that once I know more. Stoneman gets the ball. First one is going to be straight into the hands of the fielder. Sherry Butt will be so disappointed there. It was short, it was wide, it was asking to be hit, but he never kept it down. And you can't keep that man out of the game. Rahul Kumar Hashu hasn't even had the bowl yet, but he's had a direct hit run out now. Fairly regulation catch, and Belgium now, I think the alerts are on. They're 70 for 6. Came quick enough that Hashu didn't have too much time to get nervous. Stoneman with a dream result. Probably not the best ball ever bowled, but it's effective. The dynamic Sherry Butt out for just 8. And the score 70 for 6. He knew straight away he was in trouble there. Sherry, pretty experienced player. Yeah, so Tina and Nish will be doing Hornchurch. I am kind of Prague-based now, and as a result, I'm going to be doing the Prague T20s and the ECI. I'll do the first day of the ECS as well in Czechia. So 15 days of cricket in Czechia, consecutive days as well. Looks like he's autographing the pitch there. New batter, Murid Akrami. Yeah, Stoneman, dream start for him. So, Murad, left-arm bowler, left-hand batter. Good adjustment from Stoneman. Won't get a run. Portugal there. They're hovering, aren't they? Again, see Saber Zakhil and Stoneman share a moment. That's what ECN's done. It's built these relationships that wouldn't have existed otherwise. So even here in a high-pressure T20 International, you got to say hello. Maybe. I'm surprised, actually. Saber recognized him with that moustache. Well, this one is wrapped around the corner. No real timing there from Akrami, but he's off the mark. There's a kill very early in his international career. He played kind of innings from this kind of a situation where he was able to do more than a rescue job. It was something quite amazing. Can these two forge a partnership? Zakiel's off the mark. Ekrami. Saw him pretty recently, obviously, in the night series, like so many of these Belgian players. Goes around the wicket here. Stoneman. Again, another good pickup. They've been very good at pickups as well, even the one-hand pickups. Just getting that extra split second to get the throwaway, Portugal. Ekrami. Saw him in pretty good form and a very good night series, including 4 for 11 versus Hasselt with the ball, but now it's with the bat that he has to try and contribute. Doesn't bat very often in the T10 format, Mourid Ekrami. In the T20 format, does have a higher score of 28. In fact, he scored that twice against Germany in 2019 and also against Guernsey. Attempted umpire clothesline there. Faf looks a bit annoyed. And he had to hold up. That's after the hello and everything. Maybe something to do with the sleeve that he's wearing, which is about a request. Say, can you take it off? And it's whitish, so it's probably fair enough. End of the ninth over, 73 for 6. Couple of big overs, but the rest single digits. Now let's see who they turn to at this top end. Do have the option to bowl out Juan Henry. Well, 3 overs, 1 for 29. I think that's what they're going to do. Cream wants to know maybe Hornchurch timings. I will tell you. By the way, it's Monday to Friday is the men's series in the 2 weeks. Saturday is the ECSW. So again, great to have 3 teams playing in the ECSW. Sunday, there's no cricket in Hornchurch, but that middle Sunday, we've got the T20 starting in Czechia. I'll actually be doing that with men's T20s first. 3 days of men's T20s in Czechia, then 3 days of women's. Then the women will have an ECIW, so they'll actually get 5 days of cricket. Then we'll have 2 divisions of ECS. So if you want to know timings, I can probably look them up. It's probably on the website as well. But yeah, if you're thinking about going to Hornchurch, I can tell you that the games start 9:45 local time, and they're at 2-hour intervals. Bad looking shot. With Zakiel, often it's just about the start. You know, can he get through the start? Sometimes he throws his wicket away. Just lets his emotions get the better of him on occasion. Yeah, so the games in England, 9:45, 11:45, 1:45, 3:45, 5:45. I can tell you the format there as well, if you like. Again, they go to Nippo's left. Nippo's on the field at the moment. And it is because Sean Gomes has gone off. So I suppose that they won't want to have Gomes off for too long. They want to make sure he's okay to open the batting, assuming he's fit to do so. But you can kind of be a bit strategic with that. For example, if you've got 10 overs left, he can be off for 5 and then he'll be back for 5. In which case he can bat. Well, having said that, though, it was an external blow, wasn't it? Because it's an external blow, I think he would be... He actually doesn't have to do penalty time. So actually, when I think about it, because it's an external blow, it was hit. It was a blow that everyone could see. It's not muscular or anything like that. I think you can actually sit off the whole innings and then just bat. But I don't know if you want to do that either, because you probably cool down a lot. He's only just gone off as well. Start of the over. Henry to Ekrami. Another wild throw comes in. Well, the gloves have disappeared. Assume they belong to Zakil. Didn't want to wear them when he was running. Yeah, so in Hornchurch, there's 2 groups of 5. Watch the gloves. Well, definitely not worth going back for them. Yeah, so 2 groups of 5. Each group will play 4 days of games. And you play 8 games. So you play the other 4 teams in your group in a double round robin format. So first 4 days of the men's is Group A, second 4 days is Group B, and then we're in the quarterfinals. So bottom team misses out. Quarterfinals Thursday. That's a good shot from Zakil. He's going to hook it up and out of the ground. Maximo. Yeah, Malta taking in the afternoon sun. Found a nice little shady spot. Obviously thinking about life, thinking about cricket, no doubt. That will be the end of the 10th over. Belgium have lost 6 wickets, but this is very Belgium. You could definitely see them still going at that rate and posting 164. I suppose they don't really have the safety net, do they? Have a lot of batting. A lot of wickets in hand, I should say. So it's 82 for 6. Okay, yeah, keep the questions coming. Any format questions? I love to answer them. Now, Johnny Heesam saying, yeah, he's just bought his train ticket for the middle Sunday. But the middle Sunday in Hornchurch, there is no cricket. Let me just be clear with that. So I'm talking about the 8th of June. There's only cricket in Prague because the ground isn't available on Sunday. So, yeah, Monday to Friday on both weeks. So the 2nd to the 6th and then also the 9th to 13th. They're the men's ECS, the Saturday the 7th and the Saturday 14th, women's ECS. And, yeah, the game's just repeating. The game starting 9:45 London time in Hornchurch. So, yeah, 5 teams per group. They play double round robin within your group. Bottom team drops out. The top 4 play quarterfinals Thursday, which is the Thursday week 2. And then, of course, got semi-finals and the final on Friday. And there'll be a bit of that overlap. So, with no cricket in London on Saturday, I'll be leading the coverage in Prague, so Prague basically is 15 days of cricket. It goes 3 days men's T20s, 3 days women's T20s, followed by 2 days of an ECIW, so women's T10 internationals. That's 8 days. And then the 7 days, last 7 days, you actually have not 1 but 2 European cricket series. So you have 3-day challenger event involving 5 teams, and you have the 4-day Premier ECS featuring 6 teams. Kind of similar to what we saw in Portugal with the Challenger and the Premier. And in Czechia, they have done it based on the finishing positions. They've actually got the same 11 teams that played last year that are involved. So it's been done on their finishing position last year. So, yeah, I hope you haven't bought a ticket for the middle Sunday where there's no cricket. By the way, there probably will be cricket, just won't be ECN cricket on that Sunday. So I'm sure you'll have a good time anyway. Then you can maybe sleep over and join the action on Monday. Oh, Adian's got a great question. What's my favourite format? Excellent question, Adian. I don't know if I have a favourite. I mean, I like variety. But I have an answer which I've heard, which I think I probably agree with. I'll keep you in suspense. Here's Stoneman, though, to start the 11th over. Not a bad location. Full and Rem is field, actually. Yeah, it might have been Nippo. Lets it get through. Subfielder on the field at the moment. Let's see if I was right. It happened so quickly. Oh, no. It's the old long barrier fail. Apologies to Nippo. At least only cost 2 and not 4. I'll leave you in suspense. One more ball. So I would say I have 2 favourite formats. And it's probably T10 and Test. I probably would have said T20, except I don't think T20 is necessarily what it was when it first came on. It was the novelty, wasn't it? Back in the noughties when we first saw T20 cricket. Quite like playing T20. I didn't really get a chance to play any T10. I wasn't really around when I was playing. I played 1 or 2 tournaments here or there. It's kind of exhibition tournaments in the last few years, but that's a lot of fun, actually. I do love that. But yeah, I like the crash and bash of the T10, but then also like obviously the real long format. There's a lot of strategy that goes into it that I suppose you don't really see play out as much over the shorter forms of the game. Having said that, I mean, I'm calling this T20 now. I mean, I love T20 as well, but I just feel that T20 now has become what 50 overs used to be, and 50 overs isn't really sure what it is anymore. Bold. Hands from Nunes up to the stumps as well. Yeah. 50 overs. I mean, I grew up watching 50 overs. It's like a proper day out. I remember going and watching one of the internationals. Excellent location here. Krami not really willing to move the feet, get across to it. Bowled by Ron Burgundy. Again, good location. Set a field to that as well. Another fielding fail, but only cost him a single. That'll be the end of the over. Stoneman keeping it pretty tight at the moment. It's all about the accuracy, putting on a handkerchief at the moment. Just 4 runs coming off that one, and at the end of 11, it's 86 for 6. But I think for me, it's, we talk about favourites. It's like favourite foods. I don't really have a favourite food, but it's kind of like I get a craving if I haven't had it in a while. So I haven't gotten to see too much T20 cricket lately. And so I'm really enjoying this. And because it makes your cricket brain think, there's different strategies, there's different situations that come up, different kind of periods of time. So, yeah, I'm probably short. I mean, I haven't seen a 50-over game for a while. In fact, I've never even called a 50-over game in over 5,000 matches. Called a fair few T20s, probably 100 or so T20s by now. Obviously, mostly the T10. But, yeah, I think I like variety. There's my longer answer. But if you had to nail me down a little bit more, I'd say Test and T10. And if you had to really nail me down, probably say T10, because I think once you get addicted to that, you crave it. I think Test is something that I think in the old days used to kind of turn. I used to do it myself. I'd turn on, I would have my eyes glued to the TV for 8 hours, 6 hours, I suppose. Krami back and cuts. We'll take one. But I think in this multitasking world, I mean, Test is now, I think of it if the Ashes are on, or it's a big game, England, India, or something like that. I'd love to see India, Pakistan, by the way. But it'll kind of be at a place out watching it in a sports kind of restaurant, enjoying it, but also having other conversations and just kind of flicking my eyes to the screen ball by ball. But again, it's one of those things where modern attention span, you're sometimes waiting for something to happen. Zekil drives nicely. Fielder not able to make the stop, just a single. Yeah, so maybe let's know what your favourite formats are. Henry there. Not the easiest one to try and counter. Bit of a hold up here. Yeah, let us know your favourite formats. I mean, I never would have imagined the T10 would have become as big as it's become when we first started. I mean, T10 was only meant to be the first 3 days of the ECN experience. It was only 3 days in 2019, but it's really given a a platform for these European cricketers to develop their skills, but also to entertain the world. Replacement ball there. So it mustn't have held up well enough. But yeah, once you get hooked on the action of T10, it's very hard to even go back to T20. But of course, my cricket brain is enjoying this. And they've got a bit of a Sophie's choice here, don't they, with these two who, they are naturally quite attacking players, but they do know the consequences of getting out here. Not good. Hanging top edge here. Doesn't get past the fielder. Wayne, he's given his thoughts very much along the test in T10, but also very creative use of imagery there, Wayne. Extra points, extra XP for you. Oh, it'll be a wide. Vass is back here in the 12th and almost gets a stumping off a wide here. Can't resist going after that Sabres their kill. Don't think the foot ever actually does leave the crease. This time Henry does pick it up cleanly. It's a good point here from Adian as well, saying, what does everyone think of the recent shortening of the test from 5 days to 4? I'll give you a bit of trivia as well around that. All right, Zakil's had enough, and he's going to go up and over the top of everything. Maximal! Well, that was a powerful strike. Getting shorter boundary straight. Likes the match up against the off spinner. And he get that natural kind of fluid movement of the wrist from Sabat. Gets the result into the over. 97 for 6 after 12. Tick over 8 and over at the moment for Belgium. So, yeah, tests, believe it or not, haven't always been 5 days. This is one of these things you tend to think of tradition as what you remember. And certainly in recent generations, they have been 5 days. But if you go back, it actually used to be 6 slightly shorter days. But there was some variation about how long they would be. Even, of course, the famous timeless test, which, funnily enough, ended up in a draw because I think South Africa were going to miss their boat. in the times, I think it went 9 days. So, yeah, I don't have an objection at all to 5 days becoming 4. I think we wouldn't want to go less than that. But also, I think the idea is with the 4 days, and it certainly was with the first one that they had, I think South Africa, Zimbabwe, was that the days are longer. So I think that's the trade-off. So you might not get quite as much players in 5 days, but you're getting kind of 4.5. So yeah, I actually think it's actually an efficient use of time. Right, here's Hashu, and it's going to be an immediate strike for him. Ekrami takes him on very first ball. Nunez takes an easy catch. Again, a bold shot against the big pacer. First time you've had a look at him, and it will be that 7th wicket, 97 for 7. Up in the air. And Nunez was never going to drop that. A disappointment for Ekrami. Kind of did all the hard work. But he knew straight away. He was fighting the angle there, finding the pace. In the early years Test cricket, I think that they didn't necessarily have a set amount of days for a test. Often they would play till there's a result. It looks like a slower ball, so maybe not the regular ball from Hashu. You can see. I think he rolls the fingers on that. A little bit of left to right. Again, probably not what you'd expect. Kali Damani's new batter, by the way. Smiling Assassin coming out at number 9. Let's see this one I'm sure he's going to put the pace back on to save as a kill. Oh, that'd be an interesting one. Right off the end of the bat. Hashu, again, let's get a good look at his action here. He's got a strong approach. Hurls it in, and Zakil actually was through it too quick, to be fair. There's a lot of shoulder in his action. That one gets through, but again, only a single. Again, have a look at this. Similar kind of action. I'm trying to work out, where does he get this extra pace? He certainly is slippery, isn't he? Yeah. Comes out with a bit of fire on it. Yeah, so as far as the tests go, they had the famous test. It was actually in South Africa in 1939, the timeless test. It went 10 days, actually, including the rest day. So 9 days of play. Worst rain interruption there. Was it still abandoned as a draw? A bolt. Very good seed from Hashu. And that was because, England actually, because they were in South Africa, were going to miss their ship home. Why wouldn't they delay the ship? But then in the 1940s, and especially after World War II, they began to standardize tests as 5 days, although there were still some 6-day tests. Sometimes rest days were in there as well. And then you could actually plan your tours a bit better, because if you don't know when the game's going to finish, it's hard to book transport. Yeah, as far as the move to 4, I mean, you gotta realise the game's always changing. They used to get through a lot more overs in the day as well. It might have been, I think the first one was South Africa, Zimbabwe in 2017, the 4-day test. And it finished in 2 anyway. End of the 13th over here in Belgium, it's 99 for 7. This is a look at what's coming up tomorrow as well. You can see we have the same order of events. And then bottom team will drop out. Top 2 will play the final on Sunday morning. Yeah, so just looking this up. So in a 5-day normal test, you're meant to bowl 90 overs in a day. So what's that? 450 overs. Okay, less. Change of innings and whatnot. In a 4-day test, you're meant to bowl an extra 8 overs in a day. So I think the day is half an hour longer. And so 392 overs. So you're really only giving up, you're basically getting an extra session in. So you're really only giving up 2 sessions, if you want to think of it that way. And also in 4-day tests, it's under the laws of cricket, the follow-on margin becomes 150 runs, not 200. Interesting that the follow-on margin's related to days, not overs. And the other thing is, even in a 5-day test, if you had the first 2 days washed out, it affects the follow-on margin, or even 1 day washed out, whole day affects the follow-on margin. If it's washed out before the game starts. Even to, I think if you had 4 days washed out, even in a test, then on the last day, I think the follow-on becomes 75. And typically in the 4-day test, it will start a bit earlier to help fit in the extra overs. But, of course, you can even get a day-night 4-day test now, as was the case with South Africa, Zimbabwe in 2017. That'll be the bouncer for the over, I think. This is Huddy coming on to bowl in the 14th. So I think the reason is, and Adian's mentioning a timeless test. I reckon that'd be cool too. What do you think? Do you think the World Test Championship final should be timeless? I think that'd be a good one. final of the WTC. I mean, I don't know who's buying tickets for day 11, but probably still sell them. Yeah, let us know your thoughts. I mean, I like the fact if you schedule 4-day tests, if it means you can get more tests in, well, then that's good, isn't it? Because it makes it more possible to find that window. Oh, big launch from Zakil. Misses out. Again, the funny thing is here, you're better off trying to hit straight because they're the shorter boundaries. He tries to go sideways, puts the kitchen sink into it. I like that Addy describing 50 over cricket as the more annoying bits of test combined with the more annoying bits of T20. Okay, expand. Hardy has had to wait a long time to get his chance. He hasn't done too much wrong today with the ball. Yeah, but they got away with the rest day a while ago now. Maybe even up to the 80s, maybe even 89. The first Ashes series I saw, I think there were still rest days. Funny thing is, the rest day was normally a Sunday. Sunday's the day that everyone could probably watch it because they're off work. A bit of a whip away here. I will say, and Wayne's saying, yeah, I mean, just leave tests alone at 5 days. I don't think anyone's suggesting that all tests should be 4 days, but I do think it should be permissible if it's agreed to count them as tests. Because it's pretty much same conditions. A lot of tests are 4 days or less anyway, the way they work out. End of the 14th over, 102 for 7. I think Luke's talking about Hardeep Kutan, but I think most of the time we've seen him before as Hardeep Singh on the network. Now, going by Hardeep Kutan. He is a Portuguese-based player. Carved away. First up. And Hardeep is very experienced, actually, on the network. 82 games in the ECN T10 format. All right, straight up in the air. Should be a wicket. And it will be. Portugal caught well today. Sherman Vaz included. Third catch for him. Hashu breaks in to the action once again. A second wicket. He's untouchable today. Amadi goes. And the 8th wicket falls 103 for 8. Again, tries to take on that straight boundary, but it gets big on him. And, straight away, that his numbers up. So disappointment for Khalid Amadi. We have to bowl this score later. How many will it be? I guess we'll find out. 103 for 8. Interesting, also expected score still 136. So still backing that Belgium will be able to get 30 plus more runs. So Akil, I think he knew what was going on there. Didn't even bother trying to run. Sherman makes it look easy. The Shermanator in a fair bit of the action here for Portugal. Taplial, left arm spinner, left arm batter, facing up to Hashu. Late in the first one. Yeah, the Sean Tate comparison's an interesting one. It does really heave it over, doesn't he, Hashu? Just that extra 10% of pace. And once you're fast, any faster becomes kind of exponentially more difficult to face. Tapliao carves this out. Hashu's given up 3 runs in 10 balls now and has 2 wickets to his name. Adian just expanding, saying the batting in 50 overs is very similar to test batting, but the fielding and bowling is that of the higher pressure formats. It doesn't really allow for the highlighting of either skill. So you think it's a bit of an unholy compromise. Interesting observation there. Everyone's got their personal preferences. In the end, it's all cricket, isn't it? I love cricket. Didn't love cricket, probably wouldn't be doing this job. But I even love cricket, even formats you probably wouldn't think of. I used to love the Hong Kong Sixers, always tune into that, because I used to like some different problems, different cricket problems. Hong Kong Sixers are different again. Most people know I played indoor cricket for Australia. That's a different form of cricket as well, with its own tips, techniques and strategies and skills. Last ball, the 15th over here. Tapley out, carves it straight to the fielder. So end of 15. Hashu, what a good over. Just 1 run and a wicket off it. And the score 103 for 8. Let's have a look what's coming up tomorrow. You saw it a moment ago, but I'll show you again with Belgium versus Malta to kick off the day once again. Portugal versus Malta. Once again, those 2 teams meeting in the middle game. And once again, the last game will be this contest, Belgium versus Portugal. All starts the same time. 7:45 AM GMT, 9:45 in Central Europe, 1:15 in India. Join me for day 2. And at the end of day 2, we will make the cut. And the top 2 teams will play in the final on Sunday morning. Beautiful afternoon sun. It's actually, this game's scheduled to finish at 9:15, but sunset's not till 9:45, so I don't think we'll see the lights go on. Well, Zakil is running out of partners, so he launches and he gets. Wow, that's what he can do. Maximo. Hardy gets taken to. Geez, that looks. Let's get back on those spectators. Looks like they're having a good time. We did have good crowds in, didn't we, for the night series? That's how to spend a day. A few Belgian beers. That's more like it. Jeez. Save some for me. Rolling cutter, but Zakil. Well, this is the dangerous Zakil, where, he knows he's the thin line between respectability and not. There's Ravi doing the fielding. Geez, very clean as well. But this, when Saba's on, he's, again, impossible to bowl to. He just seems to have flicked a switch here. Now he gets slow full toss. He should have felt he should have put it for 6. In the end, he'll only get a single. Sabit, for someone that is, I suppose, I feel like he's still quite young. But he's been playing T20s for 6 years now. Tapley out. Probably needs to stay there, doesn't he? Negotiates this one. Yeah, there's Sabazakil innings. I think a lot of people would remember. A little one-handed glance here. Gets off the hip. 2's the call. Should get it. Falls into the gap. So Taplia's off the mark. It's quite an amazing game. Belgium versus Austria. And Belgium batting first. They were, you wouldn't believe it. They were actually 14 for 8. You heard me right. They were 14 for 8. after 5.5 overs. So just have a think about that, okay? That'll be the end of the over tap. They'll retain the strike. And Belgium 117 for 8. 4 overs remaining in this first innings. So Sabah Zakil was batting 8. And when he came in, it was 14 for 6. Then in the next over, he saw it become 14 for 8. So he's just sitting there and it's 14 for 8 and he's on 0. Sakleen Ali comes to the crease batting 10. But then they put on a partnership of 132 and Sabah Zakil scores 100 not out of 47 balls. And he gets Belgium to 146 for 8. So, okay, fairly normal score, 146 in a T20. But not after you're 14 for 8. Okay. At the end of the power play, 14 for 8. Hashu coming back here for a third over. And then in response, Austria were 37 for 3 after 6.1. But then the rain came and Duckworth-Lewis was called in. Belgium got the win. They won by 12 runs on Duckworth-Lewis. But what an innings. 100 not out in a T20 at number 8. Quite incredible. All right, that's going to fly, and it doesn't quite get to the fielder in the end. So, I mean, that must be still something that's never been done before or since. So imagine not scoring a single run until there's 8 wickets down and then scoring 100. In a T20, nonetheless. In a T20. I'll actually put that score card in the chat. And that was pre-excess. And that 14 for 8 turning into 146. But the excess might have just been a little bit off on that occasion. But this is what I mean with Zakil. Almost like he needs the danger. Like now they're 8 out. He could still get him to 160 here. Uh-oh. That's gone very wrong. That could, it's at least a wide. It might even be a no ball for height. Just gets right away from Hashu. I don't mind seeing where that from side on, because I feel that was probably high, especially at this heat. Yeah, I mean, that should be a no ball. And whether it's been called or not, not sure. Don't see any free hit signal. Just called as 5 wide, so it won't be a free hit. And they're the kind of balls exactly why I think the benefit should go to the batter and why we are a bit stricter on them in our T10s. And gets a slight slower ball, but Sabah's after him and he drills it out of the ground. Maximo! An 11-run ball here in the 17th over. And Hashu gone for pretty much nothing before this. Getting lit up. Sabah Zakil. Maybe that's the thing. Maybe he needs the danger. Almost like they're almost out of wickets, almost out of chances. And here he is standing up again. Oh, what a shot. Oh, absolutely boned. Over cover. Throws their hands at it. Maybe a rolling cutter slightly off speed from Hashu, but there was speed off the bat. That's a very Sabah Zakil shot as well. Belgium are back, baby. And it's Belgian ball doing it. Almost like his weight comes through as an afterthought, but he just throws the hands. He snaps the wrists. Gets it a long way in front of square. Pretty much over cover or extra cover in the end. Shot and a half from Zakil, who's raced to 42 now. I told you, the start is the thing. Can be a bit nervy in the start. Doesn't want to get out early. I suppose nobody does. Now he's controlling the game. In fact, he'll get it through the fielder. Wanted 1, gets 4. This game has swung. That's one of the beauties, I suppose, of the slightly longer format. Looking for the 1, keeping the strike. bang. Maybe slight Tortuga, but still leaving a big gap. Oh, the Vest Brigade showing how it should be done. 139 for 8. And that over ended up going magical 22 off it. And that's after the first half of the over just went for 1. The second half of the over went for 21. Extraordinary stuff. Caramba. A minute ago, it was saying 136 or something was the expected. Well, now they're already over that, and there's still 3 overs to go. These two came together at 103. And in the space of 16 deliveries, they have put on 36. Geez, that 6 was something though, wasn't it? That's very wide, actually. Seems like he was hungry for the strike back, but Nunes does enough. See, that's one. They called a no ball earlier for one that definitely didn't react like that off the edge of the pitch. This time they just called a wide. Probably should have been a no ball. Not pitching wholly on the surface. It's one I thought did pitch on the surface. It was called a no ball earlier. But anyway. Up the out. Might as well just go for the single here. Zakil's on fire at the other end. It's exactly what he wants to do, and that's exactly what he will do. Guardian saying maybe the trick is not to take Belgium's 8th wicket. That seems to set them on fire. Yeah, that was an amazing game. That's 4 years ago now. July 24, 2021. Well, don't waste too much time, Sabah, because right now you're hot. You don't want to cool down. Already this 141 plays, doesn't it? It's putting pressure on this Portuguese batting lineup. More runs than they had to chase earlier. 160 expected. Certainly not the regular way to do it. Zakil. Very, very talented individual. There's another talented individual, Hardeep, will sense this as an opportunity to essentially end the sideshow. Takes it on, but doesn't get it this time. Quite as well, but still good enough. Maximo. Wow. Sabah. He's going to bring up his 50. And the fact that wasn't probably right out of the middle shows you how well he's been hitting them, especially in the last 10 minutes or so. 52 of 26. He brings up the 50 with his 6th Maximo. And he's changed this game. 147 now, still 2.5 overs remaining. You might just need a quick change of equipment. See what he's going for here. Hardy. Now it feels like he's under pressure. Oh, that was the loose one, though. Could have easily knocked out the stumps. Hardy wishes it had. It's Mdina Cup. He's going to throw up some big entertainment and big unpredictability. Wow, that could be a no ball. It will be a no ball, and it's going to be top edged away. So Zakil gets another gift, and it's going to be a 7-up. That brings up the 150 for Belgium. It definitely is high. It's called straight away. It's a good call. And Portugal are just kind of melting away. Free hit to come as well. This over's now gone for 15. Oh, and he goes again. Sabazakil, take a bow. Maximal. These are monsters now. Up into the 60s. Well, what a burst here. This is quite extraordinary. In the last 8 balls, you're hearing me right, in the last 8 balls, there have been 42 runs. How can that happen? This is a T20 international with bigger boundaries on the sides at least. But yeah, there's been 42 runs in the last 8 balls bowled. At a strike rate of 525. Trying around the wicket now. Saba, this time he will get the single. And never mind the 160, they've already passed that. So into the over, 161 for 8. And Portugal find themselves as underdogs. 2 teams that are side by side in the T20I rankings. Have a look at that, 22 and 22. But there was that 8-ball, 42-run burst. Basically the end of the 17th over in the first 5 balls of the 18th over. Amazing. Amazing. All right, who's next? Stoneman. He's going to have his work cut out for him here. Thing is, even with these bigger boundaries on the side, he's such a good hitter that, one tactic here would be, bowl full and wide. That's what Stoneman did really well to the left-hander. If you could replicate that to the right-hander, you put your field back, deep point, maybe deep third, deep cover point. But then Zakil, he's so good, he might just slap under you and hit you for 6 anyway. What do we think about the change in flow of this game? Again, good batting, but also a couple of indisciplined bits of cricket from Portugal as well. Misfield in there, a couple of high no balls, potential high no balls, the minimo. And even if they were to walk off now, 162 is a pretty challenging chase when you're away from home. Hit hard down the ground. Well fielded. Yeah, I like that. Doesn't take the single. I don't think I would either at this stage. A bit like Hansel in Zoolander. Zakil's so hot right now. I don't think you want him off strike. If you're a Belgian fan, the Portuguese will be happy to see him at the other end. It's partnership 58 off 24. But this could be curtains. Stoneman probably going to have to negotiate the stumps, but he'll take the catch. Not often you see a bowler hit wicket. I think Faf knew that he was somewhere near his own wickets, but what an innings from Sabazakil. I suppose it backfires the fact that they don't take the single in the end, because the very next ball he skies it. Have a look at Stoneman here. Just gives him a little kiss, but takes good catch. If he dropped it, surely there's a run out happening, because there's nobody at his end. But yeah, credit to Faf. He makes it a bit tough for Zakil. Tried to muscle him, flat bat him down the ground. But what an innings from Zakil. 65 off 32. And he's given his team more than a good chance. You can see that. He's quietly quite happy with his work. Why shouldn't he be? He's a mercurial human being, Sabazakil. Wrong shot, really. Probably should have gone over point. Started walking straight away. Stoneman holds a good catch under pressure. Iftikhar Kankal comes out to bat at number 11. It takes it back to almost a 50-50. We're almost where we started, actually, with the percentages. How many can they get to? Oh, Cankel knows his way around. Jeez, almost creates a run out here. Stoneman leaves it thinking it might hit the stumps. He wasn't sure where he was, and that was the right thing to do. Rather than try and collect the ball, maybe spoil a direct hit. As we could see, it was quite a fair way away. I suppose hindsight, probably would have tried to gather that and get on the stump. Still might have had time to run out Cankel, and the number 11 gets off the mark. You'd certainly trade the burst for the wicket of Zakil if you're a Belgian fan. Up the 160s. Let me just remind you where they were in this innings. I mean, they were 70 for 6 after just 8 overs. So that means basically in the last 10 overs or so, they've scored 92, only losing another 3 wickets along the way. They were 97 for 7 after 12.1. They were 103 for 8 of 14.2. But then Hurricanes Zakil came in and completely changed this game. Stoneman, look at his figures though. He's been excellent, 2 for 8. 2.5. Last ball the 19th. And it gets through. So Belgium here probably would settle. You know, take 8. Don't take too many risks. Certainly first half of the over, don't take too many risks. Make sure you go deep into the over. 162 for 9 after 19 overs. Last over to come. You don't want to kind of hand it over that last wicket. I suppose you can also just react to what's bowled to you. If you feel it's in your zone, you can go it. It is the last over, but you don't want to be throwing your wicket away early in the over. Okay, here's the 20th over. Hashoot being brought back. First one doesn't go anywhere. 9 outs. You can't be throwing away your last wicket on a silly run out. This game has a different feel now, doesn't it? After that, I have to work out the exact length of what I will call the Zakil assault. All right, pins the ears back, does Cankel. Hangs in the air, and it's all over. Stoneman takes another good catch. And for the third time today, we see the team batting first fail to bat out their 20 overs, though. We'll say Belgium got a lot closer than Malta did earlier on. They're all out for 162, leaving 4 balls on the table. So, yeah, once that wicket of Zakil falls, they only score 1 more run from that point. But it was that 3-over burst. They were 103 for 8 after 15. We saw 14 come off Hardeep's over in the 16th. We saw 22 come off Hashu in the 17th and 22 off Hardeep's 18th. So you had a 58-run burst in there in just 3 overs. Quite extraordinary. And that's the reason they end up with a very competitive 162. Earlier on, we saw Muneeb go, and classic horses for courses matchup. Mas was brought on to counter the left-hander. It worked. Had a catch popped up back next to him, and he has got a warm reception from Nunes behind the stumps after hitting a 6. But we saw Shantu doing a really good job. So he had the field well placed, had a couple of holdouts, a couple of holdout opportunities. That was the end of Niaz, though. Took off, but not the best bit of running towards the end. He was caught short, and we saw little nick behind. We saw Henry getting in the action, getting one to nip back and take the top of middle stump. And then when Sherry Butt guided this, it was really a sign that things were not looking good for Belgium. A lot of mutual respect there from Stoneman and Zakiel. They'd renew their pleasantries late in the innings, but Zakiel and just lit it up. It's almost like a switch was flicked, wasn't it? Before that, though, Ekrami went. He was the 7th to fall, and then Amadi went soon after. So it was 103 for 8, and it remained 103 for 8 after 15 overs. But then here comes Insana, and he just went to town in this 3-over period. He scored 58 in this 3-over period. That's probably the most amazing shot. Like a violent forehand over the offside. It wasn't done yet, and it kind of coincided. It was like a perfect storm with Portugal losing their marbles a little bit. The minimo, the 5 down the leg side, the 7 up that was given. And Zakiel, almost like I said, he needed the danger in the end. Stoneman had him caught and bowled. And Zakiel said, all right, what more do you want me to do? We've got a score on the board. Only one more run was added before the 10th wicket fell. Canco going in the 20th. So they leave 4 balls out there, but they do make the most, especially of those 3 overs. 16, 17, 18, and Belgium finish on 162. Looking at the innings, and it's all about Sabah Zakiel, 65 off 32, in a wonderful display of bravery and skill. It's 7 sixes and just 2 fours in his 65. Apart from that, Kel with 28 off just 18 balls. 18 from Diaz looked good before. He was run out thanks to a direct hit from Hashu. Ali Raza stuck around a bit longer, but not a lot longer. Out for 11, the other player to reach double figures. Bowling-wise, they seemed to have the game in hand, didn't they? They took those early wickets and had Belgium on the ropes, but then it was the Belgians that found a way out. I think Stoneman, though, was excellent, head and shoulders above the rest. 2 for 8 off 3 overs bowled. Three wickets for Hashu, but he would have been the best, except that he just got launched on, didn't he? He was part of that 3-over result, finished with 3 for 25. Still very good figures, though, in this format. 2 wickets for Shantu, bowled a good spell, I thought, 2 for 22. And wickets also, Vaz, Juan Henry in there. Kutan ended up being reasonably expensive as well. So, yeah, Stoneman, 2 for 8 off 3. For me, I think with the economy, probably he gets the chocolates. But reasonably good team effort. Look, Portugal, if you offered them this score at the start, they'd feel confident of chasing it. Just as a back of the mind, they'll feel, we shouldn't be chasing this many. You look at the quarters, 41 in the first quarter, 41 in the second quarter, and 21 in the third. Then that last quarter, which was unfinished, they end up with 59 runs. We'll take a break, then back for the exciting conclusion of day one when we return. I still think this is a very, very even game. Portugal to take on the fire and brimstone of the Belgians on home soil. 163 the victory target. Vinny sound to him, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll take a break and we'll see you very, very shortly for more action from Belgium. You're watching the ECN Mdina Cup T20I. This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Hello, welcome back for the exciting conclusion of the opening day of the Men's Mdina Cup, live from 12 Star Stadium here in Hofstade in Zemst, Belgium, just outside of Brussels. Great to have you with us as we get ready, get set for the run chase. It's a chase of magnitude that I don't think anyone was expecting after Belgium backed themselves into a real corner at one stage, 97 for 7, then 103 for 8. But then a 58-run, 3-over burst, principally orchestrated by Sabazakil, does have them up to 162 as their score bowled out with 4 balls remaining in the 20 in the first innings. Now, 163 will be the victory target for Portugal. Now, again, this would be the kind of score they probably were expecting to have to chase at the start of the game, but certainly not during that innings. Probably all water under the bridge now. Portugal bat well and execute their plan. Still very, very chaseable. It should be a very interesting finish to the day. What's the supercomputer think? I thought it's pretty even. A few people mentioning that the men's Belgian outfit isn't the hot lava that we saw from the women's side. In fact, we saw the hot lava debuting certainly on ECN during the Mdina Cup last year in France. Anyway, it's another story. You can open with left arm spin again as Double Kumat Noritam prepares to face Paplial with the ball. Oh, jeez. Very close to popping up a catch first ball. Portugal 56%. So there, we're in the Goldilocks zone, people. Nice to have the ranking updates there from Luke. Mentioned it earlier in the day. Well, Noritam isn't scared straight, is he? He's going to go over the top and he'll get 4 runs. There's the first runs of the response. Noritam's going to take on this power play. So, yeah, starting the day at 43, 44 and 73. That's Portugal, Belgium, Malta respectively. Since then, Austria had a win over Switzerland on home soil this afternoon. So Austria were 45th of spot places. So Austria jumped up over Belgium, despite Belgium's win earlier on against Malta. And Malta have gone from 73 to 74 after losing. And you guessed it, they've swapped positions with Panama. I mentioned this yesterday that I thought it would be awesome. And we have the ECC European Cricket Championship, but imagine if we had, an Asian version, an American version, including South and North America, Oceania, and Africa. And so you got the 5, and then you have kind of like the GCC of the Global Cricket Championship, or the Earth Cup, I tried to call it. And maybe just draw the teams out of a hat. So they're all playing all over the world. You do need unlimited money, I think, to make it work. But, next minute you've got Portugal playing in Panama. And that's a game I'd certainly want to see. End of the first over is 4 off it. Tapial tied as always. 4 without loss. ECN, or you could call it the ECN World Cup, but I think World Cup isn't big enough to describe what the magnitude of what we're trying. Basically, because I worked out there's 100 countries in the rankings. So why don't we make it, we could just spend the whole year doing this. You could make, what's a good number? You could do 20 groups of 5 and give them their own kind of 1-week tournament in 20 different locations. China, I don't know why China was the first one I thought of. And think of the matchups. If in the unlimited money version, you're not just grouping them by region, so you're not doing kind of Asian Cricket Championship, you're just doing qualifiers. So you're doing, I'm going to pick 2 countries at random using a random number generator. And you tell me what you think. First, here's Kanko. Just misses the mark first up. Okay, random number generator. First matchup's given me Kuwait versus Portugal. Oh, Portugal getting lucky. That'd be a good game. Okay, next one. Uh-oh. Judging by the ranking difference, this could be a bit of a bloodbath. Gomes faces up. Can't kill. Played ball pretty well earlier. Good movement this time. Stays inside. All right, and the top teams, a bit like we have England 11, so they'll get, an 11. So New Zealand 11 versus Croatia. Picture it. I want everyone to picture it. Do a simulation in your head of how that game would go. New Zealand 11 versus Croatia. Zach Vucic should have his work cut out for him, tell you that much. Let's do another one. It's fun. Ooh, good movement here. Gomes thought that was on the leg and just started going and kept going. He ends up getting himself in a bit of a mess. He's happy he doesn't hit it. All right, here's the next matchup. Random matchup. The Philippines versus Papua New Guinea. Well, they're not quite neighbours, but not too far away. Don't have to travel too far. Oh, gosh, really hitching his wagon to the leg side here. I'm not sure if that's so wise, considering the big movement he's getting across. He's fighting the angle here. Even if you do hit that, it might go straight up in the air. It might be a big leading edge risk. All right, I'm going to do two more. I'm going to put it away for now. Oof. This could be another 11 one. Stay tuned. Coming up next, Afghanistan 11 versus Mozambique. That's what I'm talking about. This one straightens down the line. It's actually very good bowling. He's gone away, away, away. This one straightens down the line. And yeah, Shan having a bit of a rough start here. Just watch this one curve back. Excellent bowling. All right, last matchup time. I've drawn Saudi Arabia versus Cyprus. Again, not too far for them to travel. All right, I'm enjoying this so much, I'm going to limit myself to two more. One after this ball, one after the next ball. Then we'll put it away. Cricket matches, you're probably not going to see. Maritime knocks it away for one. All right, your matchup this ball is Qatar versus Luxembourg. Well, I mean, those two countries can afford it. I might make them actually play. Last one coming after this. I'll think of something else. Oh, you get a bonus one now because that was wide. All right, this one is going to be entertaining. It's Seychelles versus Austria. Well, I'm going to say we're going to play that one in the Seychelles. Get the plane. Well, Gomes will get a single. Can't kill. Certainly asking some tough questions early on. Portugal 9 without loss after 2. Last one in my hypothetical matchups. And it's the bottom ranked country, which actually is Greece. And that's because Greece haven't played too many games. So Greece are ranked 100. They're the bottom of the rankings. They're not a bad side. I think they do a number on Mali's 99 and Myanmar's 98. So I've drawn Greece versus Samoa. Well, Ross Taylor, I think, qualifies to play for Samoa. What do you think? Global ECN T10. I mean, probably if we were to do it, and it's actually, considering some things that we have done, probably not impossible. One day we will do it. But I'm sure it would be by region for economical reasons. You'd need to have teams playing near where they are. All right, chappily out. Gets pulled away here by Gomes. That's not a good ball, really. And it gets whacked away over the leg side. Again, length is everything, isn't it? Springs onto that back foot pretty quickly. Maximo for Sean Gomes to start the over. Tapliao to dial it back in. Now he opens up, goes through the offside, and that's going to be 4 as well. Hakeem Kaksa, nice to see him down there. From Beverin. I know he's been recovering from an injury that he suffered during the night series. Hopefully he's well. Hakeem, I know you'll probably watch this back because you definitely know that you fielded it. So, hello. Straight. Turned away to the leg side. Yeah, Wayne having a few issues in the non-spanner portion. I'm sure there's a few that feel your pain, Wayne. Kawaja Shan, hello, nice to see you. How does the leaderboard work? I don't really know. And after 2 days, I still don't know. But don't worry about it. Just enjoy the cricket. It's a YouTube thing. It's not an ECN thing. It's been a bit of a talking point, though. A ball by Tapliao. Portugal, they've got plenty of batting as well. Potkita listed at 3. Hassam looked pretty assured earlier, batting 4. Nunez listed 5. Tossed up, just kind of drifting into the pads, and that's going to run away for 4. Good shot selection from Noritam. It's not a premeditated sweep. It's a sweep that kind of decides to play given the line of the ball coming into the pad. So just swipes across it, collapses that back leg. Nice shot. Well, Kawaj just saying he's been watching ECN since 2020, since the start of coronavirus. To date, marks 5 years. Sounds about right. Well, Ali thought he heard something. He was the only one. Into the over 24 without loss. Yeah, Kawaja, that's great. Really, really happy to have you involved. Hey, I just realized something. Let me just check to make sure I'm not wrong. But we will actually have ECN's 6th birthday, 29th of July, and it will be in Wimbledon. And I think let's try and make a day out of it. If you can get off work that day, come and celebrate our birthday party. Maybe we can even have a cake. Now, we'll say, I'm talking about ECN in the current... There was groundwork laid. German Cricket TV kind of laid the foundation for ECN. But if you want to talk about kind of the ECN era, it really started with the ECL in 2019. So I'll be on that. Tina's on that one. And Rico, I think, will be arriving. He starts work the next day. Alex pushing the buttons. He said he's there. All right, 4th over. This sounds like something I'll be requesting some budget for from head office. So I know that they're probably tuning in, this being the only stream we got on today. What are we going to do? Give us your ideas then. We're in London. It's our 6th birthday party. Yes, it's a school night. It's after day 2 and before day 3 of the ECS there in Wimbledon. Slow ball this time from Kankau. I suppose we'll end up just probably having something to eat, something to drink, going to bed, getting up and doing it all again, because that's what we do. 6 already. We'll say it's only really 5 years as it stands now of kind of, I call it continuous cricket. Push and run this time. Well judged run from Noritam. There's a few kind of milestone dates, but I mean, I suppose the obvious one, first game ever on ECN, VOC Rotterdam versus Drew in ECL 19 at La Manga. Corey actually took the first catch. Nabi, I think, was the first wicket. Corey caught him. Ended up coaching him. All the stories that have taken place. Lifetime's worth of stories. Nice glance away from Gomes. And does that go pretty close? Well, hits the back of a goal. I'm not going to count it. I think Belgium put 3 up on the board in the first innings. That's not a good ball, though. Just drifting outside the hip. Well turned away. Pretty professional start from these two so far. They're up with the rate. Yeah, all these stories in 6 years. Okay, I'm going to throw this out there to some of our regular viewers. I know quite a few of you are watching. Give us some of your stories. I just gave you one there, an example. Nabi, first wicket ever to fall on ECN, ends up getting coached by Corey, who caught him. Another one. Nabi, first ever 100 on ECN the next day. We didn't even know 100 was even possible in a T10. It seemed ridiculous to us. I ended up seeing a couple in the first ECL. Slow ball, and he wins the battle. Just gets over the field, though. Amadi goes back and chases it down. But yeah, definite false shot there from Gomes. Gets away with it. Power play batting. Field was up in the circle. I mentioned one earlier today. My favourite moments. Golden ball in the monsoon. Belgium versus France in the ECC. That was insane. Oh, that one again. Teases the fielder. And now big chases on and ball win the race. So Gomes again puts this one in the lap of the gods a little bit. Kind of a catching height, but it's just enough away from the man at cover. And that'll take us to end of the 4th over, 36 without loss. Just got to keep above that gold line. That's the required rate. And of course, you can keep wickets in hand. That'll help as well. Yeah, I suppose if there's a few stories, I won't say they're forgotten, but something we don't think about so much. I mean, you look back to, I call it the Wild West. Actually, I called 2020 the Wild West. I called 2019 the Wild West because we're still learning how to broadcast cricket with the resources that we've got available, and it's not really been done before. So it takes a lot of clever people to get together and to produce what we're able to put out every day. And actually, the numbers, the volume is just staggering. Here's Amadi, bowling from the top end this time. Jams a Yorker in first up. Noritam misses out. Yeah, but Kawa Jashan, nice to have you with us. And it doesn't matter whether you're a new viewer, whether you've been around for a while. Give us your memories. 6th birthday. It's going to be, oh, what do we do? Well bowled. Another out swinger, setting him up here, I think. Even though it is early, I still think we'll see him bowl that slower ball if he feels it's warranted. As he beats him with a couple of pace on deliveries first up. Khalid Amadi. Well, in the air. Another lucky moment. Portuguese have popped up a few that haven't gone to hand. Munib came in, couldn't get there in time. Tries to work at slight leading edge. frustration for Belgium. There's pace on again. Oh. Well, let's see this one on the replay. It looked like it went pretty much straight to the fielder. Check it out. Yeah. One hand. And the catch goes down. I'm finding when one does go to hand, they don't pick it up anyway. Gomes plays that quite nicely, times it well. Good fielding. Still, they'll get two. Stumps it down. Don't know what happened there. Maybe we can have a look. Maybe imagine the keeper could have knocked them off. It wasn't really anywhere near there. Ah, this is the invisible man that knocked the bails off. Great work there again. 2 circles, giving us everything. Again goes pace on, knocked down partially in the infield. They get through for one anyway. Like the commitment here from Belgium in the field. Certainly something that has improved a lot over the ECN era is the fielding. I think the players recognise that they need to. And they're under the microscope. Still certainly not perfect. Into the 5th over, 40 without loss. And of course, one of the things that has come along the journey is the ECC, and it started in 2021. It was our first Cardamom Oval tournament. Belgium were actually involved in the first game, but it now has expanded from an original amount of teams. I'm going to say it was 18 teams the first time. It's now expanded to 32 countries involved and has to be broken into 2 divisions now. So this is the Premier Division, the top 20 sides, with Greece qualifying for the first time into the Premier Division. They won the Challenger last year. Malta actually got relegated, didn't take a point out of their campaign last year. So that will happen just after the combined Shield window, Meltle Shield and Western Shield, women's and men's continental cricket, if you like. It starts on the 25th of September. All right, off the end of the bat. This time he's out of luck, Gomes. Had 1 or 2 fortunate moments. Certainly didn't quite strike them as well as he did earlier on. Kankel has troubled him with that at a cross angle and the cross movement. This time Sherry Butt has no problems holding on to the catch. So it's the end of Gomes, who's dismissed for the first time today. Check it out. It's right off the end of the bat, I think. Maybe we can see this from side on. We'll see exactly where it hits on the bat. Again, trying to hit across that. It's risky strategy. He's out for 27. It's 40 for 1. Yeah, as I thought, it was right off the toe, but I think I've got to say, he was a candidate for something like that, wasn't he? Because he continued to try and hit leg side when Kankel's definitely going across him and swing it even more. And Sherry Butt, well, I've dropped that. Might be time to give it up. Well, everyone, remain calm, but it's the Chad who's coming out at number 3, Podkita. And a bit more scoreboard pressure this time. So Adian saying that the anniversary, the ECN birthday, let's call it, is in London. Perhaps an outing at Lord's. Sounds expensive, but sounds good to me. A lot of people tell me the Oval's better anyway. But, hey, open to suggestions. Kankel coming up with a wicket, gets a crack at Chad. Flirts at 1 wide of the mark. Misses out. Oh, bit of a dodgy one as well. Inside edge onto the pad. Game's been played in good spirits, I got to say. Third time lucky for the Chad. He's away. Must be a thrill for him as well. Looks like the kind of guy that would need a bit of assistance getting in and out of the kit. Parkita. Definite 3-digit number candidate if he does become a regular. Not a thumb. So now he just decided to leave. It was a good call in the end. Just misses the mark. Good movement, though. It's one of those ones, probably an ECN. So over the lines, it's probably not going to be called wide. Iqbal Zafar, hello to you. Asking, is it Phil G? Well, no. I'll take the compliment. Driven on the up. This one will get away. Still in the power play, but not for much longer. Noritum gets 4 runs. Considering how aggressive he's tried to be, I don't think he's quite had the return on the scoreboard. More or less gets him back to run a ball, but you're backing himself. Kind of swinging from the hand a little bit, isn't it? So he's accounting for it. Plays it technically pretty well. Gets the boundary. Portugal still kind of in control of this chase. Hits the ground there. Certainly no bat for me. Yeah, so hello, Iqbal. Hopefully you're well. Yes, not Phil G. It's Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. Hopefully you're well. And Phil G, well, he's unable to do this tournament. I know he loves being in Belgium, but he's currently in Romania. He's actually doing ECS Romania this week, but Romania had 6 days lost to rain. It's been rescheduled. It was meant to start on Monday. It will start Sunday and will run for 4 days. Hello to Phil, if you're tuning in. It's a long way across here. Had to hit that Darval, but he does. That'll be the end of the power play. And Portugal kind of sitting right on the rate at the moment. They're 48 for 1 after 6. Yeah, Phil and Rico having an unscheduled, what do you call it? Like a little escape in Bucharest for 3 days until they get underway on Sunday. Still up for grabs this game, isn't it? Still 115 to get. Plenty of runs. And some quality bowls in there, including Khalid Amadi. He's going to bowl again on this top end. Also, Potkita would have never have played Amadi, and he's a trickster. Seems to have added a bit of a yard with his stock ball, which is going to make him even more dangerous. Never thought he was particularly quick, but some of these aren't getting through. Belgians sponsored by Exotic City. No further questions. Noritum on strike. We are out of the power play now, so 5 outfielders available to the Belgian skipper, Shiraz Sheikh. First time someone's thought I was Phil G, but I kind of like it. Phil G has a very positive outlook on life. Having known him for a while now. He's certainly a valued member of our team here at ECN. Short, and he goes after it this time. Finds a gap in the outfield. Might be the first off-the-field misfield I've seen. I think Hashu down there was brilliant when he was on the field for Portugal. This one gets through, but he won't mind. That's 4 runs to the team Portugal total. This one seems the easiest one Hashu's done all day, but bang. Oh, no, he handed it off. That's why it's very quick work. And Hashu's had a brilliant day. They even beat me. Yeah, I thought he must have fumbled it. He didn't have the ball, but it's just too quick getting rid of it. Good comeback, though, from Amadi. Now Kroom's lost his spanner. What is going on there in the chat? I am completely lost. I suppose this is what happens. We're about 11 hours into the day at the moment. Nicked. And it's a end of the road for Noritam. Just a bit of a soft dismissal, really, trying to be cute. Again, Amadi, not someone that gives you the same ball twice too often. That little pop off the pitch, that tennis ball-like bounce, and a healthy deflection through to Ali Raza. Again, feet nowhere. Almost like it was catching practice at training. So Noritam, again, can't win the battle with the runner ball in the end. 4 fours in his 20. And he'll have to go. Hasn't really found his screws yet. 52 for 2. See which one this was from Amadi. I mentioned he bowls one ball where I think he deliberately kind of rips his hand under the ball and tries to get a bit of extra backspin. You always get a bit of backspin in your stock delivery, but there's one that I think just he cuts the hand under. And I mean, it's very hard to tell, but the extra bounce is what makes it take the edge. Otherwise, he's getting it off the blade and he's running it down to deep third. Hassam gets an opportunity. So they've got the two freshmen, if you like, at the crease for Portugal. And look, keep an eye on that required rate. Still in the 8s, I think. But it's a key partnership here. And the two most inexperienced players in the Portugal lineup out there at the moment. And that's the thing. One of the things I think that hurts their chances is they're going to get another 2 overs plus from Amadi, who I think a lot of the other players will have seen more of. Amadi's been a key figure on ECN, and he's even played for Team Europe. They would have talked about him. He's got a very good slower ball. He's got a variety of variations at his disposal. Let's keep this one out, but a brilliant over from Amadi. Concedes 4, but no more, and picks up the wicket of Noritam along the way. And at the end of 7, Portugal are 52 for 2. Two teams that are neck and neck on the ICC rankings. Doing battle here in a very even game. And in that over, actually, Belgium take the lead back. Let's have a look at the figures. Amadi, 1 for 8 off 2. Zakil looks like he's going to get a bowl for the first time. Yeah, the old run down to deep third. It's fine when you hit it, but if not, it does look a little bit half-hearted, I think was the word that was used. And when it goes wrong, it always looks that way. Fascinating phase of the game coming up. Can these two put Portugal back ahead? Interesting comment from Adian saying there's a reason check swings tend to backfire in baseball. But I suppose in cricket, you can score behind the wicket. So that's why it's not necessarily a losing strategy in cricket. And we've seen, a couple of times today, just a little fine dab, little late cut, might beat the fielder, go for 4, using the pace of the bowler. In baseball, you need to score in front of yourself. So it's just one of those things, but it is risky because you're not really generally using the full face of the bat. And so there's that margin for error that creeps in. I love this from Wayne. asking, he wonders how many shopping bags the Chad Potkeeper could carry with those arms. Well, if you know Chad, now's the time to answer. I can tell you something, that he is able to hit a cricket ball. And he uses those arms for good, not evil. Bang. Second time we've seen him hit a sit straight. Maximo, the Chad, has arrived, taking on that short straight boundary. Zakir was hoping that would go to hand, but it sailed over the ropes for 6. Yeah, Wayne's saying you wouldn't need to do 2 trips bringing them into the house, that's for sure. I'd be worried about shaking hands with him and maybe damaging some bones in my hand. Slower ball, though. Clever comeback from Zakil. Again, it's good to see Zakil back. Full fitness looks like now. Couldn't bowl for a long time because of that shoulder injury. When I last saw him in 2022 in Belgium, he was actually keeping to try and protect his shoulder. But then, of course, he's trying to take a lot of balls over his head and jumping, and probably wasn't ideal for it. Straight over the line, this one. Umpire seems to think this one's all right. Good ball, this one from Zakil. So it does get pounded once, but comes out well, just 8 off the over. And it's 60 for 2 after 8. Portugal do get the lead back, but only just. Of course, if it is a tie, then we go to a super over. And yeah, we did have our first and so far only super over on ECN last year when France won against Belgium. Quite an amazing game. And it was a crazy last ball of regulation as well, to be honest. France won the super over actually in the end, but went to a super over after the last wicket was given. I'm pretty sure it had to be with use of technology because the umpire, the ball was hit straight. Umpire went to ground taking evasive action. There was a run out. It was only just out, but it was out. Bowler's end. In the end, miraculously, the umpire, despite facing the other way, decided to give it out. It was the right decision. Not quite sure how they got there. Gave Belgium the opportunity in the super over rather than France winning it then and there. They were 9 out at the time, by the way. Ekrami gets the ball. Had a question here from Zafar Iqbal as well. And he thinks the last time that these two teams played was back in the World Cup qualifiers. I think you're exactly right. I think it was back in 2022. And that was in Belgium. Yeah, very good memory there, Zafar. The Chad works a single down the ground. Yeah, I'll give you the exact details. It was the 2nd of July 2022 in the Men's T20 World Cup Qualifier C. It's in the semi-final at Royal Brussels Cricket Ground. Little glance here, using the pace that Ekrami puts on the ball. Won't go for 4, but they will get 2. Yeah, Belgium, on that occasion, once again, against Portugal, batting first, didn't bat out their full 20. They were all out for 113 in 18.4 overs. And Portugal chased it down in 16.1. Sean Gomes, player of the match, plays 52 off 50 balls. It's the only time they've played before today in a T20I. It's funny, it's 3 years ago, but feels like such a long time, doesn't it? But yes, Zafar, I'm glad that you met Phil and you had such a great time with him and he struck up a bit of a friendship. That's really what ECN's all about as well, bringing people together. Krami slides this one in once again. Potkita. Get one round the corner. Have a look at those percentages. About 6 lead changes in the last 6 minutes. Krami keeps tight as he generally does. Goes for 6 in the over. Leg buy in there, so call it 7. 67 for 2 after 9. Just looking up. Can actually probably put the scorecard in the chat so you can check it out. Fair few names still around from that 3 years ago. Marty's one of them. Munib opened the batting. Hamid Kel, Cherry Bart, Sebazakil. For Portugal, very different looking side. They have gone towards players that do qualify. Passport holders, and they're playing generally in high level competitions. Zakil back for a second over. Yeah, Portugal went for more Portuguese base side then. Had Najam Shazad leading the side. Golia behind the stumps. Sean Gomes was in there. Azar Andani, Amizaib the Rock, Junaid Khan. Faf Stoneman was in there as well. Said Meissen. Lucky one for Potkita this time. And he will get 4, but it's a stroke of fortune. It's a false stroke, really. Inside edge could have easily knocked out the stumps. But luck's on his side. And he'll take 4. Well, when he does hit them, they go a long way. And you can see this one. There's miles over the rope. Maximal. Pitches up, maybe a bit of a half volley, really. He holds his shape. That time it was out of the middle. Amit Kumar as well. Nice to see you in the chat. Portugal with that 4 and the 6. Now they've established themselves as quite a healthy leader, but that could all change very quickly. A little bit of a hold up here at the moment. I think makes sense. They will take a drink just to save time. So more or less at the end of the 10. Not quite, but close. 2 balls to go in the 10th over. 78 for 2. Maybe not bad for Belgium. Take a bit of a timeout. And yeah, just taking a walk down memory lane when the only other time that these two teams met was in July 2022 at the Sub-Regional Europe Qualifier Group C. And Portugal were able to win the semi-final in Brussels. And then in the final, Portugal faced Denmark. But Portugal wasn't to beat. They scored 110 for 9 in their 20 overs. Denmark chasing it down pretty comfortably. Just 1 down with more or less 7 overs to spare. And, of course, only the winner of each of the sub-regional qualifiers advances to the Europe Regional Final. So yeah, only Denmark went further. Portugal brave, but had to take second place. Denmark went through, following with Italy and Austria, who then qualified to meet Ireland, Scotland, Germany, and Jersey in Scotland. But I remember that, Austria, I don't know if they really struggled in Scotland. And then those next round of qualifiers were actually held in July 2023. It was a bit of a learning curve, I think. I mean, Austria, for example, had next to no turf experience. Even though Italy and Denmark, look at their makeup. Denmark, they have a turf pitch. In fact, they're using it today. They're playing a friendly against Spain in the 50-over format. And Italy is comprised of cricketers, I think, more often than not in the last few years that have that high-level cricket experience, in county experience, a high-level grade experience in other countries where there is turf cricket. And in Italy currently there is no turf cricket. But yeah, walk down memory lane. And Portugal, slight change of attitude. I think just picking the team on its merits a bit more now. There was a time, and I can understand it, where they want to reward players that are playing well in the local competition. But I do think you have a bit of an obligation to pick your best team available, and that might include players that don't live or play in the country. You need to pick your best team available, given the criteria. Assam is happy to knock it around at the moment. That will be the end of the 10th over for reals this time, and it's 80 for 2. So you double that, you get 160. Pretty much at the rate, aren't they, at the moment, with 8 wickets in hand. Yeah, so it is difficult, I suppose, to compare someone that's playing, let's say, in an English competition to who's playing in the Portugal competition. Okay, if it's a really high English competition, county cricket or something like that, then it's pretty easy. But again, in more, I would say social, but let's just say slightly lower level English club competitions that are still high, still competitive, and try and compare that with someone that's playing in Portugal and living in Portugal. I suppose the way you do it is you give opportunities to as many as you can when you can, and then see how they go. It's not even that practical to get everyone together for a kind of inter-squad game or anything, just with the practicalities and the costs involved. This Portuguese side, most of them are playing their cricket outside Portugal. Ekrami comes back to bowl again in the 11th. Wickets are the currency for Belgium here. They need to make more breakthroughs, keep the line moving. Takes it on to the leg side and just climbs over. That is the longer boundary. But Paqueta, he will cash in with 6 runs. Heart was in his mouth, I think, for a second. Rami wants him to hit the long boundary, but he had the power to get it over. It's funny, something I haven't seen for a long time is bat with that many red cherries on it. I think I've been watching exclusively white ball cricket for a long time now. Could come back actually a bit slower from Ekrami, but negotiated from Paqueta. Moves to 27 now. Yeah, interesting. Adian talking about the pitch clock. Before I get to that, though, I might just mention, we might see Oliver Harrington's debut tomorrow. I know he's in the squad. Here's Zafar mentioning that. Played the whole off-season in Australia with Burhan. All right, this time full toss, and he goes straight, and he goes long. Maximo! And backing himself to clear that straight boundary again. Wasn't quite out of the screws from the Chad. He kind of squares himself up a little bit. Fights it off. Does get it over Sherry Butt. 6 runs. Mentioned this is a critical partnership at the moment. It's working for Portugal. Got a healthy lead in the game now. Follows up intelligent cricket. Just a single. Yeah, Interesting to see if Ollie Harrington does make his debut. And that'll be the end of the 11th over. 96 for 2. Yeah, Burhan, and I assume then Ollie Harrington as well, playing in Waroona, which is about an hour south of where I grew up in Perth, Western Australia. Adian was feeling maybe we're heading for a super over, and I wonder if that over's changed his mind. Yeah, but as far as the pitch clock in baseball, I know, like everything, there's a few teething problems, but you get very few infractions now. I think that, so I actually think it's worked. I know people generally reject most changes, so you kind of always try and resist my natural instinct to say, "Oh, come on, leave it alone." Thing is, things are always changing. You're always in a state of change, and there were a lot of pitch clock situations, but now it's not really an issue. But the game, it's achieved what it was meant to achieve. It's sped the game up. I suppose more time with the ball in play. It's the old 23-meter ball from Taplial. Bowls that one from in line with the stumps. Doesn't fool the Chad. Don't get a single out. Don't worry about Taplial there. Almost wore the Chad. Let's have a look at this at the very end. This is a collision that I think you would want to make sure. Well, there it is. Up close and personal there. He bowls this from far back as well. Taplial, but Hassan sweeps and sweeps pretty well. Well fielded. In fact, very well fielded. Destroys the stumps. Yeah, Finley's saying massive partnership this, and we called it, didn't we? A lot of direct hits today. Good awareness, though, from Potkita to get back. Takes it on down the ground. He likes what he sees. Launches into a strong straight strike. Maximal, 6 to Portugal, well on top now. Potkita, he's enjoying himself out there as well. Extends, and you can just tell straight away with a slight relaxation, with the unusually broad shoulders, that he was pretty happy with the result. 6 runs to Portugal. Taplial, again, that's 3 balls in the over. He's bowled from a metre further back. So the idea of that is to get the batter thinking it's going to be a certain length just on look, because you're used to a certain distance, but then it's not quite as full as you think. And that probably was the case there. It wasn't necessarily an easy put away down the ground. It was off a kind of middle length, but Chad was good enough to judge the bounce of the ball and smashed it. Now they've got to try and find it. Hello to Christopher Ward. Good to see you. Paul Kempen says he's back. Hello, Paul. But for how long? That's the question. They've got it down below 7 and over required now. Takes it on again, but he gets lucky. It's going to be a good miss hit, and it doesn't carry to Manib. More social distancing, or lack thereof, between the bowler and the bat. Well, handled by Manib in the end. Bit of an awkward one. Launches into a cover drive this time, Hassam, and that's a bit of a breakout shot for him as well. So the old double clicks happening right before your very eyes. Portugal into a very strong position. It's been a game of momentum shifts, hasn't it? I mean, I know it seems a long time ago now, but that 3 over burst from Zakil, if it wasn't for that, game's probably over already. In Belgium, they were toing and froing. They were kind of arm wrestling with Portugal, but now Portugal breaking away this partnership, 57 off 31. It's a long way down there. Maybe a scratch on it before the pad. Anyway, it will be the end of the 12th over. 109 for 2. That's the table. Malta, obviously playing a long way from behind. Big underdogs. I think the rankings would suggest that. And they were found out today a little bit, but they'll get to come back tomorrow. I think they'll appreciate the second chance. Portugal odds on, I think, to go top tonight. But these two will meet again tomorrow night. And even if the final's already decided by then, which I suspect, unless we get a big upset tomorrow from Malta, it might be the case. Still, every one of these games carries ranking points, carries ranking consequences. Here's a smiling assassin. It's the first one to bounce over the horizontal blade of Potkita. There's Ali Raza. Bit of a disappointing day for him with the bat. Went first ball and for 11 in his 2 innings. All right, and it goes wild. Pretty good stop from Ali Raza, really. Yeah, Khalid Amadi bowled the 5th and the 7th from this end and took a spell. Akrami bowled the 9th and the 11th. He's being brought back. Kind of last roll of the dice time, isn't it? I feel like Amadi probably has to use his slower ball a bit more. It's a very well disguised one. Got several different slower balls, but there's one particular one. You know, the arm speed is the same. It's a lot slower. He's a bit of a master with it. Okay, good springy bounce from Amadi. Hey, while I'm here, I know that Johnny and Ken are out to dinner right now, and they're tuning in. They've actually sent me a couple of photos. Looks delicious. What are you ordering? I'd love to know. I'd love to join you. Again, commiserations today. Not everyone happy with the results. It's almost a wide, actually. Maybe we'll see this sign on. Umpire says, okay, I think that's head high. I wasn't so sure. Let's have a look. Oh, it was fine, actually. The side on angle confirms the umpire's absolutely right. And I know some people might say that side on. It's a bit hard to see, Vinny. What can we do about that camera? Well, the problem, if you want to call it a problem, is the sun. And I think that's a good problem to have after some of the weather we've had this week and even earlier in the season. Yeah, so just quickly, Johnny and Ken, hope you have a great dinner. Wish I could join you. I'm still sitting in the chair. There's that off-cutting slower ball. That's one of them. Amadi can't get the breakthrough they were after. Portugal sitting pretty, 113 for 2. After 13, 50 runs required off the last 7 overs for Portugal to take the points. Looks like a nice place, Johnny. Let's see what the XP situation is. Croom's up to 725. I'd love Wayne to make a late run. Luke. It'd be hard for Luke to catch up. He's 500. Potkita, though, he's one burly blow away from a maiden T20I half century. But he might not get there. Takes the bait. Skews up in the air. Should be caught. Is caught. And Kankel gets his man. Potkita got a bit greedy and the Chad holds out. Zakil takes the catch. I mean, the only reason the game's still on is Zakil in the first innings. But clever change of pace from Iftikhar Kankel. Again, it's kind of the back of the hand. He does pick it. I just think he still misjudges the speed of the ball. Still, a very good knock. Puts his team in a winning position. Chad is walking back for 44. Knew it straight away. You can tell one of the body languages. The body language of Chad. Zakil, the old catch and blame Ali Raza, who might have called that before realizing how far it was carrying. New batter comes out, Carlos Nunez. I'd say it's a big pressure position, but certainly game not quite put to bed yet. Still 50 runs to get. Good innings, though, from the Chad. And he'll be helped out of his playing kit, no doubt. End of a first day of international cricket for him. Shadows coming across this ground now. About an hour and 10 away from sunset. This game should be done well before then. Just under 7 overs remaining, maybe less if Portugal can chase it down with time to spare. Oh, genuine edge from Nunez. He's away. Gonna have to roll through him if you're going to get the win here. But I look at the batting. Really, I've listed Faf Stoneman at 8, and he's a guy we've seen batting in the top order in other times for Portugal. Hassam, just ticking along at the moment. Just doing what has to be done. Not too much more than run a ball required. Slow ball from Kankel, but this time he misses the line. Well, flick away here, but not with a lot of power from Hassan. In fact, it's lucky that there wasn't more on it in the end because it doesn't carry. They'll get back for 2. Grami, understandably, trying to turn that into a catch. Well, I hear that social media is abuzz with the Chad Potkeetha at number 3. But all the Conrad fans and hashtag Team Conrad's coming in as well. But the big debate is on. Are you Team Rad or Team Chad at number 3 for Portugal when both available? Hashtag Team Rad or Team Chad. Is it the Rad or the Chad at number 3? It does go to a wrestle. And I hope Conrad has his affairs in order. Whispering Rad. Sure, tuning in. Slip comes in for Nunez now. Gets ball on the legs and just taps it away. And they shouldn't get 2 there. We need quick on the case. But again, Portugal, I keep finding these players. Yeah, Belgium, obviously, their entire team essentially is Belgium-based. I think they might have 1 or 2 somewhere around the world. They have Belgian passports playing in high-level cricket competitions. That's hit, and it's hit down the ground, and it's hit straight to the fielder. Sherry Butt doesn't miss out. Hassam holds out for 19. We'll have 2 new batters at the crease then. Bit of fight left in the host yet. As Hassam goes, what's the short boundary? And I thought off the bat it might have had what it took. But Sherry Butt, he was in the way and said no way. It's 119 for 4. So Hassam, he was kind of happy to play the situation today. Never really saw him expand himself. That was one time that he tried to hit on the up. And he was worried. He's kind of frozen in time straight away. Couldn't have picked the fielder out any better. So Hardy comes in at number 6. Zakil's going to be swung around to that top end now. A little bit of a window of opportunity. Still not a big one, but it exists. About 1 in 5 times from here, Belgium should win. Good shot, though, from Nunes. It's down on it. Sneaks away from Shiraz Sheikh. In fact, they're going to come back for 2. Good running in the end. Actually fell to his non-preferred side in the end. Well, probably not the best ball this time from Khalid Amadi, and it's going to go. And Carlos. Bon dia. Nice to see you. And he will go to the Maximo. Bit of a settler for Portugal. Comfortably carrying the rope. Swing and a miss this time. Could come back from the smiling assassin. Again, there's only a game still on, thanks to Zakil and his burst. On the stumps, clipped away nicely by Nunes. Again, I want 2. I think he's going to get 2. A tight one at the bowler's end. Is there one last run for Belgium where they can go maybe 5, 6, 7? Often you say, what happens if you add 2 wickets to the score? Well, that would be interesting. Won't get a wicket with that one, though. Carlos takes it on leg side. Finds a bit of a gap in the outfield again. Thinking of 2 this time, they decide against it. Probably was there if they'd wanted it, but you can understand at this stage. Don't need to do anything too crazy. They've got down to more or less run a ball now. 32 off 31 from here on in. Genuine edge this time, flies away, and pretty well fielded down there by Burhan Niaz. Will take us to the end of the 15th over as Hardik gets off the mark and will be on strike. 132 for 4. Let's have a look what's coming up tomorrow with the same order of matches with Belgium-Malta in match 4 to start the day. Portugal versus Malta in match 5, and then this game will be played once again, Belgium-Portugal. So join us, 7:45 a.m. GMT, 9:45 in Central Europe, and 1:15 in India. Day 2, final day before we get to the final on Sunday morning. Yeah, Belgium and Portugal, based on today, I think they're heavy favourites to meet in the final as well. But remember, each one of these games, as I've said many times, do carry the weight of a T20 international with the points and the ranking ramifications. Copley out. Well, gets the false shot out of Hardeep, and he's going to have to go. New straight away, Hardeep. Well, there's one of the 2 wickets we said could just make this game interesting. Belgium were 5% when he hits that ball, but there'll be a bit more of a chance now. New batter's going to have to come out in a batter that hasn't batted in this series so far. Again, that's the one he bowls from well behind the line. Fairly simple catch to Traz Sheik, the Belgian skipper. A disappointment for Hardeep. He's out for just a single. Tapliar has been good today. Another wicket for him, 132 for 5. New batter coming out there is Rahul Kumar Hashu, and hasn't he been an absolute weapon for Portugal today? All right. We had 2 wickets from here, 132 for 7. And we'll have a bit of a nail biter on our hands. And we have learned anything. This game can change quickly. Almost. Almost. Beaten for bounce this time, Harshu. All right. I mean, Nunez is there. I mean, we have seen him hit a big 6, but the ball was kind of asking for it. Harshu off the mark at the 3rd attempt. Nunez plays it pretty safe, keeps the score ticking. Hashu 2's the call. I'm not so sure it's there, though. Good fielding. Ball comes in pretty quickly. Hashu will retain the strike. Taplial. He does get one of those breakthroughs in a pretty tight over. Just 3 singles coming off it. 135 for 5. Worms dancing, but pretty much have stayed around about the rate. When we had the Chad open the muscles, went ahead, and they've stayed ahead since around that 10th, 11th over. But Belgium, miracle, they got to 162 in the first place. Ekrami comes back, bowled 2 overs earlier on. Didn't quite go the way he would have liked. Second over went for 16. Bit of bounce there. I mean, there still is a gap between runs and balls. 5 is the gap now. Can they push it to a finish here? Oh, more stump fails. There we go. Nunes, pretty comfortable playing from the crease, isn't he? Goes back and punches again, just a single. Longer that Belgium can keep that gap in play, the tide of this contest might become. Belgium have fought their way back from 5% up to 18%. Hashu, fairly new. Play a reasonably careful shot here. We'll get the single, not picked up cleanly by Zakhil. Don't think that's off the pad. Umpire agrees. That was once pushed through with a slider. Trying to catch the batter unaware, but Carlos good enough to get the hands out in front. Never a good sign when the umpire's on the move. And you're appealing to nobody. He's in there somewhere. There's Ekrami. Hey, gets another dot. Gaps up to 6. Oh, there's still work to do. I mean, they pretty much bang on the rate now. It's the end of the 17th over. It's 139 for 5. Three overs remaining. Belgium hanging in there. 1 in 4 chance now. Another look at what's coming up tomorrow. Same order of events. Have a look at those start times. There's local time and the Indian Standard Time there. Carlos Nunes and Hashu trying to steer Portugal home. Belgium fighting, taking the game deep. First one from Zakhil slides into the pad, but gets away with it. Just a single. Where are these more than singles going to come from? To bring that rate down, and to eat into that gap between runs and balls, you need 2s or you need extras. No balls wide. No boundary out since that 6 from Nunes. That was 3 overs ago now. Well, another one on the legs. Will he get away with this one, Zakhil? He will to an extent. Ball that could have easily gone to the boundary. They'll have to settle for 2. More on the right line this time. It's funny, it's going to be a time where you're going to have to play a shot. Now, you're hoping there's an obvious kind of Gundy ball that you can go after. But if not, then what? is there a time where you need to take a calculated risk? There's 5 wickets in hand. You don't really want to hand it over to a new batter at this stage. Fascinating game. A lot of people were tipping a super over, I've got to admit. Chance now. Again, won't get it out of the infield, just a single. You keep that gap in check and go to the last over 11 off 6. Well, hold on. To Steve McVeigh, good time for you to come back as well. Arab Das, good to see you. 2 balls left to go for Zakil. Who could bring back to bowl the last over as well. Yeah, straight to the fielder. Won't get a run. Oh, well. Portugal, they're not really trying for the big shot. And I can understand that, but also they're backing themselves into a little bit of a corner. Now, close to 9 and over required from here. Again, Belgium, they got options of who to bring back as well. I think they'll probably stick with Ekrami and then Zakil to close out. Again, looks to push, gets 1. So a very good over there from Sabo Zakil. Honestly, I think he'd be my player of the match regardless of the result because he's kept his team in it. With a 4-run over there, the boundary drought continues. And after 18 overs, Portugal 145 for 5. "22 balls since the last boundary. If you go back further, there's 15 balls before that since the one before. So you're talking basically 1 boundary in 6 completed overs, last 6 completed overs. And the plot thickens. Oh, hello to Phil G as well. Hey, Phil, got a question for you, weather-related question. I saw the forecast for Bucharest say isolated thunderstorms. What happened? I know you've said that you had one of those alerts on your phone for extreme weather. Talk us through it. All right, all happens in the 19th. Here we go. There's the shot from Hashu. The pressure builds. It's up in the air. And it will be 6. Oh, something had to give. Hashu said enough's enough. Time to bite the bullet. And he puts it up and out of the ground. Thought for a second it's very high. Didn't know if the fielder would ever play on it. But it sails out of the ground. And now Portugal once again well on top. And all that could work for Belgium is kind of undone in just a few seconds. Just run a ball now. There's not really pressure to get more than 1 a ball from here. Yeah, Phil G said he thought aliens were invading. The last of the rain this evening, he said, so now all dry and warm for the next week. And it's going to get quite hot, I saw over there in Romania. Well, that one's hit well and looks straight at the gap, straight at the bench, and he says, yeah, this is our game. And Carlos stands up when he needs to. Maximo, and really don't really see a way through now. For me, Zakil's still my player of the game. I just think from an individual basis, I think he's been the best player on either side. Just happens to be in a losing side, I think. 5 to win it. Takes it on straight, and it is game, set, Maximo. Portugal. Well, 3 years after their last meeting, the result is the same. Portugal defeating Belgium on the chase. They chased down the target with 8 balls to spare, and Carlos, again, flexed the muscles when he needed to. And Belgium, disappointing for them after a strong win earlier in the day. They can't overcome the touring Portuguese, and Belgium fall to 1-1 for the day. But these two, they will get the chance to play again in the last match tomorrow night. I've got to say, well done to the umpires. Well done to everyone today. It was a long day of cricket. More or less 10 hours of cricket out there. But Portugal, they will get the win. Remember, they were just ahead of Belgium on the rankings. That'll do their rankings no harm at all. We saw earlier in the day, Belgium actually go down a spot on account of Austria having a win over the Swiss. This is what's coming up tomorrow, 7:45 a.m. GMT, which is 9:45 in Central Europe, 1:15 in India. Join us. Same matches, different day, as Belgium will start the day against Malta. Malta going back-to-back, trying to play their way into the final. They have to have a brilliant day, but look, anything's possible in this format. I mean, Push Barraging gets going or something like that. Maybe it's a very, very different day and we're having a different conversation in 24 hours. But yeah, look forward to your company. And yeah, still is only T20 cricket tomorrow before Romania gets underway with the T10 on Sunday. Let's go back and have a look at the highlights here. Once again, they went left arm spin to open the bowling. Kankel, he thought he was good too. Good change of pace. Holmes had a funny old innings, just couldn't time anything. Just kept trying to go against the movement from Iftikhar. Eventually one off the toe. It was the end of him. And a little bit of the old dabba dabba do. And yes, you do have to go after Ali Raza took the catch. Then enter the Chad. And he played a pretty critical innings, didn't he? This was the partnership we said it's going to make a big difference about their chances. And Pakita got to 44 before he holed out, hit 5 sixes in his knot. And a kind of decisive partnership with Hassan. Eventually Hassan went for broke and came up empty-handed, holding out to Sherry Butt. Carlos kind of bided his time there, but when he did get the ball he wanted, he smashed it. Hardeep was only there for a short time. Hashu came out. Then there was this kind of holding pattern. Eventually, Hashu broke the shackles with the 6. And that did take it back to advantage Portugal. Then Carlos went 1, 2. El partido ha terminado. And thanks for coming. The Twickenham skipper sends Portugal to the win, and a little bit of a wink to the bench as well. Belgium, though, hey, they'll be disappointed, but they know tomorrow's another day and potentially could still beat Portugal twice if results are similar to today in the earlier games. And at least they know they're going to get another opportunity. Won't have to wait 3 years for a rematch this time around. Nunez with 30 not out of just 15, opened his shoulders at the right moment. But before that was Pakita with 44. That led the scoring. 20s from the openers. And also, I think we saw Hassan just kind of playing the situation again. 19 for him. Hashu with 15 not out down the stretch. 3 for 31, Kankel. I thought he had a really good first day in T20 international cricket. Wickets also to Paplial and Khalid Amadi. Very tight, 1 for 25. Sakil, in the end, got a pretty good third over. But the game was put to bed soon after. So there's the summary of match number 3. And Belgium have to take the loss. I'll be back on first thing in the morning, though. Speaking of the morning, maybe we can have one more look at what's coming up tomorrow. If you enjoyed today, expect more of the same tomorrow. But let's just hope that Malta can turn the corner a little bit, maybe have some of their stars firing a little bit. Malta play back-to-back start the day. Belgium, once again, like today, they play the first and the last. Portugal back-to-back second and third. Join me, Mr. Maximo, for day 2 of the Mdina Cup, 7:45 a.m. GMT, which is 9:45 in Central Europe and 1:15 in India. Once again, the game's at 4-hour intervals. Well, thanks so much, everyone. I've had a really fun day. Got through a bit in the chat, didn't we? And I'm missing their ECN T10, but geez, aren't we so lucky just by luck that we've got this Mdina Cup this week. And I think what we have seen is it is wide open. Malta, they're on a bit of a shot to nothing tomorrow. I think that they have a big upside if they can get even one win out of their 2 games as far as their ranking is concerned. Belgium, they'll want to just tighten up a few of those things. I still think they'd be disappointed with some of the dismissals in the first innings of this game. Portugal, though, I think they were pretty complete for the most part. I suppose there's just those little periods when they went off the boil. They want to have a chat about what to do when they feel the game turning against them. But I want to say a big thank you to everyone, whether you're watching in the chat, whether you're watching on YouTube, whether you're watching on Fan Code in the subcontinent. It's been great to have your company. Final reminder, if you are watching on YouTube, to like this video, subscribe to the channel, tell your family, tell your friends about ECN. Don't forget also our social media at European Cricket, and also our website, europeancricket.com. You can check out all the stats, the standings, the fixtures for not only this tournament, but also all the tournaments that are coming up in the near future. Of course, every player has a player profile. You can click and see what they have done in ECN and T20I cricket. But for now, this has been Sandy, Mr. Maximo, wishing you a very, very good evening. We're going to leave you with some of the best bits of opening day, and we'll join you tomorrow for more ECN Mdina Cup. For me, it's hasta mañana. Thank you, and see you tomorrow. Same plan.
Move my body back and forth. 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 Move my body. Move my body and forth. Move my body back 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 and forth. Move my body. Move my body back and forth. 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 Move my body Move my body back and forth. 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 Move my body. And forth. Move my body back and forth. Move my body back